Chapter 1730. Li Huang, don't tell me this is your full strength! Fan Yuan shouted. His body moved rapidly as he chased after Li Huang. As Li Huang retreated, he activated the verdant sun flame cloak. The spring scissors were still flying around him, cutting off the flames from the flaming clothes on his back. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. The aura of an immortal killer move flashed past. Damn it! Li Huang felt a sense of danger. He quickly changed directions. Fan Yuan's time path killer move did not hit Li Huang. Li Huang had rich battle experience. Lord Li Huang, we will lend you a hand! At this time, wind-sweeping building came to help. Its entire body was shrouded in a thick wall of wind, which had a certain resistance against the great thief ghost hand. Fan Yuan snickered in disdain. Get lost! Immortal killer move, summer fan. Winds blew in all directions. Wind-sweeping buildings' momentum was halted. There was no helping it. Summer fan's wind was only a facade. The true essence was the power of time path. Wind-sweeping building was a wind path immortal goo house. It was not specialized in dealing with time path killer moves. Li Huang could only continue to escape. Fan Yuan's strength had increased tremendously, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Inside Emperor City, the Goo Masters were still in the final round of the competition. The Goo Immortals defending Emperor City had already isolated the outside world, allowing these Goo Masters to focus on refining Goo. To think that even Lord Li Huang is not Fan Yuan's match! This demon is too powerful. He obtained many venerable inheritances. His demonic might is truly terrifying. But don't worry, even though our Emperor City is a mortal Goo house, it contains human path methods. At the crucial moment, immortal moves can be activated to protect us. The Goo Immortals consoled each other, raising their morale. Emperor City was the #1 city of humanity. It was built using a vast number of mortal Goo. Even though the city had been relocated more than 10 times, it was no longer in its original location. But it had a very long history. It could be traced back to the era of humanity's rise. It was primordial origin immortal venerables that created the first Emperor City. Fan Yuan, don't be arrogant, I will fight you! Rank 8 Goo Immortal Qin Yi saw that the situation was bad. He had to step down. Li Huang saw the opportunity and advanced instead of retreating, fighting alongside Qin Yi. Fan Yuan shouted and activated killer moves repeatedly while disregarding his immortal essence consumption, and he charged towards Emperor City brazenly. Li Huang and Qin Yi stood in front of Fan Yuan, and were pushed back by Fan Yuan's explosive attacks. This scene made the Western Desert Goo Immortals dumbfounded. Fan Yuan is so fierce! No wonder he could challenge the Celestial Court for so many years, and the Celestial Court couldn't do anything to him. Let's go around him and try not to provoke him. Exactly, the main objective is to destroy Imperial Emperor City. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Farewell, friend Wind! It is actually farewell, friend Wind! Seeing that Wu Yong used this move to deal with Chen Yi, the Central Continent Goo Immortals guarding the Immortal Formation were all shocked and fearful. This farewell, friend Wind had a huge origin. It was created by a strange genius in the past. This strange genius was called Taoist Blackheart. He cultivated Wind Path, but in his later years, he studied the legends of Ren Zhu and made great progress. After he went into closed cultivation for nearly 10 years, Farewell Friend Wind was created. This was a wind path method, but it contained the profundities of human path. Its power was extraordinary. Ever since Taoist Blackheart obtained this method, he made friends everywhere, often sacrificing himself for others. Initially, the 5 regions Goo Immortals did not know the reason. Facing Taoist Blackheart's precious gifts, they all called him brother. Some did not want to befriend Taoist Blackheart, but did not want to offend him. They pretended to be polite on the surface. They fell into Taoist Blackheart's trap. Any killer move would require a sensing process. Like Fan Yuan's lead soul into Dream killer move, it first needed to sense the enemy's soul. If it could not be sensed, this killer move could not be used. Even if many Goo Immortals could not unravel immortal killer moves, they would try to defend against it by sensing it. Farewell Friend Wind's sensing was rather special. It could only sense friends and attack friends. The friends here, regardless of whether they were true confidants, scoundrels, or even superficial friends with ulterior motives, were all within the range of his senses. Taoist Blackheart used this move to become famous in the 5 regions. For a while, almost no one dared to offend him. Later on, as more and more people suffered from it, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals worked together to deduce the profundity of Farewell Friend Wind. Many Gu Immortals knew the secret of Farewell Friend Wind's sensing ability. They cursed at Taoist Blackheart's shamelessness. Countless Gu Immortals who had befriended Taoist Blackheart felt a chill in their hearts. They felt uneasy. In this world, there was no unsolvable killer move. Soon, another flaw of Farewell Friend Wind was discovered by the Gu Immortals. That was, to activate Farewell Friend Wind, it had to hit a certain part of the Gu Immortal's body. Even though Farewell Friend Wind was strong, with these 2 flaws, it could be easily dealt with. Taoist Blackheart was in the limelight. After reaching the peak of his life, he suddenly became a loner. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about him. They avoided him. In his later years, he was alone. His ending was tragic. Wu Yong grasped Farewell Friend Wind. It shocked all the immortals present. But no matter what, Wu Yong succeeded in activating this move. Chen Yi was already hit. He was going to die. Everyone was aware of this. Bai Xingshui screamed as she charged at Wu Yong. Wu Yong's body flickered, vanishing on the spot. Bai Xingshui snatched Chen Yi, but even though Chen Yi was no longer floating, he could not move. His eyebrows and skin were dispersing with the wind. Wu Yong reappeared in front of the Southern Border Immortals. This time, the Southern Alliance Immortals looked at him with even more complex gazes than before. There was even more wariness and respect in their eyes. Wu Yong has Farewell Friend Wind. It is like Fang Yuan has Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This is a great killer move. Once it is used, it can greatly influence the battle. When did Wu Yong become friends with Chen Yi? How is that difficult? When doing business in Jewel Yellow Skies, don't they all call each other friends? Compared to this, I am more wary of Wu Yong's scheming. Wu Yong was still standing in front of the Southern Alliance Immortals. He looked at Chen Yi from afar as he praised. As expected of a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has outstanding defense. Even after being hit by my Farewell Friend Wind, he dissipated so slowly. This is the first time I have seen something like this. Even though he said this, he was actually praising his opponent. It was the best way to show off his own battle strength. The Southern Alliance Gu Immortals quickly agreed. That's right, there has never been anyone who survived after being hit by Farewell Friend Wind. Chen Yi is dead meat. With Lord Wu Yong here, the Gu Immortals of Celestial Court are just useless. Celestial Court Battlefield. Inside the Gu Refinement Formation, the 2 big battle groups were fighting fiercely. Spear! Che Wei, rank 8 of Celestial Court, shouted. Immediately, a huge black iron spear that resembled an ancient tree shot out, piercing towards 5 Elements Grandmaster. Arrow! Che Wei shouted again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Countless sharp arrows appeared out of nowhere. They rained down like a torrential rain, enveloping 5 Elements Grandmaster. But 5 Elements Grandmaster did not fall. Even though he was being attacked, he still had the leisure to say, "Amazing, Che Wei, you seem to be creating a new path. These killer moves are all very creative. But it is useless, you cannot break my 5 Elements Ring's protection." Saber. Che Wei ignored 5 Elements Grandmaster. He held his saber and charged towards 5 Elements Grandmaster, continuing to fight. At the same time, in another battle, Bull Demon was attacking, while Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Tsong Yen was defending. Bull Demon's attacks were ferocious. Each of his movements created layers of phantoms. Most importantly, these phantoms often went berserk and cooperated with Bull Demon. They could often unleash unexpected powerful attacks. Every time Tsong Yen was punched, his body would shake. He specialized in Rural Path. His skin was like a tattoo, with many blue lines coiling around it. These lines were thick and thin. They crisscrossed each other like a net, firmly protecting Tsong Yen. It seems that they will not be able to get here in a short while. Yuan Cheongdu was still refining Gu, his tense heart relaxed slightly. These two from Longevity Heaven have chosen to fight in close combat. They are also restraining the power of their killer moves. They are afraid of disrupting the refinement path battle and causing my efforts to go to waste. It seems that they want to snatch Fate Gu. They also have a certain standard for Fate Gu's recovery state. Yuan Cheongdu was recruited by Celestial Court. He was naturally shrewd. He immediately analyzed some information about Longevity Heaven. Calm down, I must calm down. If I do not calm down and make a mistake, even if I have success Dao marks, it will be useless. Persevere. The Gu Immortals in the Immortal Graveyard have already awakened. Our battle strength will continue to grow, to the point where Longevity Heaven feels despair. Yuan Cheongdu was thinking this when he heard Bing Sichuan's cold laughter. Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because a Demon Venerable's killer move was attached to it. As he said this, Calamity Luck Altar was already being attacked by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. But soon, Calamity Luck Altar shined with a golden halo. Next, the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of waves. A majestic illusion of the River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck Altar. Next, the Immortal Killer move activated. Figures walked out of the River of Time one after another. The tall figure at the front saw Calamity Luck Altar being pressed to the ground by a giant bear and immediately roared. Such big bear guts, eat this old man's explosive thunder. There was a loud rumble. The giant bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into was forced back by 5 to 6 steps. His face was badly injured. It was covered in blood. Who are you? Report your name. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal charged at the tall figure. The tall figure laughed wildly. You don't even recognize me, New Air Bao Xiong? Then let me show you my explosive lightning killer move. I will blast you to pieces, and you will remember my name. Boom, boom, boom! Violent forces exploded one after another. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals that charged forward were like kites with broken strings. They flew backwards. Before they landed, they were already unconscious. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate. The second Northern Plains Gu Immortal who walked out of the Phantom River of Time said with a smile. He pointed at Calamity Luck Altar. The Time Path killer move that Calamity Luck Altar suffered was dispelled. It regained its usual speed. You actually broke my killer move. Who are you? Gu Lu, who used this move, had a dark expression. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal smiled as he looked at Gu Lu. What a coincidence, we both cultivate Time Path. Let's have a contest. As for my name, it is very ordinary. You can call me Hey Fan. Next, the third person followed Hey Fan and walked out of the Phantom River of Time. Wow! This is a huge battle. Oh heavens, I need to hide. The third Northern Plains Gu Immortal had a white face. He had a crafty expression. After saying that, he disappeared. One after another, Northern Plains Gu Immortals walked out and joined the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook intensely. New Air Bao Xiong, Hey Fan, and the vanished Lulu, they are all rank 8 experts of Northern Plains Huangjin tribes in history. What killer move is this? It can actually drag these people from the past to the present in the River of Time. This immortal killer move was too unimaginable. Fairy Myrtle felt like she was dreaming. Fairy Myrtle had doubts, but Duke Long did not. Seeing this familiar scene, Duke Long's expression froze. A scene that was deeply etched in his memory surfaced in his mind again. As the dust settled, Red Lotus was heavily injured and coughing out blood, while Duke Long stood unmoving. Red Lotus, are you still not going to attack? Even though you have Future Self, you only have rank 8 cultivation level after rebirth. Future Self is only rank 8, you are still lacking if you want to recover your immortal venerable strength. Duke Long's expression was cold as ice. The anger in his eyes burned like fire, burning Red Lotus's heart. That's right. My Future Self killer move still has some flaws, but even if it did not have any flaws, how could I attack you, Master? Red Lotus smiled bitterly. So, since the start of the battle, you have been avoiding me and not attacking me? Duke Long snickered. Red Lotus, if you really respect me, stop messing around. Accept fate's arrangements and become a Gu Venerable again. I can let bygones be bygones. Master, I understand your intentions, but you do not understand mine. Red Lotus sighed. Duke Long became even more furious. Since you do not want to attack me, but want to fulfill your wishes, are you forcing me to kill you? Of course not. Red Lotus shook his head. A smile appeared on his flawless face. Master, I have endured for so long. The killer move is finally ready. Please give me some comments. Saying so, the phantom of the river of time appeared behind him. Gu Immortal stepped on the waves and walked out. Duke Long was moved. What killer move is this? I created a killer move with 2 moves. It is called Call of the Ancient, Help from the Future. This move can summon Gu Immortals who are close to the Gu Immortal themselves from the river of time to fight. What I am using now is only the latter move. It is called Help from the Future. Red Lotus smiled. Duke Long's expression was grim. His body was shaking from anger. This move is heaven-defying. You are actually using the river of time to interfere with the normal flow of history. You have a deep demonic nature. What about your previous move? Show me all of them. No, Master. The previous move, Call of the Ancient, will appear in front of you at some point in the future. Red Lotus smiled. Chapter 1731. Celestial Court Battlefield. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Rumbling explosions reverberated continuously. Sparks flew in all directions, and intense light flashed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts fought with Celestial Court's members, Wanwadi. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud sound, the right shoulder of the black bear that was as large as a mountain exploded. Large chunks of flesh and blood flew away. The shoulder bone was also shattered. The black bear's expression froze in pain. It closed its eyes and fainted on the spot. Rumble! Next, its mountain-like body slowly fell down. With a loud sound, a huge crater was created on the ground. In the sky above its head, a Northern Plains Gu Immortal laughed loudly. My new Air Bao Xiong's killer move, Dim Lightning, is not so easy to receive. Don't rely on your transformation path stick defense. I have already killed countless transformation path Gu Immortals. Ha ha ha! He cultivated Lightning Path. He was a berserk killing god that had once dominated Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Without leaving Heaven of Longevity Heaven, when he was the first Supreme Elder of New Air Tribe, New Air Tribe was the #1 force in Northern Plains without a doubt. But New Air Bao Xiong had just finished laughing when a clear and pleasant female voice resounded. Shameless boasting, I also cultivate Transformation Path, come and kill me. Which idiot? New Air Bao Xiong had just turned his head and started speaking when he saw a red light flashing in front of him. Before he could react, he heard an explosion. Flames shot in all directions, and smoke and dust billowed. He fell from the sky, his whole body still burning with raging flames. Now save Zhang Fei Xiong! Guluru, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted as he pointed. Immediately, the black bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into shone with a bright light, temporarily protecting his life. Humph, I like killing people, not saving people. A phantom tore through the sky, diving down and quickly approaching Zhang Fei Xiong. This person was Wan Zihong. She had a seductive appearance. She cultivated Wood Path and was originally a demonic path Gu Immortal. She had a murderous nature and was recruited by Celestial Court. This Zhang Fei Xiong has some skill. Even though he fainted, his transformation has not faded. Wan Zihong's eyes flashed with caution. She did not slow down. She directly charged into Zhang Fei Xiong's right shoulder. The moment she collided, Wan Zihong suddenly scattered, turning into pink flower petals that landed on the bloody wound. The petals exuded a strong fragrance, and then flowers began to grow on the wound. The flower petals fell again, landing on the surrounding flesh. More flowers started to grow, forming a sea of flowers. Zhang Feixiong's damaged flesh and blood grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Humph! In the sky, New Air Bao Xiong's face was gloomy. His Lightning Path killer move was extremely powerful, but Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal's methods were not weak either. It was like Wan Zihong would path Dao marks that did not conflict with Fei Xiong transformation path Dao marks on. Of Gu path. It was as if Wan Zihong's would path Dao marks did not conflict with Zhang Fei Xiong's transformation path Dao marks. Nu Er Bao Xiong only took a quick glance before his opponent found a flaw. A red light flashed. Nu Er Bao Xiong was hit by a killer move again. His whole body was burning with flames. Seeing this, Nu Er Bao Xiong completely gave up on chasing Zhang Fei Xiong. He extinguished the flames and focused on the enemy. Who are you? Do Celestial Court Gu immortals hide their faces and hide? The red light in the sky had a crisp laughter. The red light itself was still moving left and right. It did not stop for a moment. Nu Er Bao Xiong could only look left and right. He could not attack. It should be Senior Zhu Ke. She cultivates fire path and transformation path. Her battle style is similar to Nu Er Bao Xiong's. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle showed joy on her face. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals woke up in the immortal graveyard. Zhu Ke was one of them. But Longevity Heaven's time path killer move is too strong. It is also summoning more people. Fairy Myrtle looked towards Calamity Luck Altar's direction. Looking at the phantom river of time in the sky, her heart shook. This is likely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move. Lord Duke Long might know something about it. Fairy Myrtle had been looking for a chance to enter the battlefield and save Duke Long. But Duke Long's location was not good. He was near Calamity Luck Altar. Under the phantom river of time, there were Northern Plains Gu immortals moving around at all times. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to go in and save him, the risk would be huge. She also had a heavy responsibility. Earlier, the two venerables appeared in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Lord Duke Long was hit by a rank 9 killer move. Even though he was restrained, his life is still safe. I still have a heavy responsibility. Firstly, I need to transfer Immortal Gu to the Gu immortals who wake up in time, and secondly, I need to protect Old Man Jingyuan. He is one of the crucial figures in this battle. Fairy Myrtle squinted her eyes, staying at the back and not moving. Before Duke Long attacked, he had instructed her to stay at the back and take charge of the situation. Clang! A golden light suddenly flashed in front of Fairy Myrtle. The golden light faded and a Northern Plains Gu immortal's figure appeared. He had dark skin and sharp eyes, emitting a sharp aura. He was an expert of Yilui tribe, Yilui Ko. He cultivated Metal Path. He was one of the strongest experts in history who walked out of the phantom river of time. Yilui Ko had stood out when he was young. He had a fierce nature and extremely sharp insight. He could often see the most crucial point of a battle. During the Imperial Court contest, he often charged alone against an enemy formation of 10,000 people, killing them in front of everyone's eyes. He was unstoppable. After becoming a Gu immortal, he plundered everywhere, attacking the weaknesses of his enemies. As a righteous path Gu immortal, he had a terrible reputation of being a demonic path Gu immortal. But this reputation changed after he cultivated to rank 8. Back then, everyone in Northern Plains Gu immortal world feared him. The condemnation and curses towards him turned into flattery on the surface, while slandering him behind his back. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. Facing Yilui Ko's gaze, she felt like a rabbit running on the plains, being targeted by a falcon in the sky. She quickly retreated, her figure vanishing among the palaces. This damn Chi Wall! Yilui Ko had an unhappy expression. He had a keen sense towards any battle. He could see through the enemy's weakness and strike at the most crucial point. This was an innate talent. But his attacks were blocked by the Chi Wall killer move that primordial origin Immortal Venerable left in Celestial Court. This Chi Wall killer move could distinguish between friend and foe. It did not pose much obstruction to Celestial Court's members. But to Longevity Heaven's side, it was like a heavenly chasm. Northern Plains Gu immortals could only move around the route that Limitless Demon Venerable created back then, and fight against Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Precisely so, the intense battles between rank 8 Gu immortals were restricted to a fixed area. Celestial Court had many important areas, like Demon Judgment Board or the Immortal Graveyard. These places were heavily protected by the Chi Wall. Northern Plains Gu immortals could not touch them. But on the battlefield, Northern Plains Gu Immortals had the clear upper hand. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals often needed to rely on the Chi wall to advance and retreat at times to maintain the battle. Our Gu Immortals have just woken up from their slumber. They do not have a complete set of Gu worms. The mortal Gu are fine, but the immortal Gu are very incomplete. They cannot display their full strength. Fairy Myrtle was very worried. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were sleeping in the immortal graveyard. All their immortal Gu were given to Celestial Court. On one hand, they needed to make full use of their resources. On the other hand, they needed Celestial Court to feed their immortal Gu. Most of these immortal Gu were used to construct immortal Gu houses. They were used to create the luxurious buildings and palaces of Celestial Court. A portion was also given to people in the lower sex to use, like Fate Armor Immortal Gu given to Feng Jioga. There were very few immortal Gu that were left and used in the treasury. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were elites and experts among rank 8s. But because they lacked immortal Gu, they could not display their full strength. Even with abundant immortal essence, they could not change the situation. In contrast, on Northern Plains' side, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move was truly amazing. It immediately countered the vast foundation that Celestial Court had accumulated over countless years. Duke Long's heart was filled with pain and anger. At this crucial moment, he could not move, he could only watch the intense battle unfold in front of him. Chapter 1732. This Call of the Ancient should be similar to Call of the Future. It does not truly summon the Gu Immortal from the future or the past to the present. It is similar to the profundity of future self, it only summons the state of a certain person in the river of time. Precisely so, these Northern Plains Gu Immortals are all in their peak condition, they have immortal essence and immortal Gu. Unraveling this move should be similar to how I unraveled Call of the Future back then. It is to shake the person using the killer move. In front of me, I just need to cripple Calamity Luck Altar, and when the damage reaches a certain level, I can interrupt Call of the Ancient. Duke Long gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. His deduction was not wrong. But unfortunately, he could not control himself. He was restricted by the rank 9 killer move. He could not use methods to communicate with others. Wow, what a beautiful scene! Another person walked out of the river of time. He had a jade-like face, he was elegant and suave. The intense battle of life and death in front of him made him feel intoxicated. He breathed in deeply, opening his arms as he said, "It seems that this is the stage for me, Dong Fan Yu. Humph, a Northern Plains barbarian will be a Northern Plains barbarian. Stop acting suave, come and fight." A Celestial Court Gu Immortal who had just obtained an immortal Gu saw Dong Fan Yu and was very unhappy. He charged over. He had the appearance of a boy. His hair was black and shiny. There was a small tip, together with his round face. His head shape was like a peach. It was very comical. But his surging aura made Dong Fan Yu's expression change. She quickly dodged. The boy's killer move did not hit. Seeing Dong Fan Yu's pathetic state, he chuckled. "Now do you know how powerful I, Whirling Boy, am?" Dong Fan Yu was furious. "My playfulness is my nature. You old monster is the one pretending. You are about to die. You are still acting so young." Whirling Boy's smile disappeared as he pounced at Dong Fan Yu again. Dong Fan Yu had only been caught off guard earlier. She was already prepared now. She attacked instead of retreating. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows and clashed fiercely. A huge chi wave assaulted another Northern Plains Gu Immortal who walked out of the river of time. What a strong wind! It almost blinded my eyes. This Northern Plains Gu Immortal had the appearance of an old farmer. His pants were rolled up, his limbs were muddy, his back was hunched, and his face was wrinkled. He had a cigarette in his mouth. Sigh, sigh. The old farmer had no killing intent, he sighed. "I am Nien Gu Immortal Gu Immortal Gu." Indeed. Nien Gu Immortal Nien known was not the strongest rank in Gu Immortal Gu. But he was the one who had the deepest influence, and brought the greatest benefits to the 22nd tribe. Gu Nien Gu Immortal Nien, God Gu Immortal Gu God Gu Immortal Tian Immortal Gu Mo Gu, Li Tu Immortal Gu, He Gu Dong. Gu Nien Immortal Nien of Gu. Gu Nien to be. A Nien of Gu Yi of Gu of immortal to of. Sir. Nien Nien. Gu of Nien of Gu Nien? The heavenly court Gu immortal smiled. I cultivate wood path and am skilled in nurturing resources. I see. The 22nd farmer smiled. The atmosphere between the two seemed to be harmonious as they talked and laughed, but in fact, they had already made their moves and were fighting each other fiercely. They were even more ruthless than the people around them. Nu Er Bao Xiong's face was solemn. He kept pushing his palms, causing countless thunderstorms. The scarlet rainbow's aura suddenly surged. It was Zhu K'er using her killer move. It immediately split into eight. 8 scarlet rainbows flew towards Nu Er Bao Xiong from 8 directions. Nu Er Bao Xiong snorted coldly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a layer of electric net flashed around him and formed a sphere to protect him. Bang bang bang, 7 scarlet rainbows smashed into the lightning net barrier, causing an intense explosion, and the remaining one was Zhu K'er's true body. It's my turn. Nu Er Bao Xiong stretched out his hand and pulled out his beard. Go! Strand after strand of beard shot out explosively like a torrential downpour, transforming into lightning spears in midair, forming a dense net of firepower that enveloped Zhu K'er. Zhu K'er gave a delicate shout, the scarlet rainbow stopped and revealed her true form. A colorful aurora rose around her as the temperature of the air rose. Seeing that the two were about to exchange killer moves, the nearby Gu immortals tacitly distanced themselves. On the ground, Wan Zihong raised her head with an envious expression, cursing in her heart. Damn it, I lack offensive immortal Gu the most, I have no offensive methods at all. To think that I would actually become a healing Gu immortal one day, Wan Zihong felt a sense of danger. Her pupils shrunk as her body flickered, turning into countless flower petals and vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, with a clang, golden light flashed. Yeluko appeared on the ground and snorted, thinking, the celestial quartz Gu immortals are truly amazing. I actually failed twice in a row. But unless you fly behind the Qi wall, you cannot escape. Saying so, he stretched out his index finger and pointed towards a direction where there was no one. A golden ball condensed at the tip of his finger. It exploded and a grand pure golden pillar shot out, causing the air to explode at an astonishing speed. He actually discovered my true body. Wan Zihong wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The pure golden pillar was already behind her. She had no choice but to turn around and face it, clenching her teeth as she defended with all her strength. Yeluko laughed sinisterly. This move was not so easy to receive. But at the next moment, his smile froze. The pure golden pillar shrunk and was completely thrown into the mouth of a Gu immortal. The Gu immortal swallowed Yeluko's powerful killer move, patting his belly as if he had not had enough. To think that I would have the chance to have a full meal right after waking up. This celestial quartz Gu immortal was very fat, his skin was white, and when he smiled, he looked very satisfied. Who are you? Yeluko's gaze was cold. Zhao Shanhe. The white fatty laughed. I won't let you kill our healing Gu immortal so easily. Yeluko did not speak, his aura rose steadily, evidently he was preparing another powerful killer move. Wan Zihong snorted angrily. I don't want to do anything like healing. If I have all of my immortal Gu, I can take on 5 at once. On the other side, several Gu immortals gathered together under Fairy Myrtle's guidance as they charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, saw this and was overjoyed. Good, it seems that Fairy Myrtle did not drop the ball at the crucial moment. She must have deduced the weakness of Call of the Ancient, so she mobilized her troops to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan had been leading Northern Plains' side. Seeing that the celestial quartz Gu immortals were charging over, he snorted coldly. Even though this Call of the Ancient killer move is strong, it can only be used once. If Celestial Court interrupts it now, it will not be able to continue. But I have already left some troops behind to defend against your attack. There were also several Northern Plains Gu immortals hiding inside Calamity Luck Altar. They flew out and blocked the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Far away, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bing Sai Chuan is not a wisdom path Gu immortal. This way, the situation is slightly stabilized. Fairy Myrtle used the most appropriate tactic. Even though Celestial Court's side was at a disadvantage, Fairy Myrtle dared to gather her troops and attack Calamity Luck Altar. This way, in order to be safe, Northern Plains' side could only gather more people to defend. The weaker Celestial Court was attacking while the stronger Northern Plains was defending. Everyone knew that the attacking side had the initiative. Thus, the Celestial Court's members had more time to breathe. Once they were injured or lost, they would retreat behind the Qi wall to recuperate. When Northern Plains' side focused on protecting Calamity Luck Altar, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals felt the pressure on them lessening. They could easily retreat to the Qi wall to recuperate. Boom! 2 time path killer moves collided. Hei Fan and Gu Luru coughed out blood as they flew backwards. Gu Luru was about to retreat to the Qi wall when a figure appeared. Die! The figure flashed and vanished. Gu Luru was only a few steps away from the Qi wall, but he fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. He had lost his life. The one who succeeded was Lu tribe's expert, Lu. This person had a crafty and cunning nature. He was called the shame of Northern Plains when he was alive. Because he never fought openly, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. He always sneaked attacks and stole. His enemies often suffered heavy losses, but could not even catch a hair of Lu. He was extremely angry. Gu Luru's death shook the Gu Immortals of both sides. Since the invasion of Longevity Heaven, this was the first casualty of Celestial Court's side. Gu Luru did not have all his Gu worms, and more importantly, as more Gu Immortals joined the battle, the intensity of the battle increased. It had already reached a certain limit. It was like a signal. Soon, the second and third victims appeared one after another. Yellowko finally succeeded and killed Wan Zihong, but he was also heavily injured by Zhao Shanhe. On Northern Plains' side, Hei Fan died. He fought too fiercely with Gu Luru, and most importantly, he did not have a good defensive killer move. He was unfortunately attacked by several Celestial Court Gu Immortals. All in all, Celestial Court naturally lost more Gu Immortals. Damn it! These Gu Immortals are the foundation of our Celestial Court. They actually died just like that. It was not worth it! Fairy Myrtle felt it was not worth it, because the other party's casualties were only a part of the killer move. When the killer move was activated again, these dead Northern Plains Gu Immortals could reappear and fight again. These Northern Plains Gu Immortals were not their true bodies. But even though Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not have much lifespan left, their lives were real. This rank 9 time path killer move should be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's handiwork. Damn it, he is too ruthless. He is completely targeting our Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was furious but also helpless. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was similarly unsightly. Because as time passed, he found that the battle strength of these Northern Plains experts that he summoned was declining, and the decline was very obvious. Soon, Fairy Myrtle also noticed this. Chapter 1733. Fairy Myrtle's analysis was not wrong. Because of Fate Gu, ancient Gu Immortals could not travel to the future, and future Gu Immortals could not travel to the present. But along with Fate Gu's damage, the restrictions on time path became much looser. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the best example. Even though it could not allow the Gu Immortal to return to the past completely, it could transmit a portion of their will. Future Self, Call of the Ancient, and Support of the Future were the same. They borrowed the state of a person from the past or the future and projected it into the present. When Fate Gu was completely repaired, these killer moves would lose their effectiveness. Fairy Myrtle knew the reason. Bing Sai Chuan naturally knew about it. But he had no choice. He could not destroy the refinement path formation, because once he did, Celestial Court's efforts in repairing Fate Gu would be ruined. Fate Gu was too damaged. Even if Longevity Heaven obtained it, it would be useless. They would have to copy Celestial Court and continue to repair it. But Bing Sai Chuan knew that Longevity Heaven did not have a deep foundation like Celestial Court. They did not have human path methods or the infallible inheritance. They could not repair Fate Gu at all. Without destroying the refinement path formation, longevity heaven could only charge through the formation and enter heaven overseeing tower to forcefully seize Fate Gu. Regarding this, Bing Sai Chuan had already sent 5 elements Grandmaster and Bull Demon. But this was already his limit. It was not that he did not want to send more troops. Northern Plains experts were continuously coming out of the River of Time's illusion. But this refinement path formation itself had its limits. This formation's purpose was to repair Fate Gu. It was not used for battle. The formation space inside could only hold 5 rank 8s at most. Any more and this refinement path grand formation would explode. Thus, Bing Sai Chuan could not send more reinforcements. Central Continent could only watch from the sidelines. The great battle that revolved around Calamity Luck Altar involved countless historical experts. The battle was extremely bitter. But most importantly, it was the battle inside the refinement path formation. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth as he assessed the situation. Even though my side is strong, we have to focus on defense. But overall, we still have the upper hand. In the worst case, I will destroy this refinement path formation. Even if I cannot take Fate Gu, I will make the Celestial Court's restoration fail completely. Neither side was willing to destroy the refinement path grand formation, but if left with no other choice, Longevity Heaven's side would still have to destroy the grand formation, and both sides would suffer heavy losses. Of course, Bing Sai Chuan led Longevity Heaven to attack Celestial Court. His main objective was to seize Fate Gu. If they destroyed the formation, they would undoubtedly fail. It's all up to us now. The Ox Devil had been aware of the battle outside. In the distance, the 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded slightly with a solemn expression. Suddenly, 5 Elements Grandmaster's body shook. His aura surged as a powerful immortal killer move shot towards his opponent Che Wei with 5-colored aurora light. Che Wei shouted as he patted his chest with both palms, activating a killer move as well. Instantly, countless huge square-shaped shields appeared in front of him. With a series of cracking sounds, these shields formed a wall that blocked the 5-colored light. Damn it! 5 Elements Grandmaster increased his strength. Under the corrosion of the 5-colored light, the shields shattered one after another. But Che Wei's defense was impenetrable. When the old shield shattered, new shields formed, quickly filling up the gap. Che Wei's defensive method was very outstanding. 5 Elements Grandmaster felt helpless against it. Inside the refinement path formation, be it Che Wei or 5 Elements Grandmaster, they had to hold back their strength. They were worried that they might destroy this refinement path formation. On the other side, the battle between the Ox Devil and Song Yan was similar. Undeniably, this was very advantageous to the defending side. What do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster transmitted to the Ox Devil. The Ox Devil only replied, "Attack, try to attract their attention." Saying so, the Ox Devil pounced at Song Yan again. The two fought fiercely. 5 Elements Grandmaster's heart jumped. The Ox Devil's words had a hidden meaning. He did not think much about it. He trusted Longevity Heaven and continued to fight with Che Wei. On the other side, Yuan Cheongdu was controlling the refinement path formation with full concentration, trying to repair Fate Gu. When no one noticed, a fresh flower floated down to heaven overseeing tower like it was drifting with the wind. The fresh flower landed in heaven overseeing tower and turned into a little girl. It was none other than the female immortal flower lady who had died earlier. Oh no, someone entered the tower! Sensing this, Yuan Cheongdu turned pale with fright. He quickly shouted a warning. He paid a huge price for this shout. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. His mind was heavily injured and split into 2, unable to fuse back together. Che Wei and Song Yan quickly retreated. They wanted to rush back to heaven overseeing tower to stop Flower Lady from getting close to Fate Gu. Too late! Ox Devil laughed loudly. He exerted strength together with 5 Elements Grandmaster, restraining these two. Che Wei and Song Yan became more panicked as they fought. They scolded Ox Devil for being shameless and despicable. He actually schemed against them. This was Ox Devil and Flower Lady's greatest secret. The two shared lifespan. Even if one died, as long as the other was still alive, they could revive for a period of time. When Flower Lady revived, she had already flown into Heaven Overseeing Tower. There were still only 5 goo immortals in the refinement path formation, thus it did not explode, it was still operating well. What do I do? Yuan Cheongdu's vision turned dark, he had a splitting headache, he was in the most difficult decision of his life. He had the refinement path formation, he could completely tamper with Fate Goo and make all of the Celestial Court's efforts go to waste. If he did not do this, he would have to watch as Fate Goo was about to be taken away by the enemy. This could preserve the restoration results, and Fate Goo could be taken back in the future. But if he could not take it back, that would be terrible, it would be like all of the Celestial Court's efforts had turned into longevity heaven. This was such a difficult decision, adding on the fact that Yuan Cheongdu's mind was heavily injured, his thinking speed fell sharply. When Flower Lady rushed to the highest floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Goo, Yuan Cheongdu had not made up his mind yet. I got it! Flower Lady's eyes shined, she stretched out her small white hand, wanting to grab Fate Goo. If she obtained it, she would definitely become the greatest contributor to this longevity heaven operation. But right at this time, on the 4 walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower, a picture of a bamboo forest appeared. What is this? Flower Lady's face was first filled with suspicion, before it turned to shock. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked down Star's own mountain, smiling bitterly in his heart. This is a chess game created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. It has the power of 2 goo immortals, and it is constantly replenished by the Celestial Court's strength. If I forcefully make a move, it would be the same as facing the joint attack of 2 venerables. Of course, this is only the method of 2 venerables, it is not a living person, it is more rigid. After I investigate it clearly, I can target it. But even if I get rid of it, it will still cause harm to the Celestial Court. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed to Limitless Demon Venerable's suggestion back then, she naturally had her considerations. It is more beneficial to the Celestial Court. I don't need to be the villain anymore. But even so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was not completely at ease. He pondered as he moved. When he raised his head, he found that he was already at the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He suddenly had no more worries, he smiled at the empty wall. I got it, I can leave behind a painting here. Unbeknownst to anyone, he painted a picture here. When he finished creating it, this painting vanished without a trace, it was completely hidden, even the Celestial Court did not have any records of it. Other than Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, everyone else was kept in the dark. 300,000 years later, this bamboo forest painting that no one knew about appeared in front of Flower Lady. Flower Lady's hand was less than an inch away from Fate Goo, but this distance was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Flower Lady's body floated in the air, she could not move. Her gaze was also filled with confusion, she only took a glance at this bamboo forest painting before she fell into layers of illusions. The bamboo forest was deep, she was the only one left, she was lost and could not walk out. Flower Lady was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. A gust of wind blew, the bamboo leaves swayed, jade green light shrouded Flower Lady. Flower Lady, who was in the bamboo forest, felt her world spinning, she fell unconscious. But the bamboo forest painting did not stop or disappear, the jade bamboos on the wall continued to sway, it was as if the wind was getting stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At once, the immortals who were fighting could hear the sound of wind. On the wall, leaves that looked like they were made of jade were falling from the bamboo forest, it was a beautiful scene. This non-existent wind not only passed through the refinement path formation, it was transmitted to the immortals' ears, it even entered Duke Long's mind. Instantly, Duke Long fell into an illusion as well. He was sprawled on the soft ground, there were thick jade bamboos around him. Wind was blowing, the bamboo leaves were falling gracefully like jade. Duke Long's treatment was completely different from Flower Lady. He did not feel anything wrong, his thoughts became extremely clear. At this moment, he felt the pure power and profundity of Wood Path. He felt the shade of the bamboo forest, he felt the pressure of the trees, he felt the grass burrowing out of the soil, he felt the power of youth and growth. Then, like grass and trees growing, his limbs surged with new strength. With this new strength, Duke Long supported himself and slowly stood up in the bamboo forest. In a daze, he seemed to see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He had the appearance of a young man, he was cultured and elegant, he wore a green robe with a white belt on his head, his black hair was let down. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable smiled as he walked past Duke Long leisurely. The wind was like his words. Love is on the left, compassion is on the right, walking on the two sides of life, sowing seeds at any time, blooming at any time, decorating this long path with the fragrance of flowers. Even when walking through the branches and leaves, they will not feel pain, they will shed tears, but they will not feel sorrow. Saying this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already walked deep into the bamboo forest. You are Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Duke Long turned around. He could only see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's figure slowly vanishing into the bamboo forest. Only his words were left. Remember, this move is called piercing branches and leaves. At the next moment, Duke Long woke up. He noticed to his astonishment that he'd already stood up, whereas the silver chains that had once tightly bound him had already transformed into numerous bamboo leaves that drifted down to the ground. These bamboo leaves looked like they were made of jade. Chapter 1734. At once, Duke Long understood, this was a Genesis Lotus true inheritance. He could clearly feel that his woodpath attainment level had risen to an extremely high level. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding this woodpath killer move piercing branches and leaves were deeply engraved in his mind. Rather than calling that bamboo forest an illusion, it was more like a mental state. And piercing branches and leaves killer move's power was to free the Gu Immortal, removing the harmful restraints on them. This is truly pathetic. Duke Long smiled bitterly in self-mockery. He felt the power of a venerable once again. In fact, he had a deep understanding of the two venerables' chess game in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This chess game had endless power. It was one with Celestial Court, continuously absorbing the strength of Celestial Court. This was the product of the mysterious agreement between star constellations Will and Limitless Demon Venerable. Because of the power of two venerables, it was very difficult to resist them with just one venerable's strength. However, the silver chains that bound Duke Long was only a chess piece in this chess game. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's piercing branches and leaves killer move could help Duke Long get rid of this restriction. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable put in a lot of effort. It is truly a pity that this woodpath true inheritance was given to me. Duke Long sighed, calming his emotions. His dragon pupils moved. He raised his head and looked at Calamity Luck Altar not far away. Calamity Luck Altar's huge body occupied most of Duke Long's vision. When Duke Long was bound, he was near Calamity Luck Altar. Now that he regained his freedom and stood up, he was naturally not far away from Calamity Luck Altar. Deep breaths. The surrounding sounds of battle, explosions, and shouts became softer and softer in his mind. When he was bound, Duke Long was filled with grief, anger, self-blame, and hatred. Now that he regained his freedom, these surging emotions were like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, about to erupt. Unknowingly, all the Gu immortals in the battle felt the calm before the storm. Huff, huff. Duke Long primarily cultivated Chi Path. He also cultivated Transformation Path. Every breath he took in a vast amount of air, creating a huge commotion. Moreover, this kind of momentum even vaguely affected the stability of the air wall in the distance. Behind Duke Long, his dragon tail swayed slightly. His dragon claws and dragon horns rippled with a layer of purplish golden light. He was indescribably noble and inviolable. Wisps of dust were stirred up in the surrounding air, as if they were suffused with a similar layer of purple-gold splendor. A peerlessly terrifying aura slowly rose from his body. He was like a giant beast that had once split the heavens and earth apart, and had been in a deep slumber for countless years. At this moment, he was gradually awakening. Countless eyes quickly focused on Duke Long. Damn it! Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Hanako was in a coma, and Duke Long was free. Longevity Heaven had suffered the biggest setback in its history. Within the refinement path formation, Bull Demon and Five Elements Grandmaster also had a bad premonition. They charged forward with all their might. However, Che Wei and Song Yan defended with all their might, not giving the enemy any chance to break through. In the depths of the refinement path formation, Yuan Cheong-du coughed out blood as he struggled to maintain the refinement path formation's operation. He was already prepared to die. Bing Sai-chuan thought of a plan. The situation was turning for the worse. Cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He had already used up all his trump cards. He could not ask Limitless Demon Venerable to turn around again. In fact, earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around. His attitude had already shown everything. Duke Long's aura rose to its peak, becoming grand and overwhelming. Even though he did not make any movements, he had already attracted the attention of everyone in the battlefield. He is Lord Duke Long? Celestial Court Gu immortals looked at him with admiration and reverence. Duke Long's seniority was quite high. But there were people who had higher seniority than Duke Long. An elderly Gu immortal did not recognize Duke Long. He is one of us? Lord Duke Long is finally free. Fairy Myrtle was extremely excited. She observed the situation. She was clear that in the current celestial court, Duke Long was undoubtedly the strongest expert. He broke free from his shackles and regained his freedom. He stood up again at the right time. No, more accurately, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements were too precise. Thinking of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel reverence. An unbelievable method! After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Heaven Overseeing Tower had been repaired and modified many times. Many goo worms had been replaced. Especially in the last decade or so, it was heavily damaged and repaired several times. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is still perfectly preserved. It is hidden so perfectly that no one can discover it. His immortal killer move was hidden in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower is the #1 investigative immortal goo house, but it was not discovered at all. And even more amazing is that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's immortal killer move has never interfered with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Don't tell me that rumor is true? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable really created Painting Path? According to the rumors, the greatest advantage and specialty of Painting Path is that it can perfectly avoid the effects of other immortals, immortal goo, and killer moves. This is similar to the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body. Fairy Myrtle could only guess. The 10 Venerables were at the peak of goo cultivation history. They were the brightest stars in the world. They were extremely dazzling. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Wisdom Path, he had already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. He had comprehended the profundity of transformations. His foreshadowing influenced the future. And most importantly, this foreshadowing appeared at the right time. His grasp of timing was truly impeccable. Bing Sai-chuan was extremely nervous. He ordered, "Defend against Duke Long!" Even without his reminder, all of the Northern Plains goo immortals could see the threat that Duke Long posed. After Duke Long's aura reached its peak, it actually started to retract. It was like someone putting away their raised fist. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This gave Northern Plains side an extremely heavy mental pressure. Kill! A Northern Plains man shouted loudly, charging towards Duke Long. The second Northern Plains goo immortal was silent. He followed behind the strong man, charging forward while protecting him. "No, let me fight you!" A third Northern Plains expert suddenly charged out. He was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Duke Long first. Duke Long had a calm expression. He stood on the spot without moving, like a statue. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded. A beautiful purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed in the sky. When the goo immortals wanted to see it clearly, they could only see the afterimages of the purple-gold dragon chi. The Northern Plains expert who arrived in front of Duke Long stopped moving. He lowered his head. He had a look of disbelief as he saw the huge hole in his chest. Through this hole, he could see the sky behind him. Guh. At the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Small dragon-shaped chi emerged from his body again. Bam! With a muffled sound, he self-detonated. Turning into a lump of blood, he died on the spot. He was a famous expert in northern plains, but he could not block one attack from Duke Long. How can this be? Seeing this, the two northern plains Gu immortals who wanted to attack Duke Long turned pale with fright. What are you looking at? Duke Long's plain voice came from behind them. Oh no! The two northern plains experts quickly activated their strongest defenses. They did not think much. This acute awareness that was deeply rooted in their bones saved their lives. At the next moment, Duke Long's two ferocious dragon claws slashed down. The defense of the two northern plains experts was instantly shattered. They were like two meteors that crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. With a loud explosion, the floor tiles were sent flying, smoke and dust rose. The two celestial court experts fainted at the bottom of the crater. Duke Long's attack was truly earth-shattering. In an instant, one died and two were injured. Longevity Heaven's side lost 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. Terrifying! At once, Duke Long's battle strength made the celestial court's side stunned. The old man who did not know Duke Long was even more surprised. After I died, there was actually such a talented junior? He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He is also a Tao Guardian. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal explained. The Celestial Court old man realized. Oh, no wonder. In history, as long as a Venerable's Tao Guardian matured, they would be the number 1 battle strength below the Venerable. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But no matter what, these Tao Guardians played an important role in the growth of a Venerable. He's coming! Bing Sai Chuan breathed in deeply, fully concentrating. After Duke Long defeated the 3, he charged towards Calamity Luck Altar with a ferocious aura that made people's hearts tremble. At this moment, Bing Sai Chuan suddenly felt that even the sturdy Calamity Luck Altar was showing signs of weakness. Protect me! Bing Sai Chuan shouted. Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals quickly returned. Duke Long's actions were like poking a hornet's nest. A large number of Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals attacked from both sides, forming a huge encirclement. Countless immortal killer moves flew towards Duke Long. They were like dazzling fireworks that contained a fatal threat. Purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed again. Duke Long vanished far away, causing many killer moves to miss. The remaining killer moves changed directions under the guidance of the Gu Immortals. Duke Long appeared again, showing disdain towards the incoming killer moves. Open! He shouted, using a chi path killer move this time. Surging chi waves surged in all directions, repelling all killer moves and clearing the surroundings. Several Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals had no choice but to attack Duke Long. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my killer move. Duke Long smiled sinisterly. 2 more Longevity Heaven Gu Immortals died. Duke Long continued to charge towards Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sai Chuan. It had to retreat rapidly. Duke Long chased after them. No matter which Northern Plains expert he faced, he tore through their defenses with ease. Of course, if the killer moves were too powerful, he would evade them. Shock flashed across Bing Sai Chuan's eyes. Impossible! How can Duke Long become so strong in such a short time? Is this Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method as well? He had guessed wrong on this point. Duke Long's strength came from himself. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As his lifespan decreased, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand gave him a terrifying amplification. This amplification covered all aspects. Duke Long was unprecedentedly strong. His battle strength was rising at every moment. Chapter 1735. The killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, made Duke Long stronger with every breath of time. Looking at the illusion of the river of time in the sky, Duke Long's eyes shined with a complex light. He sighed lightly. O Red Lotus, I have seen your call of the ancients and future successors. Now, I will show you my heavenly dragon's last stand. Duke Long's words made the Northern Plains experts furious. He clearly did not care about the Northern Plains immortals, he only had eyes for Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Northern Plains experts were all famous figures in history, they had their own pride and arrogance. But they could not refute Duke Long's words. Because they were here because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Old man, you talk too much. Don't look down on us. Have a taste of my power. Several Northern Plains rank 8s pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. At the next moment, a dragon roared as purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flickered continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the loud explosions, Duke Long charged left and right under the encirclement of the Northern Plains Goo Immortals. No one could stop him. In contrast, the Northern Plains experts were being slaughtered by him. The number of casualties increased rapidly. Faster, faster, faster. Duke Long was too fast. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals could not stop him in a short time. Any strong killer move needed time to prepare. Moreover, Duke Long's attention was on Calamity Luck Altar. He did not bother with the Northern Plains Goo Immortals who tried to stop him. Stop him! Duke Long, don't even think of leaving, fight me if you dare! We must stop him! The purple-gold dragon chi flashed. The battlefield became silent. Bing Sai Chuan raised his head. Duke Long had finally reached Calamity Luck Altar. His merciless dragon eyes looked down at this Luck Path rank 8 immortal Goo house below him. Oh no! Cold sweat dripped down Bing Sai Chuan's forehead. At the next moment, Duke Long roared as he used his Chi Path killer move again. Myriad chi surged, heaven and earth changed color. Immortal killer move, chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Goo Immortals shook intensely, they felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Many killer moves crumbled, the Northern Plains experts chasing after Duke Long fell to the ground like dumplings thrown into water. All things were silent, and the universe was silent. Creak, creak, Calamity Luck Altar operated with difficulty. The faint golden light resisted chi engulfing mountains and rivers. This Luck Path rank 8 immortal Goo house could not fly anymore, it was suppressed to the ground by Duke Long. At once, Duke Long became the main character of the battlefield. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals looked at him with shock, and joy. He single-handedly suppressed the entire battle situation. Even though the Northern Plains Immortals were strong, their arrogant heads were forcefully pressed down by Duke Long. Damn it! This chi engulfing mountains and rivers killer move, Duke Long had once used it in Eastern Sea. But now, this killer move's power has increased by more than 10 times. Bing Sai Chuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's strength was too abnormal, it was beyond his bottom line. This damn old man is quite strong. It seems that I will have to deal with him. Far away, Mao Li Chiu and its clone had been suppressing the two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court. Seeing Duke Long's power, Mao Li Chiu gritted its teeth and wanted to reinforce them. You want to leave? No way! The immemorial green jade crane screamed. It activated an immortal killer move and attacked Mao Li Chiu's clone. Stop right there! Shabby 95 grabbed Mao Li Chiu's right hind leg and bit it. These two fools! Mao Li Chiu was furious. It was helpless to find that it was being held back by these two fools. The two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court might not be able to fight head-on battles, but they were able to fight head-on battles. They were getting more and more powerful. Duke Long's strength was too inspiring, it had already ignited the fighting spirit of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Open! Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shined with bright light, it slowly rose up with determination. Next, the Northern Plains experts who had fallen to the ground also used their killer moves against Duke Long. Even though Duke Long was strong, he could only suppress them for a while. After all, he was not only facing the rank 8 immortal Goo house created by Giant Sun Immortal, there were also the Huang Jin tribe's experts in Northern Plains history. Go help Duke Long! Let longevity heaven pay the price in blood! How can the dignity of Celestial Court be offended? The Celestial Court's immortals reacted, they attacked like a tidal wave, reinforcing Duke Long. The Northern Plains experts had no choice but to split up a portion to defend against the Celestial Court's attacks. Meanwhile, the inner circle was to encircle and suppress Duke Long with all their strength. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank. Duke Long was standing firm in the inner circle, he had the upper hand, while the Northern Plains Gu immortals at the outer circle were far fewer than Celestial Court's side, they were also losing ground. Bing Sai Chuan understood, if not for the Venerable's help, Longevity Heaven's attack would have failed already. Their goal was to snatch Fate Gu, but now, they could not even protect themselves, how could they snatch it? In fact, Longevity Heaven's side was just a step away from success at a certain point in time. The problem was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Longevity Heaven's plan failed. Even though Longevity Heaven failed, your Celestial Court might not succeed either. Bing Sai Chuan's eyes shined with a cold light. He gave the order, destroy the Refinement Path formation. Since he could not snatch Fate Gu or destroy Fate Gu, he would make sure that Celestial Court's restoration failed as well. Only then would this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention not be the last. Celestial Court would hold it again to continue repairing Fate Gu. This way, the other 4 regions would have a chance to catch their breath. But if that was the case, in the future Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Celestial Court would be even more vigilant. Longevity Heaven would not have the chance to attack again. But he had no choice, the situation forced Bing Sai Chuan to make this choice. Okay. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster received the order, they immediately attacked the Refinement Path formation around them. Guh. Song Yen coughed out a mouthful of blood, his expression turned pale. But he showed a smile on his face. Humph, why do you think Lady Fairy Myrtle arranged for me to guard the formation? It is to prevent you from doing anything out of desperation. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned. They found that their attacks on the Refinement Path formation were all taken by Song Yen alone. This was Song Yan's unique rule path method, he could shift the damage to himself. How can we destroy the formation? With us here, don't even think of succeeding. Outside the Refinement Path formation, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals formed layers of defense, blocking the Northern Plains experts' attacks. Bing Sai Chuan changed his target and tried to destroy the Refinement Path formation. He was also attacking the enemy's weakness. Celestial Court had no choice but to defend the Refinement Path formation to the death. This way, both sides attacked and defended, they were in a stalemate. On Celestial Court's side, most of its members defended the Refinement Path formation, while Duke Long attacked Calamity Luck Altar alone. On Northern Plains' side, they defended Calamity Luck Altar while attacking the Refinement Path formation. Even though Duke Long was being attacked by many Northern Plains experts, he still had the strength to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar endured Duke Long's attacks again and again, but it still remained standing. It showed the immense defense of this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. In fact, Calamity Luck Altar's methods were not limited to this, it still had the potential to retaliate against Duke Long. But currently, Calamity Luck Altar's main goal was to maintain Call of the Ancient. If it used its other methods, this Call of the Ancient would be interrupted. In the end, Call of the Ancient was a time path killer move, it was incompatible with Calamity Luck Altar's own methods. If it had the painting path method that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable displayed earlier, the situation would not be so awkward. Bing Sai Chuan was clear, once Call of the Ancient was interrupted, the situation would turn for the worse. Only by maintaining this killer move could they resist the awakening members of Celestial Court. As time passed, the battle became more intense, more and more Gu Immortals died. Duke Long's attacks from time to time caused Bing Sai Chuan's heart to shake. He did not know how long Calamity Luck Altar could last, at the next moment, Call of the Ancient might be interrupted. If that happened, then Longevity Heaven would definitely suffer a huge loss. Even though both sides were attacking and defending, Duke Long's explosive power had already changed the situation. Celestial Court had a slight upper hand while Longevity Heaven's side was at a disadvantage. Boom! A lightning path killer move landed on Duke Long's back. But Duke Long's body did not even tremble, The dust on his back dispersed, revealing his broad back. His back was already covered in purple gold dragon scales. Following the effects of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long's body became larger and larger. It had already expanded to twice its original size. His dragon claws became sharper and sharper. His dragon tail became longer and stronger. His dragon horn was originally only a short segment, but now it was growing rapidly. It was already the size of an adult deer's horn. It was like a crown on his head. It was incomparably noble and majestic. At every moment, Duke Long was getting stronger. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan and the Northern Plains Gu immortals who fought with him could feel it deeply. "This is a monster," a Northern Plains expert said hatefully. "Monster? Ha ha ha, we 7 Big Dipper immortals love to deal with monsters." Right at this time, from the illusion of the River of Time, 7 Gu immortals walked out. "Ah, it's them." Bing Sai Chuan saw this and was surprised and joyful. These 7 Big Dipper immortals came from the Huangjin tribes. There were 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s. They were people of the same era in Northern Plains history. During their era, legendary immemorial desolate beasts rampaged, causing the righteous path to suffer huge losses year after year. Thus, the Huangjin tribes gathered together and selected 7 people to train in the ancient battle formation, spending years to quell the rebellions, capturing immemorial desolate beasts and suppressing legendary desolate beasts, restoring peace to the super forces of Northern Plains. Ancient battle formation, 7 extreme desolation. In an instant, the 7 Gu immortals turned into a black gold giant with 3 heads and 4 arms. A huge metal wheel floated behind it. Immortal killer move, Wing Blade. The black gold giant's right arm was like a blade, creating a huge phantom blade light that slashed towards Duke Long. Chapter 1736. Wing Blade had a great reputation. It was the publicly recognized #1 offensive method in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. It could even split the winds of assimilation. One could imagine its terrifying power. He dodged it. The purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed. Duke Long suddenly appeared far away with a bewildered expression. Ah! At the next moment, he saw the dragon horn on his forehead slowly falling to the ground in front of him. At the crucial moment, Duke Long barely dodged the wing blade, but his right dragon horn was cut in half. Duke Long was moved. At this time, the black gold giant hooked its arm at Duke Long immortal killer move, immortal binding rope. This was the publicly recognized #1 capturing method in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. A purple gold rope appeared on Duke Long's body, coiling around his waist 3 times as he was pulled towards the black gold giant. Immortal killer move, Wing Blade. The black gold giant raised its right arm, targeting Duke Long again as it used its ultimate killer move. Duke Long gritted his teeth as he shouted. His body shook violently as he broke free from the immortal binding rope, retreating rapidly and dodging the winged blade. The black gold giant wanted to restrain Duke Long again, but Duke Long retreated rapidly as he spat out 2 sharp dragon fangs. The dragon fangs flew out of his mouth and expanded. They were like 2 peerless scimitars, flying and protecting him. It was immortal killer move, spiraling dragon fangs. Spiraling dragon fangs were offensive killer moves, but Duke Long used them for defense. The black gold giant's 7 extreme desolations immortal binding rope was powerful, but once it trapped Duke Long, it would be cut in half by the spiraling dragon fangs. Bing Sai Chuan saw this, feeling bewildered and regretful. The original spiraling dragon fangs were only the size of an arm. To think that they are 2 doors now. What method did Duke Long use to raise the power of his immortal killer move to such an absurd level? A pity about 7 extreme desolation. Now that Fate Gu is close to completion, Call of the Ancient's power has fallen by a lot. If it was at its original level, Duke Long would have been heavily injured by that attack. 7 Extreme Desolation was an ancient battle formation. It was made up of 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7 Gu immortal experts. Each of them was an outstanding expert of the Huangjin tribes of the past. They were famous in Northern Plains. What was even rarer was that the immortal killer moves they had were the signature methods of their respective tribes. For example, Chan Yu tribe's winged blade, or Yi Lui tribe's immortal binding rope. With 7 extreme desolations protection, Duke Long's attacks were obstructed, the situation was in a deadlock again. Calamity Luck Altar was temporarily safe, but Longevity Heaven could not destroy Heavenly Court's refinement path formation no matter what. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had 3 layers of defense and 3 layers of defense. Northern Plains experts' methods could not even get close to the formation, not to mention charging in. In 1 Gu Gu 1 1, Gu, Gu of Gu and 2 1 1 1 1 Gu. It looks like a stalemate on the surface, but the initiative has already changed hands. If this goes on, Heavenly Court will definitely gain control of the situation. Bing Sichuan had a cold expression, but his eyes were still burning with fighting spirit. Northern Plains Gu Immortals loved to fight, they had fought countless battles in their lives, they far surpassed the other 4 regions. Bing Sichuan was a rank 8-time Path Great expert, it was even more so. He had experienced countless dangers and battles in his life. Even though the situation was getting more dangerous, it could not shake his fighting spirit. He was trying to find a way out. Invading Celestial Court is my Longevity Heaven's plan. We have thought about it and have countermeasures. Now, we can only contact Fan Yuan and the rest and attack from the outside world. Bing Sichuan immediately contacted Fan Yuan and the rest, giving orders. Luck Path Method again, they are contacting the outside world. Once Bing Sichuan made a move, several members of Celestial Court sensed it. Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly. The highest profundity of Luck Path had always been in the hands of Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court could not stop Bing Sichuan's method. Emperor City. Fan Yuan had already used Yama Emperor's killer move, flying around in the sky. Intense winds blew past his ears. Li Huang and Qin Yi in his vision were like a ball of fire, a black light chasing after Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan pointed as countless Yama seeds flew out, obstructing Li Huang and Qin Yi. Next, he charged towards the nearest Immortal Gu house. The Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu house turned pale with fright, they quickly retreated. Fanjing, quickly use that move! A Gu Immortal shouted. Guyue Fanjing was inside the Immortal Gu house, he immediately took action. The Immortal Gu house shot out a blood-red light that pushed it forward, increasing its speed by several times. Fan Yuan missed. Using this chance, Li Huang and Qin Yi attacked again, fighting against Fan Yuan. Western Desert's Gu Immortals could not stand it, someone sneered. This is clearly a blood path method. The Great Celestial Court is of the righteous path. They are actually using a blood path killer move in front of everyone. Bullshit. The means of Zhongzhou's state are unimaginable and have thousands of changes. How can a layman like you comprehend them? Western Desert scoundrel, you covet our central continent's riches, you even slander our righteous path. This is unforgivable. How could the central continent Gu Immortals admit defeat, even though most of them knew about Fangjing's blood path methods? Damn it! Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. Li Huang and Qin Yi's fight made him feel like he was stuck in a swamp. In this situation, his best method was Great Thief Ghost Hand. He could use this move to destroy most of the Immortal Gu houses on Celestial Court's side. But Li Huang and Qin Yi were fighting with all their strength, he could not find a chance to use it. And Western Desert's side was also very wary of him, they did not want to cooperate. Even though Fang Clan had colluded with Fan Yuan in the past, in this situation where everyone was watching, how could they dare to cooperate with Fan Yuan? Fang Clan obtained Divine Bean Palace several years ago. Western Desert's righteous path joined forces to create trouble for them. They had been living with their tails between their legs. Using the opportunity of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they finally reached an agreement with Western Desert's righteous path forces. If they cooperated with Fan Yuan now, they would be giving Western Desert's righteous path a new weakness. When they return, they would be pressured by Western Desert's righteous path forces again. This is not good, the final competition is probably coming to an end. Fan Yuan had participated in the Refinement Path Convention, he was familiar with the situation. Most importantly, why are those fools from Longevity Heaven not making a move yet? At this time, Bing Sichuan contacted Fan Yuan. Towards Fan Yuan, he would not use a commanding tone, But Bing Sichuan knew how to convince Fan Yuan. He told Fan Yuan everything about Longevity Heaven's invasion of Celestial Court. This was the truth, it could withstand any kind of scrutiny. Bing Sichuan did not hide or fake it, because he knew about Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment. These damned fools! Fan Yuan learned of everything that happened in Celestial Court. His eyes shined with sharp light, he gritted his teeth. He used Longevity Heaven to treat Bing Sichuan and the rest as chess pieces. Wasn't Bing Sichuan the same as well? Longevity Heaven had its own benefits. It confessed the situation now because it wanted Fan Yuan to stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. Inside Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven could only maintain the situation and delay the experts of Celestial Court. They could no longer advance. But as long as Fan Yuan destroyed Emperor City and ruined the final competition, Celestial Court's human path methods would stop. They would no longer be able to extract success Dao marks from infallible blessed land. Without success Dao marks, how could Yuan Qiongdu dare to repair Fate Gu? This was the only chance of victory now. Taking a deep breath, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a bone-chilling cold light. Even though he knew that Longevity Heaven was making use of him, such an overt scheme was for his own benefits, he had to do it. Activating an immortal killer move, Fan Yuan moved like a phantom, moving around the battlefield with shocking speed. Everywhere he went, Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses evaded him rapidly. Because of Fan Yuan's existence, Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses would often fall into chaos. Unfortunately, at such times, Western Desert's immortal Gu houses would be heavily guarded by Celestial Court. Western Desert's Gu immortals did not have the spirit to fight to the death. They could not charge in. Li Huang and Qin Yi charged forward again, trying to hold back Fan Yuan. In the past, Fan Yuan would be forced to fight Li Huang and Qin Yi at this time. Celestial Court's defensive line would have time to adjust. But now, it was different. Fan Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial year monkey again. Immortal Killer Move, Spring Scissors. Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. Be it Spring Scissors or Summer Fan, Fan Yuan attacked Emperor City below. This scene made Li Huang and Qin Yi pale with fright. Be careful, old demon Fan Yuan is going all out. Quickly stop him. Li Huang and Qin Yi's killer moves landed on Fan Yuan's body. Winter Coat Killer Move resisted them with difficulty. His rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. The immortal Gu houses panicked. They used their bodies to block the attacks and protect Emperor City. Using this chance, Western Desert's immortal Gu houses attacked. Fan Yuan ignored everything else. He used killer moves continuously, only attacking Emperor City. Winter Coat Killer Move could not hold on any longer. It broke with a crack. Fan Yuan's bones were fractured and his blood splattered. Fan Yuan endured it forcefully, ignoring the damage to his core immortal Gu and his own injuries. He activated Winter Coat Killer Move again. But Winter Coat's core immortal Gu was already damaged. Now that it was activated, its defensive power was far weaker than before. It was broken again and again under the continuous attacks. Eventually, immortal Gu Winter Injury was too severe to recover. It was destroyed. Fan Yuan could not use Winter Coat anymore. He lost his main defensive method. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey's body was extremely strong to begin with. Fan Yuan used all sorts of time path methods. It was better than nothing. Fan Yuan's disregard for his own safety had many effects. Emperor City was on the verge of collapse. The Gu masters who were participating in the competition were disrupted and failed. What is going on? The whole city is shaking. The Gu masters were shocked and uncertain. The central continent Gu immortals inside Emperor City made their moves. Protect these Gu masters. Don't let them lose their lives. These people are blessed by central continent's human path luck. They are people with great fortune. If many of them die, our luck will not be able to resist old demon Fan Yuan. It turned out that the Celestial Court's arrangements were also based on luck. Even though the Celestial Court did not have much confidence in luck path, they could use this stupid method to negate Fan Yuan's advantage in luck path. Battle opportunity. Fan Clan Immortals, the supreme battle achievement is right in front of us. Within the immortal Gu House Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortals shouted with bright eyes. Kill! Under the control of Fang Clan's Gu immortal, Chicken Dog Coop flew close to the ground as it crashed towards Emperor City. The attention of the Celestial Court's side was almost completely attracted by Fang Yuan. If Chicken Dog Coop used an immortal killer move, it would be detected and delayed, Celestial Court would return to defend, they would lose their chance. But at this moment, Chicken Dog Coop abandoned all methods and crashed towards them directly, using time to its limit. Oh no! Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the rest were pale with fright. Undoubtedly, Chicken Dog Coop's timing was too perfect. At this moment, the Celestial Court could only watch as it crashed towards Emperor City. Even though they had a few immortal killer moves, because of the short preparation time, they did not have enough power. They could not stop Chicken Dog Co-op closer, even closer. The Gu Masters in Emperor City were still in a daze, while Li Huang and the other Gu immortals had expressions of despair. The fatal blow was at this moment. Chapter 1737. Celestial Court Battlefield. The front lines were in full swing. Duke Long led the Celestial Court Immortals to fight against Northern Plains forces. But the rear was very quiet because of the Qi Wall. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of the overall situation. She paid attention to all aspects. Seeing that Chicken Dog Coop was about to crash into Emperor City, Fairy Myrtle's heart tightened. Senior Xingyuan, quickly save Emperor City! She instantly made a decision. She shouted with a trace of nervousness on her face. Old man Xingyuan nodded. Fairy, don't worry, I have accumulated enough human will. My mission is about to be completed. Open! At once, Old man Xingyuan's body shook intensely. Immortal essence surged as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He cultivated human path, but he was only rank 7. The human path method left behind as a key to open the immortal aperture was barely enough. To him, every time it happened, it was a pain that surpassed his limits. But old man Xingyuan did not show any trace of bitterness. Right now, he had the blissful radiance of a martyr on his face. After the killer moved people's united hearts, the human path method left behind by an immortal venerable was activated again. Emperor City Battlefield. Crush them all! Fang Clan's Gu immortals laughed loudly with malevolent expressions. In their vision, Emperor City was getting closer and closer. As long as they destroyed it, it would be a shocking battle achievement. Not only would the Gu immortals become famous in the 5 regions, the whole of Fang Clan would benefit from this. Their reputation would soar and they would become the role model of Northern Plains' righteous path forces. Good! Fan Yuan saw this and cheered internally. He had a premonition that as long as this collision succeeded, it would be of great benefit to him in the unseen world. Fan Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he had a keen sense of this. But his luck path attainment level was not high enough, he did not immediately sense the benefits of luck path. But right at this time, a change occurred. A misty white light flashed above Emperor City. This white light appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. For some reason, Chicken Dog Coop's ferocious aura vanished completely. Even though it was still charging forward, it could no longer intimidate people. For example, the Chicken Dog Coop was like a battleship that rode the winds and waves. Now, it was like a broken boat that had no one steering it, drifting along with the waves. Then, under the astonished gazes of the immortals, the Chicken Dog Coop began to collapse and collapse. Countless fragments scattered with the wind. It continued to disintegrate, like an old house that had experienced countless years of torment, and finally died of old age. Under the strong winds, it was being dismantled piece by piece. A large number of goo worms fluttered in the air, and at the same time, even more goo worm corpses fell to the ground. A moment ago, Fang Clan's Gu immortals, who had high morale and were ready to tear heaven and earth apart, did not move at all. Even the other Fang Clan Gu immortals were shouting at this moment. A bad feeling enveloped Fang Clan's Gu immortals. Soon, their feelings were confirmed. From the destroyed Chicken Dog Coop, corpses fell down one after another. They were the Fang Clan Gu immortals who were still alive and well a moment ago. How could this be? Fang Clan's Gu immortals gasped. They called out the names of these Fang Clan Gu immortals, but there was no response. What killer move is this? With just one attack, the entire immortal Gu house was destroyed. None of the Gu immortals inside survived. Even Fan Yuan's expression changed in shock. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never seen such a scene. This was the foundation of Central Continent's celestial court. It was forced out by Fan Yuan and the Western Desert Gu immortals. After all, in Fan Yuan's previous life, spectral soul demon Venerable succeeded in defying heaven and infiltrated the depths of celestial court. Such a huge battle did not occur. Of course, it could also be that Fan Yuan's memories had some problems. After all, he had once been manipulated by Providence and became a pawn. He had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive many times. His 500 years of memories were not reliable. This is an immortal killer move, broken family and death. Li Huang's eyes shined. He was extremely excited. He looked towards the direction of heaven, thinking, "It seems that over there, human will has already been accumulated." Realizing this, Li Huang's heart was filled with boundless confidence. His roar echoed in the silent battlefield. "My fellow comrades, what are you waiting for? Celestial Court has already made a move. It is time for us to counterattack. That's right, let these invaders have a taste of Central Continent's might," Qin Yi added. At the next moment, countless white lights started to shine in the vast Central Continent. These white lights were like dots and lumps of candlelight. There were billions and billions of them. They were like large dandelions, drifting with the wind and slowly rising, gradually filling the sky. What killer move is this? The Western Desert Gu immortals were uncertain. Fan Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor, and used a soul path killer move to defend himself. Now that the winter armor was broken, Fan Yuan could only rely on another soul path defensive method. He was in the middle of a sky full of white spots of light. This scene also made him lack confidence. He probed carefully. But these white lights could not retaliate. They were like illusory shadows. Fan Yuan's probing had no effect on them. Even though this immortal killer move was grand and vast, encompassing the whole of Central Continent, it did not have any offensive power. Next, these white lights were like fishes or birds returning to their nests. They gathered and attached themselves to the Central Continent Gu immortals. The white lights on the Central Continent Gu immortals increased, but they were not bright. The light was warm and gentle. It was not blinding. This scene didn't just occur in the battlefield of Imperial Emperor City. It occurred in the battlefield of the Heavenly Court, the battlefield of Infallible, and various other corners of the world. This was the human path killer move, hope of the people. The unity of the people, the destruction of the family, this was primordial origin Immortal Venerable's human path method. And hope of the people and the following move were the results of star constellation Immortal Venerable's exploration of human path. Within Celestial Court, Old Man Jingyuan shouted again. Human path killer move, heroes among people. The white lights on the Central Continent Gu immortals started to weaken, while the auras of the Gu immortals rose rapidly. Their auras have changed, what is going on? Seeing this, the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions were shocked and uncertain. So strong, such strength! The Central Continent Gu immortals had a wondrous feeling. A brand new strength was surging in their bodies. This strength was so vast and surging, it was like a surging tidal wave that charged at their hearts and moved towards their limbs. All of their fatigue was swept away. Their minds were extremely clear, intense battle intent surged. This was especially evident on Li Huang, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Yi. Retreat! Hurry up and retreat! Stop attacking! Observe the situation first. Western Desert's immortal Gu houses retreated continuously. The situation had truly frightened these Western Desert people. Fan Yuan squinted, but he attacked at this moment. He wanted to attack and probe. Son of Yama flew out, pouncing at Li Huang and Qin Yi. Li Huang breathed in deeply and laughed sinisterly. Verdant Sun's flame cloak expanded by several times, burning fiercely. Before Son of Yama got close to him, it combusted and turned into nothingness. Demon, take this! Li Huang attacked, while Fan Yuan blocked. After a few rounds, Fan Yuan's heart shook. This human path killer move amplified Li Huang's battle strength by at least 2 times. This was not a Dao Mark amplification. Dao Mark amplification targeted the power of immortal killer moves. Heroes among people targeted the Gu immortal themselves. At rank 8 level, a double amplification was already very terrifying. For example, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could create a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. This was equivalent to a double amplification. And this heroes among people amplified it by at least 2 times. What was even more shocking was that it was not just Li Huang, there were hundreds and thousands of Central Continent Gu immortals. Expectations of the people paired with heroes among people. This was the power of 2 rank 9 killer moves unleashed at the same time. Just like Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancients, Support of the Future, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer moves, expectations of the people and heroes among people were not inferior, they shocked even the immortals. An even worse situation appeared. Central Continent's immortal Gu houses also started to gather a layer of white light. Heroes among people's effect also extended to immortal Gu houses. This was because immortal Gu houses themselves were immortal killer moves, they were controlled by the Gu immortal. Since heroes among people could amplify other immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses were also affected. Central Continent's side gained such a strong boost, it was even more terrifying than having twice the amount of reinforcements. When Gu immortals fought, the more people there were, the better. Because Gu immortals often lacked cooperation, the Dao marks of different paths repelled each other. 1 + 1 was often less than 2. If Gu immortals wanted to fight together, they would usually control immortal Gu houses together, or act as the formation cores of immortal formations. But in this aspect, Gu immortals were mostly used to provide immortal essence to repair immortal Gu houses and immortal formations. Compared to these two, ancient battle formations had a huge advantage. Even though they had already been eliminated by time, they could fully excavate the Gu immortals' own potential. They were very useful. Be it immortal formations or immortal Gu houses, they were all constructed and had fixed killer moves, so there were only so many methods. But ancient battle formations were different. The methods that Gu immortals knew could be used by ancient battle formations, and they were even more powerful and mystical. The ancient battle formation could truly combine the strength of many Gu immortals together ingeniously. This was also the reason why 7 Extreme Desolation could resist Duke Long and make Duke Long helpless. The 7 Gu immortals that formed 7 Extreme Desolation could combine their strength. 1 + 1 was greater than 2. From this aspect, the ingenuity of heroes among men was even better than that of perfect couples. Because pairs only created a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. But heroes among people directly amplified the main body by more than 2 times. The main body's strength was far more valuable than a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. The pressure increased. Western Desert's Gu immortals were forced to retreat by Central Continent's side. Fan Yuan, where are you going? Leave your life behind! Li Huang and Qin Yi attacked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had no choice but to retreat. Chapter 1738. Emperor City Battlefield. After a difficult battle, Fan Yuan started to see some clues. The killer move heroes among people was simply heaven-defying, but it was not without a price. The white light on Li Huang and Qin Yi's bodies was decreasing rapidly. They were expended rapidly. But at the same time, the white light was replenished. The white light in the sky was like grains of sand in a river, seemingly endless. It gathered on Li Huang and Qin Yi's bodies. Fan Yuan tried many times to break it, but to no avail. The weakness of this human path killer move is very obvious. Countless thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. They rained down like a storm as he thought rapidly. As long as I destroy the white light in the sky, it will be enough. Without the replenishment of these light spots, Li Huang and Qin Yi are like water without a source. As long as the battle drags on, their buffs will disappear completely. But I have no methods to deal with these white light spots. Fan Yuan tried many times, but unfortunately, he did not have any methods that could deal with these white light spots. This was the domain of human path. Even though human path had always existed, In fact, because of the legends of Rinzhu, it was very likely to be the first path of human cultivation, but there were very few Gu immortals who could truly grasp human path. Throughout history, only those with shocking talent and unparalleled talent could have some understanding of it. These comprehensions were often piecemeal and did not form a system. At most, they would only be a small set of killer moves. For example, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient will follow, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's popular support, Heroes Among People. Fan Yuan did not have such methods. He contacted the Western Desert Gu immortals present, but they did not have such methods either. Throughout this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fan Yuan's disadvantage was in the aspect of human path. If it were other paths, with Fan Yuan's deep foundation, he could deal with them. But he was very unfamiliar with human path. Not just him, most Gu immortals were unfamiliar with it. Thus, once human path methods were used, they would often have good results. For example, Longevity Heaven used Call of the Ancient, or Celestial Court used Heroes Among People. Looks like I have to comprehend more of the legends of Rinzhu and comprehend the profundities of the human path within. If we don't use humane methods, we will be at a great disadvantage when dealing with the Celestial Court. In the 5 regions' chaotic war in the future, the various forces will have some human path methods. My foundation in this area is indeed very poor. Fan Yuan clearly understood this point. Fan Yuan's battle prowess was already very strong. There were many factors involved, but the main reason was that he had been doing everything possible to strengthen his battle prowess. In terms of battle strength, he was already at the peak of the current Gu immortal world. In terms of resources, Fan Yuan relied on plundering and the convenience of the sovereign immortal aperture to be self-sufficient. It could feed a large number of immortal Gu and was also a profitable business. But currently, he did not have the financial resources to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. He needed time to accumulate. However, Fan Yuan's shortcomings still existed, and there were many of them. He had quasi-supreme attainment level in Refinement Path and Time Path. He was a great grandmaster in Theft Path, Blood Path, Strength Path, Transformation Path, Wisdom Path, and Star Path were also not bad. But in Poison Path, Dream Path, Space Path, Sword Path, and others, he was clearly lacking. These were his shortcomings. It was even more so in terms of human path. Li Huang, Qin Yi, and the rest suppressed Fan Yuan with the help of Heroes Among People. Fan Yuan was not willing to give up. He could only turn from offense to defense. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses turned to offense, surrounding the Western Desert Immortals and the immortal Gu houses controlled by Bai Ningbing and the rest. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses rose in battle strength. They were not afraid of these enemy immortal Gu houses breaking through. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. Soon. Song Qiyuan had a heated gaze. He stared at the rank 8 immortal Gu House Dragon Palace as he continued to refine it. The other rank 8 Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were doing the same: Qin Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, Shen Songxing, Jian Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, and Yang Zihe. These Gu immortals were working together to refine Dragon Palace, trying to make it their own. Even though Dragon Palace was refined by Duke Long, there was no one controlling it now, and a portion of its power was suppressing Di Zhangxing. It could not resist the refinement of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. As time passed, Dragon Palace was gradually refined by Eastern Sea's immortals. Seeing that they were about to succeed, Eastern Sea's immortals became even more vigilant. Be careful, the worst thing is to fail at the last step. That's right, I have a bad feeling about this, but I don't know why. That's right, we attacked this place, but Celestial Court did not send any reinforcements. Don't worry. Celestial Court might not even be able to fend for themselves now. They can only sacrifice themselves to save themselves. I'm afraid they have given up on this place. Old slave Bei Feng, go guard the cave entrance, kill anyone suspicious. If Celestial Court sends reinforcements, fight to the death. Shin Songxing shouted. He had already enslaved Old Man Bei Feng. Old Man Bei Feng lost his freedom. He could only listen to Shin Songxing. He sighed bitterly. He could only listen to orders. He brought Feng Chanzi away from this place. Feng Chanzi was Old Man Beifeng's grandson, but he only had rank 6 cultivation level. His battle strength was nothing compared to the Eastern Sea immortals. After Shin Songxing enslaved Old Man Beifeng, he also turned him into a Gu immortal slave. It seems that Brother Shin's gains are the greatest this time. Zhang Yin smiled. According to the alliance agreement, Dragon Palace was shared among the immortals, but Shin Songxing enslaved Old Man Beifeng and Feng Chanzi. Forget about Feng Chanzi, the key was Old Man Beifeng, he was a true rank 8. The only flaw was that he was heavily injured now, his battle strength had fallen to rock bottom. Shin Songxing was silent, he knew that he seemed to have gained the most. Even though the others were calm and collected, they were still holding grudges. This way, Shin Clan had a new rank 8. When Old Man Beifeng recovers, he would be someone who could break the balance of Eastern Sea. After thinking for a while, Shin Songxing smiled and said, "It's just Old Man Beifeng, so what? He is old, his injuries are severe, he will need to spend a lot of time and effort to recover. Compared to Dragon Palace, it is nothing." He tried to belittle Old Man Beifeng as much as he could, at the same time, he wanted the immortals' attention to Dragon Palace. This Dragon Palace can actually suppress Di Zhengxing, and even enslave him. With it, when the 5 regions merge in the future, we will be able to resist the other 4 regions. This was to make the immortals feel a sense of danger, to remind them that I, Shin Songxing, and Shin Clan are your allies, the true enemies are in Central Continent, and the other 4 regions. Let's take a look. According to my deductions, Dragon Palace should still have Dream Path Immortal Gu. Hopefully, Duke Long did not take it away, Shin Songxing said. The immortals were silent. Shin Songxing's words were logical and skillful, he dispelled the indignation in his companions' hearts with just a few words. Dragon Palace has already been subdued, what do we do now? Granny Rong suddenly asked. Once Dragon Palace is subdued, we will act together, and help it suppress and enslave Di Zhengxing. After that, Song Qiyuan pondered. Celestial Court's reinforcements have not appeared, it shows how intense the battle outside is. Perhaps we can lend a hand and help the others. Even if it is Fang Yuan. That's right, Central Continent is the strongest among the 5 regions, we need to weaken it. Hee, who said Celestial Court's reinforcements did not come? But at this time, a change occurred. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, Yang Ziyi, and the rest suddenly attacked, attacking Song Qiyuan, Qin Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and Shin Songxing. How could Song Qiyuan and the rest of the 4 people expect that their companions who fought alongside them would plot against them? At once, they were hit and retreated while coughing out blood. Rank 8 Gu immortals had strong foundations, they had good defenses. Zhang Yin and the rest's sneak attack did not take any of their lives. But this was enough. Song Qiyuan and the rest were heavily injured, they retreated to the outer perimeter. Zhang Yin and the rest occupied the inner perimeter, guarding Dragon Palace. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked and furious. Qin Yuan shouted, "Zhang Yin, are the 4 of you crazy? You want to take Dragon Palace for yourself?" Zhang Yin chuckled. "The 4 of us attacked together, how can it be considered taking it for ourselves?" Shin Songxing's expression was grim. "Don't forget, we signed an alliance agreement. The 4 of you attacked us, just wait for the alliance agreement's backlash." Yang Ziyi's tone was plain, but his expression was resolute. "Even if we die, we will protect Dragon Palace, we will not let you take it." Hua Kaiyun frowned, saying softly, "Something is wrong." Even though Zhang Yin and the rest were lone immortals and rank 8 demonic cultivators, they were still Eastern Sea people. Even if they had conflicts with the leaders of super forces like Song Qiyuan, they were risking their lives to protect Dragon Palace. Their standpoint had clearly changed. "Why are you doing this?" Song Qiyuan shouted. Zhang Yin and the rest's lips curled up, showing a strange smile. Next, their bodies started to grow taller, their limbs turned into claws, their skin was covered in layers of scales, a pair of horns grew out of their foreheads, and their pupils turned vertical. Their appearances underwent a shocking change. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked. Because of these changes, Zhang Yin and the rest became very similar to Duke Long Qinyu and was furious. You actually abandoned your noble human identities and degenerated into lowly variant human dragon men? What do you know? Dragon men are the noblest. This is the trend of heaven and earth. Humans are destined to be eliminated by heaven and earth. Zhang Yin and the rest spoke one by one. Saying this, they shouted together. We are the guardians of Dragon Palace, the 4 dragon generals. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked speechless. Chapter 1739. Hua Kaiyun could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that all of this seemed like success, but it was a huge trap that Celestial Court had meticulously planned. Precisely. Zhang Yin and the rest smiled calmly. Qin Yuan and the rest reacted. To make us feel at ease, you actually allowed me to enslave Old Man Beifeng. You truly have ulterior motives. Shin Songxing said coldly. This was not our plan, nor was it Lord Duke Long's plan. Zhang Yin shook his head. He was clearly the leader of the 4. Do you know, none of your actions escaped Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Ordering us to hide was also Fairy Myrtle's arrangement. Song Qiyuan's gaze landed on Dragon Palace again. This means that this rank 8 Immortal Gu House is actually an enslavement path Immortal Gu House. It can actually enslave 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Moreover, it can continue to enslave and suppress Di Zongxing. Since ancient times, this is probably the number 1 enslavement path Immortal Gu House. Zhang Yin and the rest expressions changed. Qin Yuan, Hua Kaiyun, and Shin Songxing looked at Song Qiyuan. They immediately understood that he had not given up yet. Even though they encountered such a shocking change, how could Song Qiyuan and the other rank 8 Gu Immortal experts give up so easily? Moreover, even though they were ambushed and injured, they still had a lot of battle strength left. If they continued to fight, there was still hope. Ambushing rank 8 Gu Immortals was not so easy. Most immortal killer moves, once activated, would have an overflowing aura. Thus, Zhang Yin and the rest did not use any terrifying killer moves. It was quite difficult for them to conceal the aura of their killer moves. Methods that could conceal the aura of killer moves were very rare. Currently, only Southern Borders Wuyong had it. Everyone else, even the members of Celestial Court, did not have it. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled again. Song Qiyuan and the rest were not willing to give up. They fought with Zhang Yin and the rest. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Bai Tsungshui brought Chenyi and retreated as they fought. Wu Yong and the rest attacked, trying to force her away from the formation and killed the 2 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Bai Tsungshui was in dire straits and was surrounded by danger. The deities of Southern Frontier gave her a lot of pressure, especially Wu Yong. Any killer move's aura was concealed by him. When he erupted, Bai Tsungshui was very wary. Even if Wu Yong didn't make a move, she still had to pay attention to this dangerous person. Put me down and go, Chenyi said. He was struck by the peerless move, Farewell Friend Wind. He could not move and could only wait for death. At this moment, his sleeves, eyebrows, and hair were all disappearing. His limbs were not intact either. The terrifying power of Farewell Friend Wind was about to completely eliminate his limbs and then spread to his torso. Thankfully, Farewell Friend Wind was not contagious. It was only targeted at Chenyi. Bai Tsungshui had the guts to protect Chenyi by her side. You think I want to save you? Bai Tsungshui transmitted secretly. Chenyi was slightly dazed. He suddenly realized. As expected, Bai Tsungshui continued to transmit. I did this on purpose. I pretended to be unwilling to give up on you and put myself in danger. It was to attract the attention of the deities of Southern Frontier, to stall for time for the people behind us, allowing them to set up more immortal formations. You are dead for sure, but you can still make use of some of your strength. Maybe I will die too, but as long as I can stall for time, it will be fine. For the Celestial Court, for Central Continent, for all of humanity, what is sacrifice? Chenyi was silent. He suddenly wanted to smile. At this moment, death seemed insignificant. Even though he was infatuated with power and authority, he also had the greater good of humanity. He was the same as Bai Tsungshui. He was not afraid of sacrifice. If not for that, Fairy Myrtle wouldn't have promoted him to a member of the Celestial Court. But Chinyi didn't smile, instead his expression became more bitter and painful. He wanted to act, to cooperate with Bai Tsung Shui to confuse the deities of Southern Frontier. Let me make use of some of my strength in the last moments of my life. Chinyi was calm, he was not afraid of death. However, at this moment, a song entered his ears. In such an intense battle, who would still have the mood to sing? Chinyi was stunned, he was instantly attracted by the song. Like him, Bai Tsung Shui, Wu Yong and the others were the same. The song was ethereal and heavy, it seemed to be full of contradictions, it was very unique. At first, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. Then, the stream seemed to turn into magma, it expanded into a long river, in the mountains, it was like a giant dragon wandering. At the same time, the mountains under the magma river turned into waves swooshing, one after another, it rose and fell without stopping. The magma and the waves collided, they interacted and created a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds, they flew up as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the lightning pierced through the azure clouds, the immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds, their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times, they were in high spirits, at times, they were homeless. At times, they bent their backs, at times, they spread their wings and soared. In the battlefield, the battle stopped, everyone was immersed in the song, they forgot everything else. But the song suddenly stopped, the immortals quickly woke up. Chi Chu-yu had a solemn expression. What song is this? It is so terrifying, we were all trapped in it, unable to escape. Xiao Zhikai had a pale expression, he had lingering fear. Thankfully, the song stopped, otherwise, none of us would have survived. What song is this? Yi Haofang asked. A rank 8 Gu immortal walked out of the formation, he wore a red and white robe, he had an elegant demeanor as he smiled. This is my newly created destiny song. It was Feng Jioga. Humph, destiny? Such arrogance. Ba Ba snorted coldly. Unbelievable! This song of destiny actually saved my life. Chen Yi cheered. He only had his torso and head left, but the farewell friend wind had already stopped and dissipated. Even though his injuries were terrifying, Chen Yi's life was saved. The deities of Southern Frontier was dazed. Wu Yong's farewell friend wind was at rank 8 level. Feng Jioga's destiny song used Fate Armor Immortal Gu as the core, it was also at rank 8. You again! Wu Yong stared at Feng Jioga. Last time, when he wanted to kill Fang Yuan, it was Feng Jioga who protected Fang Yuan's life. This time, when he wanted to kill Chen Yi, it was Feng Jioga who stopped Chen Yi's sacrifice. Twice in a row, it was Feng Jioga who foiled Wu Yong's plans. And both times, they were crucial. Even though Wu Yong was a formidable character with a broad mind and could endure what others could not, he could not help but feel furious now. Feng Jioga, you are truly a peerless genius! Wu Yong's eyes narrowed into slits, his voice was calm but bone-chilling like the wind. Come, use all of your abilities, I want to experience them. Saying so, a hurricane swept forward. This was Wu Yong's unlimited wind, it had been wreaking havoc in the battlefield. It was like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. This attack expended over 10,000 wind path Dao marks in Wu Yong's body. Unlimited wind continued for a long time, it was grand and grand, pressuring towards Feng Jioga and the rest. Feng Jioga smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong's might is unfathomable, I can only choose to hide for now. Bai Tsung Shui was still dragging Chen Yi. It is about time, let's go! The formation behind the three of them expanded. With such support, they successfully retreated back to the formation. Once they entered the formation, Feng Jioga spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale as paper, he was on the verge of collapsing. What happened to you? Bai Tsung Shui quickly supported him. Feng Jioga smiled, his expression was ugly, his breathing was extremely weak. This destiny song of mine is just a rough creation. I did not even complete half of it. I had no choice but to use it this time, I suffered heavy injuries. Brother Feng, you risked your life to save this old man's life. This life-saving grace, this old man will never forget it for life. Qinyi sighed. Right now, Central Continent is in chaos. The deities of Southern Frontier are coming. I saved you but also for the overall situation of Central Continent. Feng Jioge shook his head. Qinyi looked at Feng Jioge and then at Bai Tseng Shui. Thinking of their reckless actions, he laughed heartily. No matter how dangerous the situation is, with our fearless sacrifice and fighting spirit, Central Continent will win. Celestial Court will win. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, who had been observing infallible blessed land from afar, let out a breath of air as she smiled. Feng Jioge, Destiny's song indeed! Fairy Myrtle knew about Celestial Court's Destiny Goo plan. Longevity Heaven also had ambitions towards Destiny Goo. Celestial Court wanted fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Goo, Longevity Heaven wanted Fate Goo. They were both attempts against Destiny Goo. However, the one who took the first step was not these two super forces, but a Goo Immortal. Feng Jioge! Fairy Myrtle muttered. Even though she had always thought highly of Feng Jioge's talent and ability, she suddenly realized that she had greatly underestimated him. Qinyi's sacrifice was a foregone conclusion in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. Because once Farewell Friend Wind was hit, there was no way to get rid of it. Unless they had taken strict precautions beforehand. But to think that this historical record would be broken by Feng Jioge. In history, there had never been a situation where Farewell Friend Wind was broken head-on. Undeniably, after Great Assimilation Wind, Feng Jioge had created history once again. Emperor City Battlefield. Waves of cheers resounded in Emperor City. The final competition of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended successfully. This meant that this place was no longer the Celestial Court's weakness. The Western Desert Goo Immortals who sensed this quickly retreated, trying to move elsewhere. They did not destroy Emperor City and the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Everything is over. Sigh, Celestial Court succeeded in the end. The Western Desert Goo Immortals were dejected, but it was not easy for them to leave. Central Continent's side was amplified by heroes among people. They did not want to let them leave so easily. Fan Yuan had a heavy heart. He had tried his best, but there was nothing he could do. Celestial Court's methods were endless, he was unable to take them all in. In the end, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep, Fan Yuan could not compare. Chapter 1740. Fan Yuan's achievements were the result of his own hard work, he also had the help of many predecessors. Celestial Court and Central Continent were the same. It was not strange that they could defend against the attacks of Fan Yuan and the Western Desert Immortals. This was strength and foundation, it was the hard work of countless generations of Central Continent and Celestial Court members. Such hard work, be it now or in the past, was undeniable. Since this is impossible, I can only retreat, Fan Yuan thought. Li Huang and Qinyi tried to stall Fan Yuan, but with Fan Yuan's methods, he was confident he could break out. Fan Yuan no longer had any thoughts of destroying Emperor City. Firstly, destroying it would not benefit the overall situation. Secondly, with the protection of Central Continent's Goo Immortals, it would be difficult to attack Emperor City again. But at this time, there was a loud rumbling sound. The earth split open. A huge earth trench extended from the south to the north, swallowing mountains and forests along the way. It was extremely fast. Coincidentally, Emperor City was right in front of the earth trench. Oh no! Protect Emperor City! This was out of everyone's expectations. Central Continent's immortals were flustered, they quickly took action to protect Emperor City. But heaven's might was unfathomable, the earth trench's formation was not ordinary. It was caused by the merging of the 5 regions and the unification of the earth veins. What kind of heavenly power was this? How could a group of Goo Immortals deal with it in a hurry? Thus, Central Continent's Goo Immortals could only watch as the earth trench swallowed Emperor City. Emperor City could not fly, it was huge. Once its foundation was destroyed, it fell into the earth trench and started to break apart. In this magnificent city, there were close to 1 million people. There were countless Goo Masters, they were elites from all over the world. Especially in this assembly, Celestial Court had gathered many people with strong luck to resist Fan Yuan's luck. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were among them. There were also many people with similar luck. "Quickly save them!" Li Huang shouted. "Ha ha ha, wishful thinking!" Fan Yuan attacked. He was currently in Yama Emperor form. He could use Soul Path killer moves easily. Fan Yuan had already seen Hong Yi and Yi Fan among the millions of people falling. Both of them were connected to luck. No wonder his luck had always been suppressed. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fan Yuan first used Luo Pasil before turning into the immemorial Year Monkey, and using 2-time path killer moves. No! In his haste, Li Huang could not block Fan Yuan's vicious attack at all. He roared in anger, but could only watch as countless lives died in Fan Yuan's hands. This included the small group of elites that participated in the final refinement path competition. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were naturally not spared. "Fan Yuan, you are a rank 8 Gu immortal. You are actually slaughtering mortals. You deserve death for being so vicious and evil. You deserve death." Qin Ye's eyes were completely red and filled with threads of blood, and they carried boundless rage as he charged at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's attack caused Central Continent to suffer huge losses. Qin Yi knew that Emperor City was an important place in Central Continent. It used human path methods to attract and nurture countless human path elites. After generations of accumulation, it had extraordinary people. It could be said to be the greatest cradle of Gu immortals. After all, Central Continent had a sex system. It was different from the other 4 regions. Emperor City produced many talents, especially those with strong human path luck. As long as these people obtained enough resources and grew up, they would have a high chance of becoming Gu immortals. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, Gu immortals would die frequently, and these people were Central Continent's reserves. They were the seeds of Gu immortals. Fan Yuan's attack killed almost everyone in the city. It also killed a small portion of Central Continent's talent reserves. It greatly reduced Central Continent's battle potential. With such huge losses, how could Li Huang, Qin Yi, and the rest not be furious? They wanted to cut Fan Yuan into pieces. Once Hong Yi and Yi Fan died, a large number of talents perished. Fan Yuan felt a sense of relief. He knew that his luck path was starting to gain an advantage. After taking a final look at the falling remains of Emperor City, as well as the 100 corpses that he had killed personally, Fan Yuan rapidly retreated. Li Huang, Qin Yi, and many immortal Gu houses chased after him. "Demon, demon! He actually killed almost everyone in the city. Among them were my family members. Kill him, get rid of a scourge for the people." Central Continent's Gu immortals were filled with righteous indignation. They were filled with killing intent. Fan Yuan laughed wildly. "Can you stop me?" Indeed, they could not. Even though Fan Yuan could not do anything to Central Continent's people, these immortal Gu houses and rank 8 Gu immortals could surround Western Desert's immortal Gu houses. But they could not trap Fan Yuan's battle strength. Unless there was an immortal Gu formation or an immortal battlefield killer move. But how could they be set up in such a short time? Actually, even if there was an immortal Gu formation or battlefield, unless they killed Fan Yuan quickly, with Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment and powerful methods, he could escape. Zhou Xiong Xian's death was the best proof. Not only could they not stop him, Fan Yuan even had the strength to retaliate. Boom! With this attack, Fan Yuan almost destroyed an immortal Gu house. Guyue Fangjing was inside this house. He was covered in cold sweat. This immortal Gu house quickly retreated and reorganized itself. Other immortal Gu houses quickly filled the gap. Fan Yuan looked at this house with regret. Even though he did not know that Fangjing was inside, his intuition told him that if he destroyed this house, it would be very beneficial to him. To him, Fangjing's existence was a form of restraint and restraint. "Fan Yuan! Fan Yuan!" At this time, Bing Sai Chuan contacted him again. "Bing Sai Chuan, you still have the cheek to contact me? Today's defeat is all because of you." Fan Yuan showed a furious expression. Actually, even though Central Continent's celestial court had its foundation, compared to the other 4 regions, it was still at a disadvantage. However, Central Continent's people were united, while the other 4 regions were scattered. They had their own selfish motives. Even though they had great strength, they were scattered all over the place. The truth was, the 4 regions were all holding back. For example, even though Eastern Sea sent many rank 8s, there were very few rank 7 Gu Immortals and Immortal Gu houses. For example, even though Western Deserts sent Immortal Gu houses and a large number of rank 7 and 6, there were very few rank 8 Gu Immortals. Many experts like Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not participate in this battle. They had been staying in Western Desert. Bing Sichuan sighed bitterly. My side cannot hold on for long. There are many casualties, but we still have a chance. That is infallible blessed land. As it turned out, Celestial Court used human path methods to organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The goal was to give infallible blessed land countless failures, before extracting success down marks from it. Right now, Fate Gu had not been fully repaired. It still lacked the final batch of success down marks. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was completed and the final batch of success down marks were being prepared to be transported to Celestial Court, it would take much longer than the previous Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. This was because infallible blessed land had already become a battlefield. It was surrounded by layers of immortal formations. Even though these immortal formations resisted the attacks of the deities of Southern Frontier, they posed a certain difficulty in transporting success down marks. After hearing Bing Sichuan's explanation, Fang Yuan's mind became clear. It seems that infallible blessed land is our final hope. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He turned around and charged towards infallible blessed land. Behind him, Li Huang and the rest, as well as a portion of the Immortal Gu houses, chased after him. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Unlimited wind was like a heavenly pillar. It slowly moved horizontally, destroying the immortal formation of Celestial Court with a crushing momentum. The immortal formation shined with golden light, resisting with all its might. Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chichuyu said solemnly. Unbelievable, the enemy's immortal formation can be amplified. What kind of human path method is this floating white light? The essence of immortal formations were immortal killer moves. They were controlled by Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals received the help of heroes among people. The immortal formation's power would naturally increase. Wu Yong sacrificed his foundation to create this powerful killer move, Unlimited Wind. Even though he still had the upper hand now, the results were much smaller than before. It seems that to break the formation quickly, we need to coordinate from the inside. We will leave the outside to Unlimited Wind. We will need to look for flaws from the inside. Yi Hao Fang said with concentration. Ba Ba pondered. But this is different from before. Earlier, we launched a surprise attack and caught Celestial Court off guard. Now that so much time has passed, we need to be wary of Celestial Court's reinforcements. Thus, we need to leave some people outside the formation. Everyone agreed with Ba Ba's words. After all, even though Unlimited Wind was powerful, it was only a killer move. The move was dead, but the person was alive. Wu Yong's heart was heavy. He could not break the formation quickly. His plan to launch a surprise attack failed. He could only attack now. Even though Celestial Court's formation was broken several times, they might have lost some immortal Gu, but they were not severely injured. Shinyi had no hope of survival. To think that Feng Jioge would save him. Wu Yong knew that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They had to split their forces. One group would enter the formation while the other would attack from outside. But this way, they would not be able to gather their strength. The efficiency of breaking the formation would fall. If Celestial Court's reinforcements appeared, they would be easily taken down. Wu Yong sighed internally. Even though there were many disadvantages in splitting their forces, he had to do it. It would be great if my forces were stronger, but even though I became the Southern Alliance leader, I cannot mobilize more of Southern Border's forces. Being able to gather the other 3 rank 8s is already the best result. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. he immediately made arrangements. Qi Chuyu had the highest formation path attainment, he had to enter the formation. Wu Yong had the highest battle strength, he had to enter the formation to protect Qi Chuyu and attack from inside. As for Yihao Fang and Ba Ba, one cultivated transformation path while the other cultivated rule path, they could stay outside. After all, Celestial Court's reinforcements might be huge, it would be safer to leave 2 rank 8s behind. Just as the southern border Gu immortals were discussing how to split their forces, a phenomenon occurred. Wu Yong's expression changed, he looked towards the north and said softly, "Someone is coming." There were quite a number of people. The 3 leaders were all rank 8s. One was an old man with a walking stick, he had a kind and amiable aura, he was the former first supreme elder of Northern Plains Yao clan, the current South Desolation immortal with longevity heaven, Yao Huang. The other was dressed in a white robe, he had thick hair, he was tall and thin, he was the first supreme elder of Northern Plains Bai Zhu clan, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. The third was dressed in a tall crown, he had phoenix eyes and a golden cloak, he had an outstanding demeanor, he was the external elder of Gong clan, Prince's Impatience. The next few were all heroes among men, elites among immortals. There was Domination Immortal Chu Du, Toad Demon Immortal Nu Er Qian, Spear God Yuan Rang Zun, Wealth Devouring Boy Nian Er Fu, and others. The Northern Plains Gu immortals quickly gathered towards the deities of Southern Frontier. "Friends of Northern Plains, what is your intention?" Wu Yong raised his voice and asked. Yao Huang chuckled. "The enemy is here. I am willing to cooperate with you to attack Celestial Court's formation." Chapter 1741. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. "What formation is this?" Wu Yong asked. Beside him were Yihao Fang and Qi Chuyu, the 2 rank 8s, as well as a group of southern border rank 7 elites. Not far away were Yao Huang's leader, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Chu Du, and the rest of the Northern Plains immortals. After some discussion, both sides made a temporary agreement to work together and attack Celestial Court. But this was the first time they were working together, the agreement was rather loose, they were still wary of each other. But Wu Yong was already very satisfied. Northern Plains and Southern Border are working together, this is the first time in history. With the help of Northern Plains reinforcements, we are no longer in a pinch. Even if Celestial Court sends reinforcements, Ba Ba and Prince's Impatience who are guarding outside will be able to hold on for some time, we will have enough time to react. Wu Yong thought to himself. Qi Chuyu, who was beside him, spoke. "This formation should be new, I have never seen any records of it." Wu Yong nodded, purposely saying loudly, "In that case, we can only probe the formation first." Someone from Northern Plains added, it was Yao Huang, he held his walking stick as he smiled. "Southern Border allies, please wait for a while and rest. We have just arrived, our battle strength is still intact, we can probe it now." Wu Yong was immediately overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoist Bayuan's bravery has spread throughout the 5 regions. I will wait and see. If there are any changes, we will definitely do our best to support you." The Medicine Sovereign nodded his head. He then selected a general to head over to probe the formation. This group of Northern Plains Gu immortals was specially arranged by Bing Saichuan. After Yao Huang learned of Bing Saichuan's orders, he gathered these people in the name of Longevity Heaven and brought them here. Earlier, Bing Saichuan had already controlled Calamity Luck Altar and led a group of generals to charge into Celestial Court. It was not that Bing Saichuan split his forces for no reason, but he had many concerns. Attacking Celestial Court was a huge matter, it had to be kept secret. He was worried that if they spread out and gathered too many people, it would lead to the failure of the surprise attack plan. Their tactics would be exposed prematurely, causing them to fall into a passive position and even suffer a great loss. Thus, Bing Saichuan only chose the few he trusted the most. It had to be said that his decision was correct. Because Prince's Impatience was a spy of the highest status that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains. Northern Plains' side was naturally led by Yao Huang. After the Celestial Court suffered a defeat, Bing Saichuan's first message was to contact Yao Huang, followed by Fan Yuan. Hence, the medicine sovereign knew how important this attack was. The celestial court's hopes of snatching Fate Gu were getting slimmer. It could be said that infallible Blessed Land battlefield had become the most crucial location. Only by destroying it could the celestial court's plan to repair Fate Gu come to a halt. This way, the celestial court would have to try to repair Fate Gu again. Dragging it out would also give the other 4 regions some hope. Thus, Yao Huang and the deities of southern frontier were very sincere in working together. Wu Yong purposely spoke loudly. Yao Huang understood his intention. He took the lead and expressed his intentions. Celestial Court was united, Central Continent's people were united, while Southern Border and Northern Plains cooperation was unprecedented in history. It could be said to be the first in history. Both sides did not let down their guard. In order to take down the Celestial Court's formation, both sides were willing to work together sincerely. Northern Plains side sent none other than wealth-devouring boy Nian Er Fu. This person had the appearance of a child. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. He cultivated space path and was skilled in self-defense. This formation was not ordinary. It was like an underground cave. The cave was huge. The Gu immortals were like ants. There were countless stalagmites in the cave. Some were hanging down from the ceiling. Some were growing vertically like plants. The stalagmites were of all colors. They shined with a bright light. Nian Er Fu carefully entered the formation under the immortals' gazes. He was famous in Northern Plains. He cultivated space path and dominated the battlefield. Not only could he protect himself in dangerous situations, he could also make huge profits and obtain wealth. Thus, he was called Wealth-Devouring Boy. But at this moment, Nian Er Fu was extremely vigilant. He did not dare to be careless. This was the Heavenly Court's formation. If he wasn't careful, his white, shining flesh would be left inside. Nian Er Fu entered the formation. As the formation activated, the surrounding stalagmites grew rapidly as rainbow light engulfed Nian Er Fu. In the eyes of others, the underground karst cave created by the formation was like a terrifying beast opening its mouth. At this moment, it suddenly closed its mouth, and countless stalagmites and sharp teeth bit each other, wanting to trap Nian Er Fu in its mouth and chew him into pieces. Nian Er Fu was very alert. Seeing something amiss, he turned around and ran. The rainbow light was very troublesome. It blocked his movement methods and even penetrated his defenses. This rainbow light is the exquisite 7 orifices formation. Let's quickly attack the light and help Nian Er Fu escape before it's too late. Chi Chuyu saw some clues and quickly shouted. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals attacked together, killing moves flying everywhere. With such a powerful help, Nian Er Fu finally escaped the light's encirclement, returning to the Northern Plains group. That was close. If not for you guys, I would have died here, Nian Er Fu said with lingering fear. Your face. Suddenly, Nu Er Qian pointed at Nian Er Fu with a horrified expression. What's wrong? Nian Er Fu used his hand to touch his face, but he felt a hard piece of jade. You still fell for it. It seems that this formation is not a simple exquisite 7 orifices formation, there is also a jade stalagmite formation, Black Extremity said. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had 4 Desolation Immortal and 8 extremities. Among them, Black Extremity was skilled in formation path. He had once used the alias Sun Ming Lu to harm old ancestors Shui Hu. Chi Chuyu nodded in agreement at Black Extremity's words. This formation should be the fusion formation of exquisite 7 orifices formation and jade stalagmite formation. Then how do we break it? Wu Yong looked at the approaching rainbow light and the countless stalagmites as he urged. Chi Chuyu smiled confidently. If it was before, it would be very difficult to break this formation with just us. But now that we have Northern Plains help, it will just be a little troublesome. Right when Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals were working together, Fan Yuan was also fighting against Li Huang and Qin Yi. This human path killer move is really troublesome. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Li Huang and Qin Yi obtained the support of heroes among people. They chased after Fan Yuan relentlessly. As for those immortal Gu houses, only 2 were chasing after Fan Yuan, The rest were either dealing with the Western Desert Immortals or going to Earth Trench to save the Central Continent Gu Masters who survived. After obtaining Bing Saichuan's information, Fan Yuan continued to move in the opposite direction. He was getting further and further away from infallible Blessed Land. It is time. Fan Yuan waved his sleeves as countless Yama children flew out. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fan Yuan, who was in Yama Emperor state, quickly transformed into a Yama child. He threw himself into the battle and confused everyone. Fan Yuan, where are you going? Li Huang shouted as he wore a cloak of fire that was burning with intense flames. You were hit by my investigative killer move, you want to escape with just this method? Qin Yi was dressed in a white robe as he snickered. The two immortal Gu houses were still confused, but these two celestial court rank 8s charged towards Fan Yuan's main body. Evidently, Central Continent's celestial court paid special attention to Fan Yuan's familiar face. They made preparations to restrain him. So troublesome. Without a choice, Fan Yuan flew into the sky, entering White Heaven. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Form. Using this move, Fan Yuan quickly found a large group of black and white overturning clouds. Oh no, stop him! Destroy these overturning clouds! Li Huang and Qin Yi had rich battle experience. They immediately saw that Fan Yuan wanted to use the overturning clouds to escape. Fan Yuan laughed. Why don't you try and see if you can see through my true body? Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This was a killer move that fused Ancient Sword Dragon transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Child, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. It was also one of the greatest improvements that Fan Yuan had made in modifying killer moves. As soon as the killer move was unleashed, countless pitch-black dragon-shaped soul beasts flew out with a loud bang. These soul beast claws, fangs, horns, and scales were all silvery white in color, and they constantly shot out dense sword chi. Tens of thousands of ghost dragons flew in the sky. Some pounced towards the pursuers while others flew around randomly. Such a powerful method! After fighting, Li Huang and Qin Ye's expressions changed. This killer move was a threat to them, especially the ghost dragon's self-detonation. It had great power. Not only did it contain the power of the soul beast's self-detonation, there was also sword chi that was extremely sharp. Li Huang wore Verdant Sun Flame Cloak but could not withstand it. After dozens of self-detonations, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak flickered as the fire weakened. Qin Ye's situation was even worse. He blocked left and right as he thought in disbelief. How can this killer move be so powerful? This was natural. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer Move and Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind had the same weakness and price. That was to permanently expend the Gu Immortals' Dao marks. However, Unlimited Wind expended over 10,000 Dao marks each time. Fan Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon used 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Li Huang and Qin Yi were entangled. Fan Yuan's true body used this chance to enter the black and white overturning clouds. After going from White Heaven to Black Heaven, Fan Yuan immediately destroyed the overturning clouds and activated an immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. A few breaths of time later, he vanished on the spot, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land's battlefield. To think that Infallible Blessed Land is here! Fan Yuan sighed. Since Bing Saichuan called him here, he naturally had to tell him the location of Infallible Blessed Land. This was not like the Stone Lotus Island or Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan could use a killer move to teleport here directly. Who is it? Fan Yuan's appearance immediately alerted the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance Army. Me! Fan Yuan shouted coldly. The Gu Immortal who shouted was sweating profusely. He felt immense pressure. Before Fan Yuan answered, he had already discovered it. He regretted his impulsive question. After all, Fan Yuan was a great demon whose name had shaken the 5 regions and whose reputation was spread far and wide. Fan Yuan quickly looked around the battlefield. The huge tornado that supported heaven and earth, Unlimited Wind, attracted Fan Yuan's attention the most. Next, his gaze paused on Prince's Impatience for a moment before sweeping past Bashir Ba and the rest of the Gu Immortals who were guarding outside. You are here. Chu Du was heavily injured. He flew forward and welcomed Fan Yuan. Princess Impatience and Ba Shirba looked at Fan Yuan with a complex gaze. Li Huang and the rest had chased after Fan Yuan too closely. Fan Yuan finally found a chance to get away from them and come here. At this moment, Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest had not only broken the Jade Shoot exquisite formation, they had also broken two more. They were currently trapped in the fourth formation. Chu Du had played an important role in the second formation, but he was also injured. Considering that Fan Yuan was coming, he stayed outside to welcome him. With Bing Sichuan's arrangements, Northern Plains side knew that Fan Yuan would come to reinforce them. This way, the deities of Southern Frontier also knew about it. Fan Yuan had brought chaos to Northern Plains and Southern Border. The righteous path forces of these two regions had suffered at his hands. Northern Plains' 88-point Jinyang Tower was destroyed by Fan Yuan. Many of Southern Border's superforces were extorted by Fan Yuan. But now, they had to work together to deal with the Celestial Court. No matter how powerful the formation is, how can it block my path? Time is of the essence. I have no time to waste. Move aside. I am going to self-detonate the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fan Yuan nodded at Chu Du as he charged towards the formation, racing against time. Chu Du and the rest were overjoyed. They were waiting for Fan Yuan. They were willing to cooperate with Fan Yuan because of this. Fan Yuan had dream path methods. As long as he self-detonated the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and let the dream realm spread, he would be able to break the formation. Fan Yuan's arrival was soon known by Yao Huang and the rest. Yao Huang glanced at Wu Yong and the rest, purposely saying, "Oh, Fan Yuan is here?" Chapter 1742. Because of Yao Huang and the rest's warning, Wu Yong was mentally prepared for Fan Yuan's arrival. He had a ruthless nature. Even though he had deep hatred with Fan Yuan, the Celestial Court was the true enemy now. Dealing with the Celestial Court and preventing them from repairing Fate Gu was Wu Yong's greatest benefit. Thus, for this benefit, Wu Yong could temporarily put aside his hatred and ally with Fan Yuan. Immortal friend Wu Yong is truly righteous. The medicine sovereign nodded and praised. Next, Shi Chu Yu and the rest added, "Not just Lord Alliance leader Wu Yong, our Southern Border superforces are also willing to put aside our differences and resist the Celestial Court with Fan Yuan." Fan Yuan killed many of the Southern Border Gu immortal captives for his own benefit, but now, the Southern Alliance immortals made the same choice for the sake of the big picture. This was their rationality. But even more so was the dangerous situation and the strength of the Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan not only informed Yao Huang and Fan Yuan of the actual situation of the Celestial Court, it was also passed to Wu Yong and the rest. This allowed the Southern Alliance immortals to have a clear understanding of the situation. There was no hope in the battlefield of Celestial Court and Emperor City. Their only chance of victory was here. They had to seize every second to destroy the formation and stop the final wave of successful Dao marks from entering the Celestial Court. If that happened, the Celestial Court would have to hold another Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, go destroy this formation. At the same time, outside the formation, Fan Yuan had already sent several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies to attack. In the current era, Dream Path was not prominent. There were only some signs of it, but it had not truly developed yet. Almost all immortal formations, regardless of their rank, could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. Unless the immortal Gu formation contained Dream Path Gu worms and had corresponding Dream Path methods, they could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. But when the pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique bodies got close to the formation, a change occurred. Immortal Killer Move, Shatter Dream. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. With two killer moves, Fan Yuan's Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique body immediately shattered. It did not have a human shape and spread everywhere. Then, these shattered and spreading dream realms gathered again, forming a new Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique that attacked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's pupils constricted in surprise. He had never expected that the Celestial Court would have such a method. Although he had expected this moment, he didn't expect it to come so soon. But right after that, the sense of loss in his heart vanished without a trace, and he recovered his icy calm once more. His mind was filled with thoughts, as he tried to think of a way to deal with it. You can actually counter me now, and you've also grasped the transformation of the pure dream reality seeker? Is it because Spectral Soul was captured and his memories were extracted? Fan Yuan was forced to retreat by several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Even though he had many powerful killer moves, they were not effective against the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower, even Duke Long and Zishan Makoto avoided the dream realms. But thankfully, Fan Yuan had his own methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Time Path clone was inside the Light of Wisdom, deducing for him. Even though Fan Yuan did not have the killer move Shatter Dream to deal with the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, he was very familiar with the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Even for the Celestial Court, it was very unlikely for them to comprehend Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Transformation in these years. Thus, there was a high chance of extracting Spectral Soul's memories. Precisely so, Fan Yuan could use the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique killer move that he had already grasped to create a killer move that countered it with the help of the Light of Wisdom. The Time Path clone's deductions will take some time. Fan Yuan thought of a countermeasure as he flew into the sky. Several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique bodies chased after him, but a portion of them attacked Limitless Wind and the other Gu Immortals. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique bodies self-detonated. Limitless Wind was greatly disrupted, its power fell rapidly. Princess Impatience and the rest could only avoid it. Fan Yuan contacted Wu Yong at this time. His first sentence shook Wu Yong. Northern Plains Princess Impatience is a spy of the Celestial Court. As Wu Yong bombarded the formation, he asked, "Where's the evidence?" "My words are the evidence. In this situation, I don't want this to happen." Fan Yuan immediately replied, "I don't have enough dream realms. I need to go to southern border to plunder dream realms and create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to fight. Quickly inform the Gu Immortals stationed there to receive me." Fan Yuan and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies. He accused Princess Impatience, even though he did not have any evidence. Just like he said, his words were the evidence. After all, everyone in the world knew that Spring Autumn Cicada was in his hands. This secret was exposed. Fan Yuan had suffered greatly, but now, he gained Wu Yong's trust. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong did not hesitate. Since he was already cooperating with Fan Yuan, there was no harm in delving deeper. The Celestial Court was the true enemy. "All right, I will send the message, you can go now." At this moment, Wu Yong had complex emotions. He had never thought that he would give the order to let Fan Yuan go. At this time, Chi Chuyu's voice resounded in Wu Yong's ears. "Good, I have comprehended this formation. Quickly attack this place. This is the true formation core." Wu Yong was overjoyed. He tossed Fan Yuan to the back of his mind as he gave the order to attack the location that Chi Chuyu pointed out, destroying the formation core and causing the formation to become much more sluggish. Black Extremity Minglu looked at him with shock and admiration. Since entering the formation, Chi Chuyu had surpassed him time and time again. He had comprehended the profundities of the formation many times. He could not help but admire him. "Let's follow Lord Chi Chuyu's arrangements. We will help our southern border allies." Black Extremity put down his competitive thoughts and suggested to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang frowned and nodded in agreement. Fan Yuan easily got rid of the pursuers. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were inferior to Li Huang and Qin Yi. Using fixed immortal travel, Fan Yuan returned to southern border and central continent, obtaining a large number of dream realms. With these dream realms, he created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies again, and charged at Celestial Court's formation. Right now, dealing with the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was only secondary. The most important thing was to destroy the formation and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. Fan Yuan had never forgotten his true goal. But who could have known that any pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that got close to the formation would shatter for no reason, they would be turned into other pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that attacked Fan Yuan. Furthermore, in the battles between the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fan Yuan's side also lost more than they won. All these situations made Fan Yuan realize. It seems that Celestial Court has modified the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Right at this time, Wu Yong sent a message. Fan Yuan, continue to let the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies attack the formation. We have already found many flaws in the formation. Fan Yuan came to a realization. It seems that Celestial Court has not truly fused their dream path methods with the formation. Thus, every time they use their killer moves to deal with my pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they would greatly disrupt the formation's operation and create flaws. These flaws were too obvious in the eyes of Chi Chu Yu and Black Extremity. Wu Yong and the rest took the chance to attack and gained great results. But this way, Fan Yuan's dream realms would continue to be used by Celestial Court. The enemies would have more and more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems that I need to truly break the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fan Yuan's heart sank. This was a problem that he could not avoid, he had to solve quickly. It was not that he did not want to enter the formation to break it himself, but Chi Chu Yu, Wu Yong, and the rest were already inside the formation. Dream path methods were not useful, he was needed outside the formation. Fan Yuan started to deal with these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. At the same time, he sent a message to the others. There is another crucial point now, that is Celestial Court's human path killer move, who can get rid of these scattered white specks of light. No one answered. Eventually it was Yihao Fang who replied dejectedly. Human path's specialty is in reinforcement. Because human path Dao marks will not interfere with the Dao marks of other paths, they will not be interfered with. Unless we use human path methods, we need to be at least rank 8 level to have a chance of dealing with them. Yihao Fang cultivated transformation path, he was especially skilled in reinforcing others. This was because he had a signature killer move, it was called human transformation. His honest words made Fan Yuan dispel his expectations in this aspect. If heroes among people could not break it, Prince's impatience was also a huge threat. But Fan Yuan, Wu Yong, and the rest were not willing to expose this person's identity. It was very difficult to kill a rank 8. Instead, it was better to pretend that they did not know and focus on breaking the formation. Stopping Celestial Court's plan was the most important. As time passed, Fan Yuan finally made some progress in his deductions. He took some risks and successfully captured an enemy pure dream reality seeker physique body to research. This is actually a complete pure dream reality seeker physique body. It has been completely modified, it can truly be called the 11th extreme physique. Fan Yuan felt his gains were huge. He quickly modified pure dream reality seeker physique transformation and grasped Celestial Court's techniques. Their sides pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were immediately modified. As Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest worked hard, formations were broken one after another. Why are there more? Yao Huang frowned deeply. After one formation was another, it was as if Celestial Court had set up an endless number of formations here. Such a scene caused Wu Yong and the others to be unable to help but feel discouraged. Strange, why did Celestial Court set up so many immortal formations here? Don't tell me. Black Extremity hesitated. Chi Chuyu said solemnly. I understand, this is the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, this name sounds familiar. Wu Yong had a bad feeling. Chi Chuyu sighed. According to rumors, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable predicted Celestial Court's future problems. She set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court and entered this formation, only escaping after breaking 100 formations. This formation actually only has one super compound formation. It can be formed by any combination of 9 subformations. The problem is, after we break one formation, Celestial Court can set up another formation at the center. As long as the speed at which we break the formation can't keep up with the speed at which they set it up, then this formation will be endless. Chi-Chuyu's words made the immortals feel like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Chapter 1743. Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest were at a loss. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was specially made to deal with Limitless Demon Venerable. According to rumors, back then, Limitless Demon Venerable had to break 100 formations before he escaped. With their strength, how could they break through such a heavenly chasm? What made them even more anxious was that they had to make full use of every second they had. Time waited for no one. Once Fate Gu was repaired, there would be no hope of victory. What do we do? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu frowned. This is star constellation Immortal Venerable's work, no wonder. No wonder! Black Extremity realized at once. Chi-Chuyu said with difficulty. Even if we gather all the formation path Gu immortals in the world to break this formation, we will most likely fail. Furthermore, we have less and less time now. This formation path great expert, one of the leaders of the Southern Alliance who had been extremely useful since the start of the battle, was also thinking of retreating. Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Do you have a plan to break the formation? Chi-Chuyu asked in confusion. Wu Yong shook his head. Even though I do not have a plan, I have already seen through Celestial Court's situation. Everyone, don't be nervous. In my opinion, we have overestimated our current predicament. Why? Think about it. Back then, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was personally created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Celestial Court's Gu immortals entered the formation to resist Limitless Demon Venerable. But they could not stop Limitless Demon Venerable from breaking the formation. Since it's a broken formation, then this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation has already been destroyed once. Even if Celestial Court has a deep foundation and repaired all the immortal Gu, in the worst-case scenario, we are facing a complete and even modified 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the defending Gu immortals are not all members of Celestial Court. In fact, there are not many true members of Celestial Court. Emperor City had Li Huang and Qin Yi, while Celestial Court had Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, Yuan Qiongdu, Che Wei, and Song Yen were all involved. The central continent was attacked by the 4 regions this time, forcing them to set up the 9-9 formation here. This shows that they have divided their forces and are short on manpower, so they can only defend passively. Wu Yong's eyes shone brightly. For a moment, his entire body exuded a peerless confidence and the elegance of a strategist. He continued, the most important thing is that they have already revealed their weak nature. Because previously, Chen Yi and Bai Tsang came out to fight my Southern Alliance immortals and Chen Yi was almost killed by me. Everyone, if the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is really unbreakable, why would Chen Yi and Bai Tsang take the risk? They are definitely stalling for time to set up the new Gu formation. Just our Southern Alliance's attack alone had already forced them to take the risk. Now that our Southern Alliance is working together with Northern Plains, we have a high chance of success. Even though the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is legendary, it depends on who is attacking and who is defending. That's right, that's right. Haha, that's right, the urgent matter now is to attack. Celestial Court's defense is not that strong. I am ashamed, I was actually intimidated by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's reputation. Wu Yong's words raised the morale of the immortals. Their attacks became stronger and fiercer. Wu Yong smiled, but he sighed internally. The immortals here were all geniuses. They were intimidated by the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation not because they were stupid, but because the pressure was too great. Bing Sai Chuan informed everyone of the situation. They gathered together and attacked the formation, trying to obtain the final chance of victory. But there were pros and cons to this. The immortals here knew that the situation was dangerous. If they were careless, their side would suffer a huge loss and the Celestial Court would retaliate. This was Central Continent. They did not have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move. Even if they did, the Celestial Court would have corresponding countermeasures. Thus, it would be very difficult for the immortals to retreat. For the sake of safety, they had to retreat now. The longer this dragged on, the more difficult it would be to leave Central Continent. Western Desert and Eastern Seas Goo immortals are probably retreating already. After all, these two regions are in a state of disunity. Unlike Southern Border and Northern Plains, we can gather most of the Righteous Path forces. Now, let's see if we can break the formation quickly and get the final batch of successful Dao marks. Sigh. Earlier, I was still hoping that Fan Yuan's Dream Path methods could deal with this formation. To think that the Celestial Court also has pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique methods. Is it because Spectral Soul was captured? I wonder who stopped Fan Yuan inside this formation? Wu Yong continued to make guesses as he considered the big picture. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Feng Jioge's face was pale, but he had a smile on his face. Huang Er, good job! He looked at Feng Kim Hong with a smile. He was extremely gratified. The one who stopped Fan Yuan was none other than Feng Jioge's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stuck out her tongue. Father, I do not dare to claim credit. I was able to control Immortal Goo and use Immortal Killer moves because of the formation. Even so, you were able to resist Fan Yuan and make him fail. Feng Kim Hong, you have already made a huge contribution. Bai Tsungshui smiled. Chinny nodded. He looked at Feng Jioge before looking at Feng Kim Hong. Like father, like daughter. Feng Jioge saved his life. While Feng Kim Hong was so talented, Chen Yi was filled with gratitude and admiration towards this pair of father and daughter. Celestial Court. The fierce attack had ended. Duke Long's heavy breathing gradually calmed down. He looked at 7 Extreme Desolation, which was covered in injuries but was still standing. He snorted in dissatisfaction. I did not destroy it in the end. Is it because of my injuries? According to common sense, Duke Long's battle strength rose sharply with the help of Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand killer move. He could definitely defeat 7 Extreme Desolation. Even though this ancient formation could be said to be the most powerful one in history. But what concerned Duke Long was his injuries. These were mainly old injuries. Not long ago, when Duke Long seized Dragon Palace, he was injured by many Eastern Sea Goo immortals. If not for these injuries, I would have already destroyed 7 Extreme Desolation. My estimation was slightly off. But after some time, it will definitely not be able to stop me. Duke Long snorted coldly in his heart. Earlier, he did not care about his injuries, but now 7 Extreme Desolation appeared. Battles between experts were always decided by a single line. Even though Duke Long could already suppress 7 Extreme Desolation and change his initial passive state, he did not have enough advantage to destroy it. After a series of explosive attacks, Duke Long's attacks weakened. He started to move around. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest let out sighs of relief. Duke Long gave them too much pressure. Fairy Myrtle and the rest had complex expressions. More and more Celestial Court members knew that Duke Long did not have much time left. He was bursting out with the final glory of his life. It was like fireworks, dazzling for an instant. After this, Celestial Court would lose this legendary great expert. Suddenly, Fairy Myrtle received a transmission from Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle, how is the situation now? Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. Emperor City was destroyed, the mortals suffered huge casualties. Li Huang and Qin Yi are rushing to Infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Over at Hidden Dragon Cave, Eastern Seas Rank 8 Goo immortals are fighting intensely. It is very intense. Duke Long muttered before saying to Fairy Myrtle. Very good, I was not wrong about you, Ziwei. Thanks to your arrangement of troops, we were able to hold all 3 battlefields. The natural calamity happened in Emperor City, it was not your fault. Duke Long praised Fairy Myrtle generously. He knew that even though he was in the limelight, he had to rely on a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle to hold the fort. Fairy Myrtle felt even more admiration towards Duke Long. She said sincerely. This is all thanks to Lord Duke Long for obtaining Dragon Palace. Who could have thought that Dragon Palace contained a Rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Goo? Dream Token, it could enslave Rank 8 Goo immortals. With Jiang Yin and the rest, our lack of manpower was greatly alleviated. And because Lord Duke Long suffered heavy injuries, he concealed the identities of Jean Yin, Granny Rome, and the rest. This allowed us to plot against the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Otherwise, if these Eastern Sea rank 8s got to the 3 battlefields, we would be in huge trouble. Duke Long. Indeed, I am also quite surprised by Dream Token's existence. He could not help but recall the scene of the battle in Eastern Sea. When Zhang Yin and the rest appeared together, Duke Long was slightly surprised. After all, these 4 were either lone cultivators or demonic immortals. They were all rank 8, they were prideful and did not interact much, they were not close to each other, they actually worked together. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was the following battle. Zhang Yin and the other 3 Gu immortals actually trusted each other very much during the battle. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was that after Duke Long defeated the 4 Gu immortals, Dragon Palace suddenly flew away. Zhang Yin and the rest returned, but they did not chase after the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Instead, they stayed behind to attack Duke Long. If they had their own interests and wanted Dragon Palace, why would they stay behind to deal with Duke Long? If they had a normal relationship, with Duke Long's battle strength, these 4 would definitely chase after Dragon Palace relentlessly. After all, Dragon Palace flew away in a shocking manner. There were still other rank 8 Gu immortals in the Eastern Sea. And dealing with Duke Long was more like buying time for Dragon Palace. Refer to Chapter 672 of this volume for details. Duke Long had vaguely guessed the true relationship between these 4 Gu immortals and Dragon Palace at that time. Only when he snatched Dragon Palace and refined it did he confirm his conjecture. Because he was prepared, he did not expose Zhang Yin and the rest. If they were exposed, they might not be able to keep the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals. The most important thing for the Celestial Court now was to completely repair Fate Gu. Thinking about it, Duke Long instructed Fairy Myrtle. We need to pay attention to Hidden Dragon Cave, we cannot be careless. The regional walls are gone, the 5 regions are about to merge into one. At that time, the earth veins of the 5 regions will merge, and because of this battle, everyone will be excited. Di Zhangxing's battle strength will reach a terrifying level, he will not be able to compete with me. Duke Long naturally understood Di Zhangxing more than Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately understood the meaning behind Duke Long's words. The current battle situation could be said to be stabilizing. Infallible Blessed Land, Celestial Court, and Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield were all under the control of Celestial Court. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield, Li Huang, Qin Yi, and a group of immortal Gu houses were about to arrive. The only change was in Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. Duke Long was not worried about Dragon Palace changing owners, he had placed Dragon Palace there as a trap. When Dragon Palace was first designed, it had to be controlled by a Dragoman. It was impossible to bypass this point, unless the Dragon Palace was demolished. Ordinary transformation path methods would not be effective. Duke Long was worried that Dragon Palace would destabilize and release Di Zhangxing. Di Zhangxing hated the Celestial Court and Duke Long to the extreme. Now that his strength had risen, he would definitely take revenge. Duke Long did not have long to live, but Di Zhangxing had an undying body. Chapter 1744. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. A hurricane that resembled a heavenly pillar swept up endless winds and waves, suppressing Celestial Court's formation. Princes Impatience and Ba Shirba, who were guarding outside, stared at the boundary of heaven and earth. There, 2 rays of light tore through the sky, revealing the figures of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. They were Li Huang and Qin Yi. We finally arrived! That's right, it is not too late. Li Huang and Qin Yi arrived together. Where is that scoundrel Fan Yuan? Li Huang's eyes flickered with orange-red light as he investigated. He was filled with resentment towards Fan Yuan. Earlier, when Fan Yuan retreated, he purposely chose the opposite direction of Infallible Blessed Land, luring Li Huang and the rest far away. Next, Fan Yuan found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land, throwing Li Huang and the rest far away from his mind. Central Continent's Celestial Court did not have beacon towers. Li Huang and Qin Yi had no choice but to rush to Infallible Blessed Land. He should have already entered the array, Clear Night replied. His gaze swept across the array, and then he stared at Unbounded Wind. This killer move is very strong. It is a huge threat to our formation. We need to eliminate it first. This Wuyong has such a killer move, and farewell friend Wind, if possible, we need to kill him this time. If he returns to southern border, he will be a huge threat to our celestial court. Li Huang and Qin Yi quickly discussed before changing directions, charging towards Unlimited Wind. Princess Impatience and Ba Shi Ba had already sensed it. They rushed over. Go! Princess Impatience shouted, waving his sleeves as hundreds of lumps of fire flew out. You want to attack me with fire? Laughable! Li Huang sneered. He did not dodge. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was burning on his body. Princess Impatience's flames landed on Li Huang. They did not cause any damage to him. Instead, they increased the power of Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Princess Impatience's expression did not change. He pointed at Li Huang. Whoosh! The flames on Li Huang's body suddenly turned purple. The purple flames seeped into the orange-red Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, breaking down Li Huang's defensive killer moves. Li Huang's expression changed. Princess Impatience didn't seem to want to give him time to react and pounce forward. The two of them fought high up in the sky, causing raging flames to blaze and scorch the heavens and the earth. The temperature of the battlefield rose rapidly. Ba Shi Ba watched Princess Impatience's battle and thought to himself, Humph, this Princess Impatience is still putting on an act. He really hit it well. On Fan Yuan's side, Princess Impatience and Ba Shi Ba remained outside the formation. Ba Shi Ba had already learned of the identity of the Princess Impatience through Wuyong, but he had refrained from revealing it for now. Like Wuyong and Fan Yuan had expected, unless it was necessary, the Princess Impatience did not want to expose his identity. In fact, if possible, the Celestial Court was willing to make some sacrifices to conceal the identity of the Princess Impatience. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, he would be even more useful. Princess Impatience and Li Huang were both Fire Path rank 8s. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The sky turned red, rivers dried up, the ground cracked, clouds evaporated, countless living beings fled. Ba Shi Ba and Qin Yi cultivated Rural Path and Dark Path respectively. Even though their fight was not as grand as the one between Princess Impatience and Li Huang, it was more dangerous and ruthless. Li Huang naturally knew the true identity of the Princess Impatience. No matter how big the commotion was, it was just an act. Ba Shi Ba and Qin Yi were true enemies. Ba Shi Ba let out a series of strange howls as rays of profound light slashed and stabbed at Qin Yi's body like blades. 3 consecutive strikes. 4 consecutive strikes. 5 consecutive strikes. Every ray of profound light was equal in power, but when it hit Qin Yi, the damage would increase exponentially. This was the consecutive strike technique that Ba Shi Ba had cultivated for his entire life. This Rule Path supplementary killer move could increase the power of other immortal killer moves rapidly. The prerequisite was that Ba Shi Ba only used this killer move and did not switch to other methods. Qin Yi was forced to retreat. His forehead was covered in sweat. I cannot let him continue. Once he hits 18 consecutive strikes, my defensive methods will not be able to resist him. Qin Yi activated an immortal killer move. His body suddenly dissipated, turning into a dark veil. In the sky, a large amount of ink seemed to be dripping down, spreading continuously. Ba Shi Ba saw this and hesitated. This is likely Qin Yi's signature killer move, Great Night Covering Heaven. Both sides had good information. Ba Shi Ba and Qin Yi had some understanding of each other. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield killer move, but it was quite special. Ordinary immortal battlefield killer moves would be activated after some time. But Great Night Covering Heaven was different. It would expand continuously. Its range would gradually increase. In theory, this move had no limit. As long as Qin Yi had enough time, he could even spread this immortal battlefield killer move to the whole of White Heaven. Ba Shi Ba retreated rapidly. He thought about it and chose to avoid it. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield. If Ba Shi Ba entered, his rule path would be weakened by the dark path environment. Of course, the main reason was Prince's impatience. Ba Ba knew that Prince's impatience was a traitor. If he entered the immortal battlefield, the outside world would not be able to see what happened. Celestial Court's side might include Li Huang and Prince's impatience in their killer moves to deal with Ba secretly. By then, Ba would have to fight 3 of them alone. It would be dangerous. The battle between the 2 rank 8s fell into a temporary stalemate. A moment later, several immortal goo houses appeared in the sky. Among them were Frost Dragon Manor and Wind Sweeping Building. These immortal goo houses were originally defending Emperor City. Now that the battle was over, the immortal goo houses carried many goo immortals as they came to reinforce them. Frost Dragon Manor was at the front. A blue light flashed around the manor. The light condensed into the shape of a hornless dragon. It was a hornless dragon. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out countless hailstones that attacked Ba Ba. Ba Ba's speed was greatly slowed. He snorted coldly and gave up on Qin Yi, using his killer move to attack Frost Dragon Manor. Boom, boom, boom. Frost Dragon Manor continued to get hit. The walls started to crack and tiles were sent flying. With great difficulty, a second faint blue hornless dragon was formed and entangled with the first one, coiling around the Frost Dragon Manor. Frost Dragon Manor's defense rose sharply. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out pieces of shattered profound light. This immortal goo house has the ability to dissipate the damage of my killer move. Ba Ba's expression was grim, seeing that he could not destroy this immortal goo house in a short period of time. If he continued fighting, he would be trapped by the killer move Great Night covering heaven. He wisely retreated and pulled some distance. At this time, Wind Sweeping Building also entered the battlefield. It did not help Qin Yi or Li Huang. It went into the boundless wind that was like a heavenly pillar. Good wind, give me some time, I can make use of this wind. The current Wind Sweeping Building Lord laughed heartily. Under Wind Sweeping Building's interference, the power of the boundless wind started to weaken. One after another, immortal goo houses entered the battlefield. Fan Yuan's side was getting more and more dangerous. Hold on, we are coming! At the crucial moment, several holes appeared in Celestial Court's formation as several immortal goo houses flew out. Southern Border's Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Great Space Temple, Bay Pavilion, Unfixed Manor, as well as Northern Plains Finger Seal Bridge, Ape Demon Hall, and Yang Building. With the help of these 7 immortal goo houses, Ba felt the pressure on him decrease greatly. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle. Immortal goo houses rampaged and killer moves collided. Fireworks were produced time and time again. At once, the battlefield outside the formation fell into a deadlock. Inside the formation, Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Even though they created a hole in the formation in time and sent out the immortal goo houses, stabilizing the situation outside, Wu Yong and the rest had already used their trump cards. The situation was getting more and more disadvantageous. Prince's impatience was a problem. Celestial Court also could not be relied on. It all depended on whether Fan Yuan and the rest could break the formation quickly. At our current speed, our chances of victory are getting slimmer. Fan Yuan sighed, asking, Can Tao Zhu's 5 regions' true inheritance target the formation? Back then, he had purposely set up a trap in the 5 regional mountain range to harm Southern Border and Celestial Court's goo immortals. In the end, during the battle, because Wu Yong destroyed the entire 5 regional mountain range, he accidentally drew out Tao Zhu's will and obtained the opportunity to inherit the 5 regions' true inheritance. Fan Yuan had no choice but to retreat at that time. The 5 regions' true inheritance fell into the hands of the deities of Southern Frontier. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, the 5 regions' true inheritance should be able to simulate the 5 regional walls. And inside the 5 regional walls, goo immortals would be suppressed. Any immortal killer moves they used would suffer backlash. Be it immortal goo houses or immortal formations, they were all immortal killer moves in essence. Fan Yuan thought about it. If he could use the methods of the 5 regions' true inheritance to deal with Celestial Court's formation, it might be effective. Wu Yong and Chi Chuyu looked at each other. The former said, I obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance. The true inheritance does have the method to create the 5 regional walls. But, Chi-Chu-Yu continued, but this method requires the use of earth veins and a formation to be set up. It is very troublesome and time-consuming. Back then, Tao Zhu was able to create the 5 regional mountain range by using earth veins and the formation. After Fan Yuan left the battlefield, Wu Yong obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance, but found that the essence of it was the 5 regional formation. Wu clan did not specialize in formation path. Wu Yong cooperated with Chi-Chu-Yu, thus Chi-Chu-Yu already knew about the profundity of the 5 regional formation. Do we really need to use earth veins to set up the 5 regional formation? Fan Yuan frowned. Wait, I heard that not long ago, whole clan's goo immortals obtained a wild earth vein immortal goo from Earth Trench. If we have this goo, can it replace earth veins? The immortals heard this and became energized. Wu Yong and Chi-Chu-Yu looked at each other again. They sighed at Fan Yuan's quick-wittedness. Chi-Chu-Yu shook his head. To speak the truth, I have already transacted with Ho Clan and obtained Earth Vein Immortal Goo. But to replace the Earth Vein and insert Earth Vein Immortal Goo, I need to modify the 5 regional formation. Even though I have been working hard and made some progress, I am still far from success. Goo Immortals often took years to modify an immortal killer move. Even though Chi-Chu-Yu had high formation path attainment level, his wisdom path methods were not good. Even though he made progress, it was not much. Chapter 1745. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. What are they doing? Chinny was the first to notice Fan Yuan and the rest. Feng Jioga's expression was still pale. He observed for a while before frowning. They are actually setting up a formation. Formation within a formation? Bai Tseng-shui snorted coldly. They are underestimating us too much. Setting up a formation within a formation was extremely difficult. Especially when setting up a formation within an enemy's formation, it was even more difficult. Different from immortal goo houses, immortal formations had requirements for the surrounding environment. The surrounding natural Dao marks would affect the immortal formation greatly. Celestial Court's side naturally would not let Fan Yuan and the rest get what they wanted. They immediately activated the formation as waves of attacks pounced on the newly set up formation base. Don't even think about it. With us here, you can set up the formation without worry. Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest stood around the formation base, blocking Celestial Court's attacks. Inside the formation base, Chi-Chu-Yu, Black Extremity, and Fan Yuan worked together to set up the formation urgently. 360 Fire Crow Goo have been set up. Black Extremity wiped the sweat off his forehead. We still need 44 rank 5 single blade Goo. When will they be delivered? Chi-Chu-Yu called out, contacting the Goo Immortals. Jewel Yellow Skies became the best channel. Fan Yuan's body shook slightly. The immortal Goo in his hands rained down like a storm. Crackling noises could be heard. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath of air, stopping his actions. Rank 6 Flash Chain Immortal Goo has been set up. Chi-Chu-Yu and Black Extremity quickly glanced at him, thinking, unbelievable! This Fan Yuan's wisdom path and formation path attainment is actually so deep. Not only can he deduce and modify a new 5 regional formation in such a short time, his method of setting up the immortal formation is also so smooth. Fan Yuan's formation path was at the Grandmaster level. Although he was not as good as Chi-Chu-Yu and Black Extremity, he was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing Immortal Goo Formation, Omnidirectional Travel Ancient Battle Formation, Dragon Scale Seafood Path Immortal Formation, Coiling Thread Goo Formation, Blood Red Immortal Essence Formation, Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation, Flood Discharge Formation, Self-Will Heaven Sealing Formation, as well as Your Essence Pool, which was also an immortal formation in essence. He had set them up personally. As such, even though it was his first time setting up the 5 Realms formation, he wasn't nervous at all and was very familiar with it. If I set up the formation alone, the time will be delayed. But with Chi-Chu-Yu and Black Extremity working together, they could quickly set up the 5 World Grand Formation. Quick! 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 Fan Yuan's concentration was on full alert. He was racing against time. Celestial Court Battlefield. Li Huang, Qin Yi and the rest have already rushed to the infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Wu Yong's unlimited wind was suppressed by winds sweeping building. The identity of the prince's impatience was not exposed. But Fan Yuan and the rest have started to set up a formation within a formation. Their intentions are unknown. Furthermore, our reinforcements are about to arrive at Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. Fairy Myrtle reported to Duke Long. Duke Long fought as he replied. Even though the identity of the prince's impatience has not been exposed, we cannot rule out the possibility that Fan Yuan knows about it but did not report it. We need to pay attention to this. Tell Qin Yi and the rest to pay attention to the situation and reinforce the prince's impatience at any time. Fairy Myrtle. Yes. Knowing that the situation was still within their control, Duke Long focused his mind and looked at 7 Extreme Desolation again. It is about time. Duke Long clenched his dragon claws as he sensed the surging strength in his body. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. After using this killer move, his lifespan could only decrease and not increase. At the same time, Duke Long's battle strength was getting stronger and stronger. In just a short while, Duke Long's battle strength rose by leaps and bounds, reaching an unheard of level. Roar! With a dragon roar, purple gold dragon-shaped chi burst out. Boom! 7 Extreme Desolation had no time to react. It only saw Duke Long's figure suddenly vanish in the air before his entire body shot out like a meteor. An unparalleled force surged towards it. It was simply unblockable. 7 Extreme Desolation was sent flying before crashing into the chi wall. Countless cracks appeared on the giant's body. Damn it, his speed increased again. Our investigative killer moves were completely nullified by Duke Long. We simply cannot find his traces. If this continues, we will be too passive. How long has it been? But Duke Long's battle strength has already started to suppress us. In that case, let's use offense as defense and continue to use killer moves to bombard the surroundings. We will eventually be able to hit Duke Long. After the 7 Big Dipper Immortals finished their discussion, the 7 Extreme Desolation giant raised its head and was about to step into the battlefield again. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the giant. Still want to stand up? Duke Long laughed sinisterly. His sturdy body slammed down with his right dragon claw. Boom! Compared to the 7 Extreme Desolation giant, the dragon claw was tiny like an ant, but it caused huge damage to the 7 Extreme Desolation giant. Air waves surged as the 7 Extreme Desolation giant's entire head was smashed. The headless giant was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by the immense force, creating a human-shaped crater. At once, smoke and dust surged, rocks flew everywhere, the sky shook and the earth shook. Duke Long hovered in the air as he slowly retracted his right claw. He let out a satisfied groan. Strength, a brand new strength surged through Duke Long's body again, stimulating his muscles to expand even more. His bones grew rapidly. His dragon scales became even thicker and larger. His dragon horns were like a crown. They became even more ferocious at this moment. Sharp spikes extended in all directions. Duke Long's entire body expanded once again. He had already surpassed the height of a normal person. The roof of a thatched hut only reached his waist. His purple long hair was originally soft and elegant, reaching his waist, but now, every strand of hair was hard and sturdy, reaching all the way to his feet. Purple gold lightning flickered incessantly in his hair. Behind him, his dragon tail became even longer. It was less than 10 feet long, but now it was dozens of feet long. Duke Long, die! A Northern Plains rank 8 suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. He was determined to succeed. The killer move that he had prepared for a long time was about to land on Duke Long's back. Slap! At that instant, Duke Long's dragon tail swung, sending this sneak attacking rank 8 Northern Plains Gu Immortal flying. Guh! The Northern Plains Gu Immortal coughed out blood. His spine was broken, his organs were displaced, and the worst part was the backlash of the immortal killer move. He fell into a state of near death. At the next moment, 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals attacked at the same time. 3 killer moves landed on Duke Long's body. Hit! But at the next moment, these 3 Northern Plains Goo Immortals' joyful expressions froze on their faces. When the dust settled, Duke Long was still standing. Purple gold dragon scales had already covered his entire body, shining with a metallic luster. There was not even a trace of injury. This? The 3 of us had clearly planned this. These 3 moves worked together to increase their power. What kind of defense is this? The 3 Northern Plains Goo Immortals were shocked. They felt something amiss and quickly retreated. Are you scratching an itch for me? Duke Long slowly turned around. His indifferent dragon eyes looked at the 3 retreating Northern Plains Goo Immortals. The 3 Goo Immortals immediately felt a strong sense of danger, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They felt like they were suffocating. Duke Long, don't leave! We are your opponents! The 7 Extreme Desolation giant got a chance to catch its breath and stood up again. Its head that was smashed earlier had already recovered by more than half. Humph, Big Dipper 7 Immortals, you can no longer stop me. Duke Long smiled coldly. He glanced at 7 Extreme Desolation before focusing his gaze on Calamity Luck Altar. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move landed on Calamity Luck Altar. As long as it continued to attack Calamity Luck Altar and caused a certain amount of damage, Call of the Ancient would definitely collapse. Without the interference of these historical Northern Plains experts, the Celestial Court members immediately had the advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven could no longer retaliate. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's forehead was filled with cold sweat. Damn it, Fate Goo has recovered again. The Northern Plains experts formed by Call of the Ancient have lost a lot of their battle strength. On the other hand, the Celestial Court members are being amplified by this Human Path Killer move. Most importantly, Duke Long is unstoppable. His battle strength has already far surpassed the limits of rank 8, even if Human Path Killer moves do not help him. While he was thinking, Duke Long defeated 7 Extreme Desolation again. After getting rid of the entanglement, Duke Long charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Huff! Bing Sai Chuan let out a breath of turbid air as his eyes shined with determination. The final gamble is at this moment. Boom! Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shot out an intense light that shone like the sun. Almost all the Goo Immortals in the battlefield had to close their eyes. Even Duke Long had to squint his eyes into slits. He was puzzled. Bing Sai Chuan is activating Calamity Luck Altar's method so crazily. Isn't he afraid of interfering with Call of the Ancient? Call of the Ancient was placed on Calamity Luck Altar. This time Path Method and Luck Path Killer move mutually restricted each other. In order to maintain Call of the Ancient, Calamity Luck Altar had not truly used all of its abilities. Now that Bing Sai Chuan activated it, it was surprising. The intense light of Luck Path temporarily obstructed everyone. Calamity Luck Altar was like a ferocious beast that was released from its cage as it charged towards the Refinement Path formation. Quick, stop him! Fairy Myrtle shouted in shock. Duke Long was shocked to find that Call of the Ancient was still being used. That phantom image of the River of Time was already imprinted on the battlefield. Even though it was dissipating, the speed was extremely slow. Evidently, it could be maintained for a long time. Red Lotus! At once, Duke Long was shocked and furious. He realized that he had fallen into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's trap. His understanding of Call of the Ancient came from the corresponding support of the future killer move. Back then, when he fought with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he attacked Red Lotus several times and destroyed support of the future killer move. Master, good method, you actually saw through this move's weakness. In his memories, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had blood flowing out of his mouth, but he was still smiling. His eyes were shining brightly. This evil disciple is doing it on purpose. And this Bing Sai Chuan, he is so cunning, he could have moved freely but he chose not to use it. Duke Long was furious. This happened too suddenly, he could not stop it in time. Calamity Luck Altar had been preparing for a long time. It erupted with terrifying might. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Celestial Court's members suppressed the Northern Plains Immortals. Unknowingly, their tight defensive line had loosened up. Seeing Calamity Luck Altar charging over, several Celestial Court members did not dodge, they activated their immortal killer moves. But under the intense light of Luck Path, most of their killer moves failed miserably. A large number of Celestial Court Goo Immortals suffered intense backlash. Even though the few killer moves were successfully activated and landed on Calamity Luck Altar, they could not shake it at all. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward. Several Celestial Court Goo Immortals along the way had their bones broken and flesh torn, before crashing into the Refinement Path formation like a meteor. Boom! The Refinement Path formation was heavily damaged. It was mostly destroyed. Chapter 1746. Plop. Yuan Cheongdu, who had been in charge of the repair, fainted on the spot. He was injured to begin with. When the Refinement Path formation was destroyed, the shockwaves caused him to faint immediately. Without him, even though success Dao marks were still being sent up in small amounts, Fate Goo's repair had stopped. Song Yan was also implicated. This Celestial Court Rank 8 Goo Immortal had been working together with Che Wei to resist Northern Plains Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked the Refinement Path Goo formation, but Song Yan was prepared for them. He transferred the damage they caused to the Refinement Path formation to himself. Right now, Calamity Luck Altar had destroyed the Refinement Path formation. Song Yan had to bear a large portion of the damage. Song Yan was seeing stars, his eyes were buzzing and his 7 orifices were bleeding. He had almost collapsed to the ground. Thankfully, at the crucial moment, Che Wei came to his aid and protected him. "How are you?" Che Wei blocked Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster's attacks as he shouted. I won't die yet." Saying this, Song Yan vomited a mouthful of blood. "Quickly go and reinforce them. Who will rebuild the Refinement Path formation? Yuan Cheongdu has been in charge of repairing Fate Goo. Outsiders cannot do it in such a hurry. We need to wake him up first." The strong Luck Path light dissipated. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals charged towards them like madmen. It was not completely destroyed. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's gaze was cold. His gaze turned as he made a decision. "Bull Demon! 5 Elements Grandmaster! Quickly come back!" The strong Luck Path light could not last for long, it dissipated quickly. The Celestial Court members were all drawn back. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were likely to die if they stayed outside. After all, the Celestial Court Goo Immortals were afraid that the Refinement Path formation could not hold on, and could not hold more Goo Immortals. That was why they did not reinforce Song Yan and Che Wei. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster knew the severity of the situation. They retreated and entered Calamity Luck Altar. Che Wei was helpless and could only watch helplessly. Bull Demon entered Calamity Luck Altar with a worried expression. "Flower Lady is still trapped in heaven overseeing tower. I do not know the details." Bing Sichuan nodded with a resolute expression. "Destroy this Refinement Path formation and save." Boom! Before Bing Sichuan could finish his words, Calamity Luck Altar shook violently. The 3 people inside the altar could not stand steadily. A tall and sturdy figure fiercely stepped on Calamity Luck Altar. Because of his stomp, more than half of Calamity Luck Altar sank into the ground. It was Duke Long. "With me here, this is as far as you can go." Duke Long's expression was like iron, and his eyes were icy cold. The shock and rage from before had completely turned into coldness, and the killing intent in the air was suffocating. Boom, boom, boom. Duke Long bent his body slightly, and randomly punched at Calamity Luck Altar. Waves of fist energy bombarded Calamity Luck Altar like thunder. Calamity Luck Altar continued to tremble intensely as it sank deeper into the ground inch by inch. The fist energy rapidly created cracks on the surface of Calamity Luck Altar, and then the cracks expanded, forming holes. A large number of goo worms died. Bing Sichuan quickly divided the work. He was in charge of preparing a killer move to counterattack. Bull Demon was in charge of repairing Calamity Luck Altar, while 5 Elements Grandmaster was in charge of making deductions on the half-destroyed Refinement Path formation. He cultivated Formation Path after all. "The damage is too fast. I cannot repair Calamity Luck Altar in time." After a few breaths of time, Bull Demon shouted. Five Elements Grandmaster was covered in sweat as he tried his best to deduce the formation. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Persevere! Duke Long was extremely powerful. Rank 8 Calamity Luck Altar, the immortal goo house created by Giant Sun Immortal, could not hold on after being hit by Duke Long's random punches. Rise! Bing Sai Chuan shouted. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a piercing light again as it flew up. Duke Long, who was punching, could clearly feel a strong force coming from Calamity Luck Altar. Go down! Duke Long shouted, raising his fists above his head as he swung his arms down like a hammer. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. With a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar, which had just risen up, was suppressed by Duke Long again like a rubber ball. A large number of goo worms were destroyed, their fragments flying everywhere. A huge hole appeared on the surface of Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sai Chuan's clothes could be seen from the outside. Bing Sai Chuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's battle strength was beyond his imagination. Even the members of Celestial Court were stunned. Northern Plains Immortals, charge! Right at this time, the Northern Plains Goo Immortals created by Call of the Ancient came to help. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were like a flock of birds. They did not dodge, they directly charged forward. A chaotic battle erupted again. And behind the chaotic battle, Duke Long was attacking Calamity Luck Altar. Behind Duke Long, the Refinement Path formation was being repaired urgently. 7 Extreme Desolation was bathed in blood. It finally created a path of blood and arrived in front of Duke Long. Duke Long is so strong, Calamity Luck Altar alone cannot resist him. Bing Sai Chuan had to admit the truth. After getting reinforcements from 7 Extreme Desolation, Bing Sai Chuan finally had time to breathe. He could barely activate Calamity Luck Altar to fight against Duke Long with 2 against 1. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Teeth. Duke Long opened his mouth, his teeth flew out. 100 sharp teeth were like daggers. They expanded rapidly, turning into a group of snow-white dragon-toothed scimitars that slashed at Calamity Luck Altar. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon-toothed scimitars landed on Calamity Luck Altar, creating intense sounds. It was like hundreds or thousands of weapons were colliding. Calamity Luck Altar was like a small hut in a storm. It could not even raise its head. Duke Long smiled coldly. After a while, teeth grew out of his mouth again. The teeth flew out again, forming a snow-white scimitar storm that enveloped Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Soon, 7 Extreme Desolation was riddled with holes. Calamity Luck Altar was also riddled with holes. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Fist shadows flew everywhere, claw marks spread everywhere. 7 Extreme Desolation's head was smashed again and again. Calamity Luck Altar was getting more and more damaged. Wind was leaking everywhere. Bull Demon could not repair it in time. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 purple gold dragon phantoms coiled around Duke Long's body. It was not that 7 Extreme Desolation and Calamity Luck Altar did not retaliate, but these methods were blocked by 9 Dragons Protection. The situation was clear. Duke Long had a huge advantage. As time went on, Longevity Heaven's side would definitely lose. You dare to invade my celestial court, you will pay with your lives! Duke Long shouted coldly. What are you still resisting for? You have no hope left. Duke Long stomped on the ground as a killer move burst out, causing the entire Calamity Luck Altar to sink into the ground. He then punched with both hands, sending 7 Extreme Desolation flying far away. I said before, this is the limit of your strength. You will lose, while Celestial Court will always be invincible. Duke Long shouted, his voice spread throughout the battlefield, shaking everyone's hearts. What other methods do you have? Use them all. I will personally send you all into the abyss of despair. He spoke slowly. His dragon eyes were indifferent. His tone was cold. It sent chills down everyone's spine. Bing Sai Chuan was in a terrible state. Calamity Luck Altar could no longer protect him. He had many injuries on his body. These were caused by Spiraling Dragon Fawn Killer Move. The situation was getting more dangerous, But there was a light in his eyes that had never been extinguished. He still had hope. In the deepest part of his heart, there was a scene that he would never forget. "This is 88-point Jinyang Tower? Amazing! As expected of Lord's work." Bing Sai-chuan stood beside Giant Sun Immortal with a look of admiration. Giant Sun Immortal smiled with a satisfied expression. "With this immortal goo house, my children will be able to grow up. Lord, you really put in a lot of effort," Bing Sai-chuan praised. However, Giant Sun Immortal's tone changed. "I am looking forward to its collapse." What? I built this tower to prevent its collapse." "Oh, Bing Sai-chuan, you are a time path goo immortal, go to sleep. In the future, when 88-point Jinyang Tower collapses, it will be the best time for you to attack Celestial Court." Inside Calamity Luck Altar. "Even if I am heavily injured, even if I am in a hopeless situation, even if I use up all my trump cards, I will not give up. Because this plan was made by Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor. O Celestial Court, victory will be ours!" Bing Sai-chuan shouted. "Blind confidence." Duke Long snickered in disdain. "Forcefully holding on will only increase your pain by 100 times. Bing Sai-chuan snorted coldly. "That is because you will never understand that man's greatness." Not far away. Boom! The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, suddenly turned into smoke, dispersing on the spot. The killer move perfect pair is finally undone. As expected of thieving heaven demon venerable, it is so powerful. Thankfully, this is Celestial Court, we can gather 4 rule path goo immortals, and Celestial Court's treasury also has detailed information on perfect pair. If this were a normal situation, it would be troublesome. Originally, the dog-tail life-extending ferret and Celestial Court's 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Ruan Dan and Shabi 95, were fighting intensely. Relying on perfect pair, the dog-tail life-extending ferret and its clones suppressed their opponents to the point where they could not even raise their heads. But as the Celestial Court's members awakened, many of them started to target perfect pair and finally broke it. "Continue being arrogant! Little dog, how many times have you pounced on me? My feathers are about to be plucked clean by you." Ruan Dan, Shabi 95, and several Celestial Court goo immortals attacked Mao Li Chiu. Even though Mao Li Chiu had outstanding strength, in this situation, it was like 2 fists could not fight against 4 fists. It was soon covered in injuries, blood flowed out of its wounds like a waterfall. But Ruan Dan and Shabi 95 were not much better off. Mao Li Chiu's counterattack was targeted at these 2. Even though Mao Li Chiu's injuries were increasing and it was getting weaker, Celestial Court's advantage was increasing. Ruan Dan and Shabi 95's minds were shaken, they had bewildered gazes. "This lunatic is not afraid of death. Even if he dies, he will probably bite off a piece of my flesh before he dies." The 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court felt wary. One of them shouted, "Mao Li Chiu, why are you risking your life for Giant Sun Immortal? He is feeding you because of your innate talent, he wants to kill you to extend his life." Mao Li Chiu was standing in a pool of blood, its injuries were shocking, many of them were deep to the bone. The originally glossy and shiny fur was now stuck together because of the blood. Its eyes were turning black, its body was shaking, as if it was going to collapse at the next moment. It knew that in its current state, it was probably going to die here. But so what? Mao Li Chiu opened its mouth, letting out a silent smile. A scene from its memories surfaced in its mind. The setting sun was like blood, on a mountain. Mao Li Chiu was curled up like a puppy, lying beside Giant Sun Immortal's feet. Giant Sun Immortal was rubbing its head, but it was shivering. It had already heard of Giant Sun Immortal's plan. Now that Giant Sun Immortal was about to die, he called it here to kill it to extend its life. But Mao Li Chiu did not dare to resist. It was clear, even if it had peak rank 8 battle strength, it was not Giant Sun Immortal's match. Giant Sun Immortal did not even need to make a move, it would seek its own death. "Don't be afraid, Mao Li Chiu, I won't kill you to extend my life." Giant Sun Immortal chuckled. Mao Li Chiu's body stiffened. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the sunset. It was as dazzling as fire. I still remember the first day I raised you, he. Time passed by quickly, you have already grown to this extent. To speak the truth, you are my child. What difference is there between you and my children? As a parent, how can I harm my own children? Mao Li Chiu understood Giant Sun Immortal's nature. He would not lie to it. There was no need. Mao Li Chiu was stunned. It asked in a daze. But master, if you kill me, I can indeed extend your life. Extend my life? Giant Sun Immortal smiled. I will only be struggling at death's door. People will die eventually, isn't that so? He shook his head. What meaning is there in continuing to live under fate? Death is not so hard to accept. Moreover, children are destined to leave their parents to truly grow up. Master, promise me, you will live on properly. Go and do what you like. I won't leave you any last words. Just be yourself and be happy. Master. As its memories faded, Mao Li Chiu looked at the surrounding strong enemies. It raised its head and laughed wildly, its aura surging. Oh master, even if I die, I will repay the kindness of raising me. It can't hold on anymore. That's right, it is only trying to show off. But be careful of its final retaliation. The celestial court's Gu immortals had cold expressions as they slowly surrounded it. Black Heaven. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sat cross-legged like a statue. He looked toward the south, and his eyes reflected the scenes of the battle in the Heavenly Court. Chapter 1747. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. 9 consecutive unceasing formation. The other party's formation. Our Gu immortals are suffering from intense backlash. The first group, retreat and receive treatment. The second group will take over. The third group, get ready. Qinyi and Bai Tsang controlled the formation while commanding the Central Continent Gu immortals. They were very orderly. To think that the other party would use such a strange move. At the side, Feng Jioge frowned as he stared at the 5 regional formation. This is troublesome. The 9 consecutive unceasing formation might. Feng Jioge had a bad feeling. Under Qi Chu Yu's control, the 5 regional formation continued to emit 5-colored smoke. This smoke continued to spread, becoming fainter as it seeped into the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Good, let's do this. The rest will deal with the formation. Let the Central Continent Gu immortals control it. The more the formation activates, the greater the backlash they will suffer. Ha ha ha, the stronger the 9 consecutive unceasing formation, the more damage these Gu immortals will suffer. This is amazing. The morale of the Southern Alliance and Northern Plains immortals rose greatly. They changed their tactics. They had already seen through this formation. They could clearly target its weakness and destroy it. But now they were not in a hurry to do so. The 5 regional smoke continued to permeate. They could use this to deal with the Central Continent Gu immortals behind the formation. From a certain perspective, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation became a powerful weapon for Fan Yuan's side to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court. What should we do? Do we send Gu immortals to destroy the formation? Bai Tsang looked at Qinyi. The leader here was still Qinyi. Qinyi had an ugly expression, he said. This formation should belong to the 5 regional true inheritance, Southern Borders Tao Zhu's method. During the battle of the 5 regional mountain range, the Celestial Court had interfered. Jun Xinguang was captured by Fan Yuan. Celestial Court had a detailed understanding of Tao Zhu's true inheritance and the entire battle of the 5 regional mountain range. Tao Zhu can create the 5 regional mountain range. This 5-colored smoke that permeates the formation is clearly imitating the 5 regional walls, causing our Gu immortals to suffer from the formation's backlash. Qinyi said bitterly. The 9 consecutive unceasing formation is a compound formation. It can dismantle subformations and rearrange subformations at any time. It can be used continuously. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable broke 100 formations and escaped. But Tao Zhu's method bypassed the 9 consecutive unceasing formation and targeted our Gu immortals. This is not just avoiding the formation. The stronger the formation, the stronger Gu immortals will suffer even more injuries. Abel. If we activate the formation to deal with the enemy's formation, it will be something they want to see. We will fall into their trap. It is not wise. But if we stop the formation and send Gu immortals out, we will be neglecting our strengths. Furthermore, the enemy has fierce bandits like Wu Yong and Fan Yuan. It will be very dangerous to send Gu immortals to destroy the formation. Qinyi had been hit by Wu Yong's farewell friend wind killer move. He survived because of Feng Jioge. He still felt some lingering fear. Most importantly, they only had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals on their side, Qinyi, Bai Tseng and Feng Jioge, and they were all injured. It was not suitable to send anyone out. At this point, Qinyi sighed deeply. To think that the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was countered by the enemy today. Tao Zhu was only an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. He could not compare to people like Wu Yong and Fan Yuan. And the creator of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was the famous star constellation Immortal Venerable. The 5 regional true inheritances countered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. It was Tao Zhu's glory. Speaking of which, Tao Zhu was not outstanding among rank 8 Gu immortals. He was not famous either. He only created the 5 regional mountain range. But to think that his research actually succeeded. After this battle, Tao Zhu's name would resound throughout the world, even though he had died a long time ago. Geniuses appeared in every generation. They would reign supreme for hundreds of years. Just like how in the battlefield of Celestial Court, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could be broken, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation could also be countered by a junior. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had been dead for too long, but eras continued to develop and change. Even though their methods were powerful, they could not escape the awkwardness of being outdated. Remove that subformation. Qinyi ordered resolutely. The Gu immortals around him were shocked. Qinyi actually gave the order to remove the formation. Was he out of his mind? But soon, Feng Jioge reacted first. His eyes shined with bright light as he praised. Good response. Removing the formation, the other party actually removed the formation. Ha! Inside the 5 regional formation, some Northern Plains Gu immortals saw this and laughed heartily. Wu Yong and Fan Yuan, however, had grim expressions. Oh no, this Qinyi is so crafty. If we were inside the formation, the 5-colored smoke miasma would seep in faster and deeper. Now that the subformation has been removed, the efficiency is greatly reduced. That's right. In the battlefield of Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven is almost unable to hold on. Celestial Court has the upper hand. I'm afraid Qinyi has considered this, so he's using a delaying tactic. Whether it was Qinyi's side activating the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation or sending people to attack the formation, Fan Yuan and the rest were happy to see that happen. But now, Qinyi removed the subformation and chose to defend passively. The 5-colored smoke miasma's infiltration was greatly reduced. Central Continent's Gu immortals only maintained the formation and did not activate it. The backlash they suffered was also greatly reduced. But Qinyi and the rest were still behind the formation, continuing to set up the immortal formation. Fan Yuan and the rest needed a lot of time to destroy this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. And most importantly, Fan Yuan and the rest had to make full use of every second they had. They could not waste a single second. Once Celestial Court exterminated Longevity Heaven's forces, they would be free to attack Celestial Court and deal with Fan Yuan and the rest. Qinyi was extremely steady and astute. He purposely retreated for the sake of the big picture. It was just a small step, but it was more terrifying than attacking. He forced Fan Yuan and the rest to the edge of the cliff. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have added Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation. This way, the 5 regional formation can be moved. It is no longer fixed at the same spot. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. This was not his mistake, nor was he unwilling to contribute. It was the combination of Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation. The number of deductions increased sharply. Fan Yuan would have to spend a lot of time to deduce clearly. Actually, even if the 5 regional formation could be moved away by Gu immortals, Fan Yuan and the rest would not be able to resolve this crisis. Qin Yi removed the sub-formation and retreated to defend. The 5-world formation within the original child formation was exposed. Outside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, the immortals were already engaged in a chaotic battle. For rank 8 Gu immortals, Qin Yi, Li Huang, Prince's Impatience, and Ba Shi Ba were fighting each other. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Frost Dragon Manor, Wind Sweeping Building, and others were rampaging in the battlefield, clashing at times or unleashing immortal killer moves at others. Bright lights shone as thunderous explosions resounded. "Oh no, unlimited wind killer move is escaping my control." Wu Yong's expression changed. Earlier, he had not sensed it clearly when he was in the formation. Now that Qin Yi removed the formation, Wu Yong realized something was amiss. Without hesitation, Wu Yong flew out of the 5 regional formation and pounced towards Wind Sweeping Building. Yao Huang, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, and the rest also moved out. With their reinforcement, Li Huang, Qin Yi, and the rest felt immense pressure. They retreated and were suppressed along with Central Continent's immortal Gu houses. Fan Yuan moved out stealthily, using Great Thief Ghost Hand again. Central Continent's immortal Gu houses were immediately attacked. A large number of Gu worms were stolen by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan continued to move and obtained 3 immortal Gu in a short while. Including his gains from the battlefield in Emperor City, he had already seized more than 10 immortal Gu from Central Continent's immortal Gu houses. Fan Yuan recognized some of these immortal Gu, but he did not recognize some. His Time Path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing how to use these Gu worms. Seeing that the situation was amiss, Li Huang gave up on Prince's Impatience and came to stall Fan Yuan. The scene from before on the battlefield at Imperial Emperor City repeated once more. Fan Yuan was stalled by Li Huang. He could not attack the immortal Gu houses anymore. Humph, this Prince's Impatience is so good at acting, he purposely let Li Huang go. Fan Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, but did not say anything. Prince's Impatience was a problem. What made Fan Yuan even more troubled was the rank 9 human path killer move that Celestial Court used, Heroes Among People. Due to the amplification of Heroes Among People, Li Huang, Qin Yi, and the rest, as well as Central Continent's immortal Gu houses, had their battle strength increased by several times. They resisted the fierce attacks of the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance army. "We cannot continue fighting like this, time is limited. We need to retreat into the formation," Fan Yuan shouted. Wu Yong and the rest retreated. They stored their immortal Gu houses and entered the 5 regional formation. The 5 regional formation was activated at full force. Large amounts of 5-colored smoke spread rapidly, covering the entire battlefield. Within the 5-colored smoke, Central Continent's Gu immortals were greatly suppressed. Similar to Qin Yi's earlier awkwardness, these people were strengthened by Heroes Among People. The killer move's power rose sharply, the backlash also increased. To think that Tao Xu's methods are so profound! Inside the formation, Ba Shi Ba sighed. Wu Yong was silent. This situation was not out of his expectations. Precisely because he discovered it long ago, he did not hesitate to reveal the true inheritance's contents to cooperate with Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu also knew that this was a good thing, but he could not use it earlier. Now that the formation was modified and set up, it had great effects. "It is a pity that this 5-colored smoke does not differentiate between friend and foe. Central Continent is suppressed. We will also face backlash inside. Only Fan Yuan can move freely." Yao Huang was clearly agitated. Many people looked at Fan Yuan with envious expressions. "What a pity!" Fan Yuan sighed to himself. If he could obtain Tao Xu's true inheritance, with the light of wisdom and his formation path and wisdom path attainment levels, his battle strength would soar again. In fact, he could not do anything to Heroes Among People, but if he had the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest would face greater suppression. Who knew, Fan Yuan might be able to pacify the battlefield in Emperor City. Back then, When he left the 5 regional mountain range and could not obtain the 5 regional true inheritances, he felt a deep sense of regret. Chapter 1748. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. The enemies have entered the formation. It seems they want to display the full power of the 5-colored smoke. Li Huang and the rest are in trouble. Qin Yi had been paying close attention to the situation. Should we go and reinforce them? We might be able to work together with these reinforcements to destroy the enemy formation. As long as the formation is broken, 1 or 2 of their core immortal goo will be destroyed. They might not be able to turn the situation around. Bai Sengshui suggested. Qin Yi thought about it before shaking his head. No need to take the risk. The situation is very beneficial to us now. Let them return to the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Qin Yi not only did not attack, he even called back Li Huang and the rest. He decided to stall for time. Fan Yuan flew out of the formation and started to deal with Li Huang and the rest. Inside the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest fought against Fan Yuan. They were greatly restricted and their movements were restricted. After suffering some losses, Li Huang gave the order to retreat. The group entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. At once, both sides entered their respective formations. The battlefield that was filled with sounds of fighting was only left with the sound of unlimited wind. Wu Yong and Fan Yuan stayed outside the formation. The former carefully controlled unlimited wind to avoid the 5-colored smoke. He charged towards Celestial Quartz formation from another direction. The latter hid in the 5-colored smoke. Following the spreading of the smoke, he got closer to Celestial Quartz formation. Let's persevere like this. As long as Celestial Quartz battlefield is pacified, it will be our victory. Within the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Qin Yi raised the morale of his troops. But he had just said that when he heard a loud explosion. The immortals quickly looked over and saw that the 5-colored smoke was rumbling endlessly. Fan Yuan's 5 regional formation had suddenly exploded. A figure flew out of the 5-colored smoke that covered the sky like an arrow. Princess Impatience, what are you doing? Kill him, he is definitely a spy of Celestial Court. Lord Chichuyu, are you alright? Someone come and save Lord Chi. A change occurred. Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortals were in chaos. Princess Impatience, don't even think about escaping. Fan Yuan and Wu Yong, who were outside the formation, turned around and tried to stop Princess Impatience. Bai Sengshui was overjoyed. So it was Princess Impatience who made a move inside the formation and destroyed the enemy's formation. Well done! Some Gu immortals who did not know the inside story saw this and were dumbfounded. Hurry, Princess Impatience is a member of my Spirit Affinity House. Quickly go and help him. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder urged. Needless to say, Qin Yi had already given the order. Li Huang, Qin Yi and Bai Sengshui flew out of the formation to receive Princess Impatience. Fan Yuan and Wu Yong were obstructed by the 3 of them. Princess Impatience was not weak, and with reinforcements, he successfully entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the Celestial Quartz immortals did not know. This Princess Impatience whom they sent into the formation was a fake. I finally got in. Fan Yuan snickered to himself as killing intent surged in his chest. Immortal killer move, familiar face. This was a killer move that had been modified by Fan Yuan, and with the increase in transformation path down marks after annexing Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, its power had increased by several times. Even though Celestial Court was prepared, they did not discover Fan Yuan's true identity. At this moment, the real Princess Impatience was still inside the 5 regional formation. The 5 regional formation was modified by Fan Yuan. He naturally designed a formation within the formation. This inner formation was the cage that imprisoned Princess Impatience. There were several rank 8 Gu immortals guarding the formation cores. As for the Fan Yuan inside the 5-colored smoke, it was Yi Hao Fang in disguise. Southern Border's rank 8 Gu immortal Yi Hao Fang was also a transformation path Gu immortal. Even though he did not have a method like familiar face, he was inside the 5-colored smoke, with the other rank 8 Gu immortals helping him conceal the investigative killer moves. He did not get exposed. As for the 5 regional formation, it had truly self-detonated. A vast number of mortal goo perished. The immortal goo that used the formation also suffered losses. If he did not do this, he would not be able to deceive Qin Yi and the rest. There was another reason why Qin Yi was kept in the dark. That was because Celestial Court's fairy Myrtle had informed them in advance. Qin Yi and the rest knew Princess Impatience's true identity, thus they had been paying attention to Princess Impatience during the intense battle. Once Princess Impatience made a move and stabbed the enemy in the back, they would cooperate and expand their gains. Right now, Princess Impatience destroyed the enemy's formation the moment he made a move. The results were huge. Qin Yi and the rest were mentally prepared, so they immediately took action against Fan Yuan. The secret of my rebirth has been exposed. Celestial Court will definitely be worried about Princess Impatience's identity being exposed. And this battle concerns the overall situation of Fate Gu. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court will definitely expose Princess Impatience's identity to protect the overall situation. This is something I can make use of. Fan Yuan sneered in his mind. He disguised as Princess Impatience and pretended to be heavily injured. Under the expectant gazes of Celestial Court's immortals, he openly stepped into the core of the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder was the first to welcome him. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." Fan Yuan was ready to take action after accumulating his strength. Because I am not the real Princess Impatience, my identity will be exposed once I interact with them. Moreover, I do not have Wu Yong's concealment methods. When I prepare a killer move, my aura will definitely leak out. Thus, the true time to make a move is the moment I enter the formation. Because I am being chased, my immortal killer move has not dissipated yet. Fan Yuan was about to make a move when a change occurred. On the battlefield, everyone's expression changed. What is that? Rank 9 killer move! It seems to come from Northern Plains. Luck Path Aura. Its direction seems to be aimed at Celestial Court. At this moment, both sides forgot about the battle. They looked up at the sky. A huge pillar of light stretched across the sky, shooting towards Celestial Court at an extremely fast speed. This pillar of light was so huge, it was like a giant river that dominated heaven and earth. Everywhere it went, it pushed away all the air. As the pillar of light moved forward, it emitted a grand and deafening sound. Such a grand and majestic killer move made everyone dazed. Even Qin Yi, Wu Yong, and even Fan Yuan felt their own insignificance. Unstoppable, invincible. The pillar of light started from black heaven above Northern Plains. It pierced through the regional walls and directly crashed into Celestial Court. Celestial Court shook intensely, mountains shook, countless immortal goo houses cracked and broke. This is? Duke Long suddenly raised his head. A moment ago, he was in high spirits and had great divine might. He had beaten up 7 extreme desolation and calamity luck altar. But when the pillar of light shot towards him, he paled in fright. At this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board. He could not move. He was locked down by the pillar of light. He was like an insect trapped in amber. He could only watch as the pillar of light approached him. Even though his current battle strength was enough to make other rank 8 goo immortals sigh in admiration. Rank 9 killer move! This is the work of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal left behind a backup plan after all. No, he is not targeting me. He is going straight for Fate Gu. Duke Long suddenly realized. He had a ruthless expression as he struggled and tried to activate immortal killer moves again and again. But a terrifying scene occurred. His killer move had never been successfully activated even once. The activation of killer moves failed time and time again. He was suffering from backlash. Blood flowed out of his mouth and eyes. The immortals of Celestial Court were thrown into chaos. Some overestimated themselves and tried to block the pillar of light, but they were all destroyed. Not a single rank 8 goo immortal could stop the pillar of light. Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor! Master! At this moment, Bing Sai Chuan and Mao Li Chiu had tears in their eyes. But right when the pillar of light was about to hit the refinement path formation, the immortals heard an eerie sigh. Next, in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the illusion of two venerables playing chess appeared again. Star constellation immortal venerable, who was playing chess with limitless demon venerable, grabbed a chess piece and threw it out. In an instant, countless starlight specks flickered. They were dazzling and did not lose to the orange pillar of light. The starlight specks formed a huge net that blocked the pillar of light. The pillar of light became slower and thinner. The starlight specks surrounding it were absorbing and transferring the power of the pillar of light. Lord Star Constellation Immortal Venerable! This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method! The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court were overjoyed. They looked at Imperfection Regret Pavilion with deep admiration and excitement. Duke Long breathed heavily. The pillar of light was so close to him that it was almost touching his face. But eventually, the pillar of light stopped completely. It was trapped by the starlight net. Damn it, I was so close. Bing Sai Chuan was very annoyed. Duke Long was the strongest battle strength of Celestial Court. He was also their leader. If he died, Celestial Court's morale would plummet, while Longevity Heaven still had Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. They still had hope. Star Constellation, this bitch. Mao Lichio gritted its teeth. The pillar of light suddenly changed again. It continued to spin faster and faster. Circles of spiraling cyclones formed on the surface. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed a look of surprise on her face. With a loud sound, the pillar of light exploded. Hundreds of huge orange-yellow chi currents flew into the bodies of Bing Sai Chuan, Mao Lichio, and the other Northern Plains experts. Mao Lichio was dumbfounded. It had already wanted to die, but as the orange-yellow chi currents flowed through its limbs and bones, all of its injuries were healed. Immortal essence started to condense in its immortal aperture. A white gold halo enveloped the members of Longevity Heaven, giving them a strong amplification. This kind of buff effect was several times stronger than heroes among people. After the pillar of light was obstructed by the starlight net, it changed its target and turned to help Longevity Heaven's members. Duke Long, let's fight again! Bing Sai Chuan shouted. He had recovered to his peak state. Calamity Luck Altar was also covered in a layer of light. Under Bing Sai Chuan's control, it flew out. Duke Long did not dodge. He fought Calamity Luck Altar head-on. In the end, Calamity Luck Altar's momentum was obstructed, while Duke Long flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing through 5 to 6 thick walls before he was stopped by the Chi wall. Guh. Duke Long's expression turned pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1749. Celestial Court Battlefield. Kill! Deafening battle cries resounded. The morale of the Northern Plains Immortals soared to an unprecedented peak. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's move. It had an extraordinary meaning. His descendants' morale soared. Their battle strength rose sharply. How can this be? The Celestial Court Gu Immortal was stunned. He suddenly froze in the air, unable to move. In front of him, a famous expert in Northern Plains history, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Lu Hui let out a breath of turbid air. I was almost killed by you. It was so close, what a pity. Cold sweat dripped down the Celestial Court Gu Immortal's forehead. This killer move of yours clearly cannot restrain me. Humph, the truly powerful one is still Giant Sun Immortal. You can't do it. Lu Hui sneered. Then why didn't you say that we were all suppressed by fate earlier? Moreover, what does it matter if I can or cannot? Life and death, victory or defeat is the most important thing. Go die. He lightly waved his hand, taking the other party's life. His eyes were narrow and long. His gaze was bone-chilling. He looked around with ill intentions. Who is next? You can't break my defense. Don't waste your energy. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal stood unmoving. His body was covered in an extremely thick halo of light. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Yu Yangzi breathed in deeply. He felt a brand new surge of strength in his body. His previous dejection and worry were swept away, his confidence soaring. The current me is different from before. Immortal Killer Move, Disintegrate. Yu Yangzi's original name was Yi Lui Hua. He cultivated Rule Path. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he made many contributions, but Yi Lui tribe's internal unfairness made him receive the treatment he deserved. In a fit of anger, he betrayed the tribe and became a demonic path Gu immortal. In his later years, Yilui tribe suffered a setback. They were suppressed and ostracized by many Huangjin tribes. Yilui Wa, who had rank 8 cultivation level, was invited back with great fanfare, becoming Yilui tribe's first supreme elder, returning to the righteous path. He relied on his own hard work to achieve an achievement that ordinary Gu immortals could not reach. He made the whole tribe lower their heads and admit their mistakes. Yelu Wa's life experience was filled with the color of legend, stirring up countless juniors. However, even after he returned to the Yelu family and assumed the position of Grand Elder, he did not revert to his original name, still calling himself Jade Sun Zi. How can this be? The celestial court's Gu immortal was pale with fright. The defense that he was so proud of crumbled continuously, before completely dissipating. With the aid of the giant sun immortal, Jade Sun directly reversed the difference in strength. The celestial court Gu immortal who was fighting him soon died in Yang Zi's hands. Clang clang clang. 3 members of the celestial court joined hands to deal with Yelu Qi. Yuan Ben was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He cultivated Bone Path and had shocking battle strength. When he was alive, he was known as the #1 battle strength in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Even the other 4 regions often heard of his bravery. His figure was not burly, but rather a little thin. However, the white bone armor he wore was hard and thick. He held the white bone spear in his right hand and waved it left and right, stirring up the wind and clouds. He held a white bone dagger in his left hand. The sword light was cold and chilling. After obtaining an orange-yellow light, Yuan Ben roared. Countless white bone spikes suddenly shot out of his armor. One of the celestial court Gu immortals attacking him could not dodge in time. He was pierced by hundreds of bone spikes and died on the spot. Yuan Ben took the chance to attack. His spear pierced the second Gu immortal's heart, while his sword cut off the third Gu immortal's head. But there was no excitement or joy on his face. There was only faint desolation. It is a pity that you do not have enough Gu worms. You cannot display your true strength. I have also obtained ancestors' help. This battle is an unfair one. Boom! With a loud explosion, Duke Long was sent flying like a cannonball. The dragon roared. Duke Long quickly stabilized his body. Suddenly, a huge shadow fiercely enveloped them. Duke Long raised his head and saw Calamity Luck Altar pressing down like a mountain. Duke Long snorted coldly. He did not dodge. His dragon claws were clenched into fists. Lord Duke Long, I will lend you a hand. Celestial Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang targeted Duke Long as he activated a killer move. Immortal killer move, Peerless. At the next moment, Duke Long breathed in deeply as he punched at Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Peerless, Chaotic Dragon Fist. In an instant, fist shadows flew, creating an intense fist wind. Tens of millions of fist shadows were like raging waves, causing Calamity Luck Altar to shake unsteadily. Duke Long is really strong! Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Calamity Luck Altar also received Giant Sun Immortal's help. Its battle strength rose by several times, but it still could not suppress Duke Long. But right at this time, a giant flew over and entered the battlefield. It was 7 Extreme Desolation. Duke Long, go to hell! The 7 Extreme Desolation giant roared as it spat out countless pitch-black needles that shot towards Duke Long. Oh no! The nearby Celestial Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to help but was obstructed by the other Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had rich battle experience. These Gu Immortals summoned by Call of the Ancient were all experts in history. After fighting for so long, they had already developed a tacit cooperation. Duke Long was using Chaotic Dragon Fist to resist Calamity Luck Altar, but he was attacked by 7 Extreme Desolation at the same time. This pitch-black needle killer move was extremely powerful. Its aura surged and surged. Before it reached Duke Long already felt an intense piercing pain. Duke Long's eyes shined with brilliance. Immortal killer move, Clear Dragon Pupil. Once the investigative killer move was used, he immediately saw through many details of the pitch-black needles. He knew that this move contained the essence of Dark Path and was specialized in countering defensive methods. If he relied on his dragon scales or 9 dragon protection seal, he would be riddled with holes, he would be heavily injured on the spot. Then let's fight offense with offense. Duke Long opened his mouth and breathed out. Chi surged as an immortal killer move formed in an instant. Immortal killer move, Chi current scissors. Countless white chi currents shot towards the pitch-black needle rain. The chi currents tore through the sky, forming arcs that were like sharp blades. Everywhere they went, the black needles would be cut apart. Chi current scissors and the pitch-black needle rain collided, most of them dissipated. But a few escaped and attacked Duke Long and 7 Extreme Desolation. At the same time, Duke Long grunted as more than 10 pitch-black needles stabbed into his body. And 7 Extreme Desolation's body also had several pieces of flesh cut off by the chi current scissors. These injuries were borne by the 7 Big Dipper Immortals and 7 Extreme Desolation. They endured the pain and worked together to activate 7 Extreme Desolation, directly attacking Duke Long this time. Duke Long sighed, he could only retreat forcefully. Since the battle started, this was the first time he retreated. The enemy was so strong that Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. His killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, could indeed dominate rank 8s, especially in the final moments of his life. He could even take whatever he wanted from rank 8 Goo Immortals. But in front of a rank 9 killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand paled in comparison. Other than its own power, there was also the aspect of profound changes. Giant Sun Immortal's attack was originally an offensive killer move. It traveled from northern plains to central continent's celestial court, crossing 2 regions. Its power did not diminish, it was grand and majestic. Celestial Court's defense was extremely strong, but it was not Giant Sun's match. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, blocking Giant Sun's attack. But after blocking it, Giant Sun's attack changed in nature. It turned into an amplification method that was used in the battlefield, overturning the entire situation. Killer moves mainly had several practical techniques: consecutive moves, variation moves, supplementary moves, and disassembly moves. The so-called variation move was to use a killer move as the foundation and modify it to achieve another effect. For example, Fan Yuan's Myriad Self killer move and Strength Path Giant Hand, the former was the foundation of the latter. But when Fan Yuan activated Myriad Self killer move, Myriad Self would not turn into Strength Path Giant Hand. There was a difference between the two. Meanwhile, Giant Sun's attack seemed to change at will. It was an offensive killer move a moment ago, but in the next second, it turned into an amplification method. Giant Sun Immortal's attainment in variation moves had completely surpassed Duke Long's understanding. The strength in my body is dissipating. It seems that Ancestor Giant Sun's strength cannot last for long. Quick, while the strength is still there, we cannot continue fighting. We need to break through the enemy's defensive line and seize Fate Goo. As time passed, the Northern Plains Goo Immortals gradually realized something amiss. After Giant Sun's attack changed in nature, it gave them a huge boost, but this strength was also rapidly dissipating. The explosive power of Giant Sun's attack was much higher than heroes among people. But in terms of duration and spatial range, heroes among people had a larger range and lasted longer. Duke Long's expression changed. He could barely hold back Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation with his own strength, now that the Northern Plains Goo Immortals were attacking the Remnant Refinement Path formation. He could not defend it. The Goo Immortals of Celestial Court gathered and stood in front of the Remnant Goo Refinement formation, forming a defensive line. Under the frenzied attacks of the Northern Plains Goo Immortals, the defensive line was in danger. It was hanging by a thread. All sorts of immortal killer moves clashed. Goo Immortal corpses fell from the sky from time to time. Both sides fought fiercely. The number of Goo Immortals dying around this weak defensive line continued to rise. Northern Plains side staked everything they had, while Celestial Court's members did not retreat. Both sides were increasing their troops. Awakening from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, Celestial Court members rushed to the battlefield to reinforce the defensive line. And in the illusion of the River of Time, Northern Plains experts appeared one after another, charging forward without saying a word. The defensive line was on the verge of breaking. Fairy Myrtle had already entered the battlefield, using all her strength to resist the fierce attacks of the Northern Plains immortals. Suddenly, a faint figure appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. It was the Northern Plains Goo immortal expert Lulu. Even though this person was a rank 8 expert, he did not have a good reputation in history. When he was alive, he was the only rank 8 Goo immortal in Lu tribe. According to convention, he should have been the first Supreme Elder. But Lulu had never fought head-on since he was young. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. Whenever he attacked, he would always sneak attack and steal. His reputation was too bad. He could not gain the respect and trust of others. If he became the first Supreme Elder of Lu tribe, he would be a burden to the whole tribe. It would affect their image and reputation. Chapter 1750. Lulu had actually joined the battle long ago, but the Northern Plains experts who were at the same time as him had already been killed. He was the only one left. This battle was too intense. The sacrifices of rank 8 Goo immortals had become a common occurrence. Lulu's achievements were glorious. At least 8 members of Celestial Court had fallen to his hands since the start of the battle. He had been paying attention to Fairy Myrtle for a long time. His rich battle experience allowed him to quickly judge the importance of Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, his sneak attack had actually been prepared for a long time. In an instant, Fairy Myrtle's hair stood on end. A feeling of fatal danger filled her heart, almost suffocating her. Fairy Myrtle was aware that with just her current defensive methods, she could not stop the enemy. But it was too late to activate other defensive methods now. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was about to die, at the crucial moment, a Goo immortal of Celestial Court attacked from the side. It was Wu Shuang, who had assisted Duke Long earlier. Poochie! With a muffled sound, Lulu's killer move pierced through Wu Shuang like a gray sharp blade, before stabbing into Fairy Myrtle's shoulder. Damn it, Wu Yong blocked most of the power! Lulu's expression changed, his figure quickly dissipating. Fairy Myrtle was heavily injured, but Wu Yong was already dead. Lulu had vanished, and when he appeared again, he might take another life. Boom! Air currents surged. Duke Long flew back hundreds of steps, stabilizing his body with difficulty. He had blocked a powerful killer move from 7 Extreme Desolation in the end, but the price was his arms and the dragon scales on his chest. His arms drooped down powerlessly, the dragon scales were all broken, and the flesh on his chest was badly mutilated. Duke Long immediately activated healing methods, but the dark path Dao marks on his arms were extremely dense, and their arrangement was ingenious, greatly hindering his healing effects. Ha, Duke Long, you were hit by our killer moves Snake Lead and Dark Entanglement. You still want to recover from your injuries in a short time, dream on! 7 Extreme Desolation mocked. Next, Calamity Luck Alter changed its fighting style, drilling out of the ground and sneak attacking Duke Long from below. An immortal killer move exploded and hit Duke Long. A giant orange-gold light ball trapped Duke Long inside, trapping him firmly. The light ball continued to shrink, squeezing down on Duke Long's living space. His bones were creaking from the pressure, his dragon scales kept falling, and clear cracks were appearing on his dragon horns. Seeing that Duke Long was trapped, Bing Saichuan let out a sigh of relief. Duke Long's speed was astonishing, while Calamity Luck Alter's killer move was slow and difficult to hit. Thankfully, the Northern Plains Goo Immortals' battle tactics were very wise. They attacked the enemy's weak points. Duke Long was worried and could only defend passively. 7 Extreme Desolation Cooperation. Lu was able to create a chance to attack and 7 as Duke Lulu as he could attack. Crack! With a soft sound, a huge part of his dragon horn fell from Duke Long's head. Large amounts of purple hair fell to the ground. 9 dragon phantoms appeared around Duke Long's body. It was the killer move 9 marked dragon. He resisted the surrounding pressure with difficulty. Duke Long, you have lost. Fate Goo will be my longevity heaven's item. And you will also die. Bing Saichuan's voice resounded in the battlefield. He could only trap Duke Long for the time being. He could not take his life. But it did not matter. he could use this to affect the morale of Celestial Court's side. As expected, many Celestial Court members saw that Duke Long was trapped and showed shocked expressions. Duke Long suddenly laughed loudly. "Even if I die here, so what? You Northern Plains Goo Immortals do not fear death, but does my Celestial Court have people who fear death?" With one sentence, Celestial Court's immortals cheered, their morale rose. "We sleep because of our responsibility, we are not afraid of death." What a joke, afraid of death! "We are members of Celestial Court. We protect the glory of humanity. Since the remote antiquity era until now, we have never feared sacrifice." Celestial Court's Goo Immortals started to counterattack. They used their bodies to block the killer moves of Northern Plains Goo Immortals. Once there was a chance, Celestial Court's Goo Immortals disregarded their own lives and attacked fiercely, trying to perish together with the Northern Plains experts. Northern Plains Goo Immortals were brave, but Celestial Court's Goo Immortals went crazy. Oh no! Bing Sichuan felt that the situation was bad. He wanted to affect Celestial Court's morale, but to think that Duke Long's words could defuse it. Bing Sichuan smiled coldly, his voice resounding in the battlefield. "Laughable! Your sacrifices are meaningless. No matter how many Goo Immortals we sacrifice, they are merely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move, they are already dead. Using dead people in exchange for your sacrifice, this is a business with no loss at all. How much foundation does your Celestial Court have to endure such a loss?" "Foundation?" Duke Long also smiled coldly. "Our Celestial Court has plenty." He started to resist. His arms could not move, but the aura around him rose like a tall wall, wrapping around him. Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Alto with a mocking gaze. "Your longevity heaven was only created during the medieval antiquity era, a little over 300,000 years ago. What about our Celestial Court? It has been 3,879,687 years since then. Think about it, it is many times longer than yours. Don't try to estimate our Celestial Court's foundation, you are forever short-sighted. Bing Sichuan, why don't you turn around and look at our immortal graveyard, then look at your laughable phantom river of time." Bing Sichuan's expression sank, he was speechless. He did not need to look, he had always been paying attention to these two places. In the river of time, the number of Northern Plains Goo Immortals that came out had already started to become sparse. But within Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, batches of Goo Immortals were still waking up one after another. Celestial Court's foundation was unfathomable. Duke Long continued. "How many people does a clan have? How many geniuses does a clan have? Bing Sichuan, look at our central continent. We choose all sorts of geniuses from all the mortals in central continent. Even if a clan finds a genius, can they nurture them well? The bloodline of the clan and their familial relationships often become an obstacle. But the phenomenon of nepotism in our sects is much rarer than in clans. Moreover, the competition between sects is much fairer and more transparent. Even if a genius appears among the descendants of a clan's higher-ups, how much effort can the clan's Goo Immortals spend to nurture this genius? Goo Immortals have many things to do, they are very busy. In a sect, a genius of the younger generation would receive pointers from many people. From the moment they start cultivating to the moment they become a Goo Immortal, they will receive the corresponding guidance. Many of the guidance missions in sects can allow the people who guide the juniors to obtain corresponding benefits. Let me ask you, how many clans can do this?" Saying so, Duke Long's voice became louder and louder, he was filled with pride and arrogance. "Immortals of Northern Plains, you dared to invade Celestial Court, your courage is commendable. It is a pity that your knowledge has been restricted by your clans, you have underestimated the foundation of our Celestial Court." Bing Sichuan was silent. He wanted to retort, but he could not find any reason to do so. Because the truth was right in front of him. Inside Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, members were waking up one after another. 3 million years ago, during the remote antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the surrounding human Goo Immortals and nodded. Now Central Continent's human Goo Immortals are all here, there are also some friends from other regions. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, we heard your summons and rushed over. If you have any instructions or teachings, we will listen to them wholeheartedly. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, giving his suggestion. From today onwards, Central Continent's Gu Immortals will establish sects and recruit disciples. We will impart our true abilities to them. What? Abolish the clan system? Even though I have heard of this long ago, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, are you really going to do this? This might not be too. The human Gu Immortals discussed, they had difficult expressions on their faces. Someone cautiously persuaded. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are the only rank 9 Gu Immortal in the current world. If you establish your own clan, it will definitely be the #1 superforce in the world. Your descendants will inherit your glory and abilities. Our clans will definitely be led by your clan. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head. He looked at the Gu Immortal, persuading him with a calm gaze. Clan? Let me ask you, since ancient times, have there been any clans that have not declined? Once a clan grows, the bond of bloodline will become thinner. Before I became an Immortal Venerable, when we fought against the other variant human clans, other than relying on our unity, we also relied on their internal conflicts. The sect I want to create will be an organization that does not rely on bloodline. The human Gu Immortals were silent for a while. Someone forced a smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are right. Once a clan grows, it will become easy for it to become lax. But you are different. You are the first Gu Immortal in history to cultivate to rank 9. There might not even be another rank 9 Immortal Venerable in the future. As long as you are in a clan, which clan member will dare to leave? With you around, there will be the most united clan in the world. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded. You are right. But what about when I am gone? How many years can I live for? The human Gu Immortals were stunned by this question. Someone said, Lord Immortal Venerable, you are in the prime of your life now. Someone else said, we will continue to collect lifespan Gu. You will definitely be the Gu Immortal who has lived the longest in history. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, saying in a calm tone, but I will still die. Who can avoid death in this world? He shook his head and sighed, answering his own question. No one. The Gu Immortals were silent. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued. Other lifespan extension methods have their flaws, other than lifespan Gu. But even if we collect lifespan Gu, we all know that lifespan Gu are becoming fewer and fewer, isn't that so? The human Gu Immortals were silent. This is providence. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cave walls, looking at the sky and the clouds. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. There has never been a supreme existence of eternal life. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The tallest tree on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Variant human experts are constantly replacing the old with the new. We humans are the same. Chapter 1751. The atmosphere in the cave became increasingly stifling. A young human Gu Immortal forced a smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are only a few hundred years old now. You still have thousands or even tens of thousands of years to live. Isn't it too early to consider this? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's expression turned solemn. He looked at the young Gu Immortal with a calm gaze. The latter could not hold on for more than a few breaths of time. He lowered his head. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said in a deep voice. If one does not consider the future, they will have immediate worries. If we don't think ahead and take precautions, all of our sacrifices will become meaningless after I die. The fruits of our hard work will also fall apart. Let alone others, once I die and the variant humans counterattack. Which one of you will be able to shoulder the burden? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable asked. The human Gu Immortals looked at each other. No one answered, no one spoke. Even though humanity rose up, it was because of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. The rest of humanity, be it Gu Immortal ranks or numbers, were far inferior to variant humans. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Central Continent is too big. How many human Gu Immortals and how many variant human Gu Immortals are there? Let's not talk about goo immortals, let's talk about mortals. How many people are there in the entire human race? What is their population? There should be 1,000,000 times difference, right? Even if we dominate and rule Central Continent in our lifetime, what about the other 4 regions? Right now, my strength has been exposed. The variant humans know they are not my match. They have already taken measures to hide. We don't have any effective means to pinpoint their exact location. Especially those variant human goo immortals, grotto heavens and blessed lands. Once they are placed in the outside world, even if we appear in front of them, we will not be able to find them. The immortals understood primordial origin immortal venerable's meaning. Even if humanity rose up, they only relied on primordial origin immortal venerable alone. And primordial origin immortal venerable had a limited lifespan. He would die one day. And while he was still alive, it would be very difficult for humanity to unify Central Continent. Variant humans were hard to find. They could live and reproduce even if they hid. Primordial origin immortal venerable was invincible in the world, but he did not have effective methods to find their locations. An old man among the human goo immortals said with a heavy tone. So, according to primordial origin immortal venerable, the long-term solution for humanity is to abandon our clans and establish a sect? Primordial origin immortal venerable nodded solemnly. Yes. How can we defeat the mutants and bring a bright future to the entire human race? I can't do it alone. If the mutants can't win, they can just hide. Therefore, even if I am invincible in the world, I can only lead the human race of the Central Continent to independence, to stand firm under the heavy encirclement of the mutants. If we truly want the human race to rise, we must rely on ourselves. We need to expand our population and multiply while nurturing as many goo immortals as possible. As long as our human race has more and stronger goo immortals than the variant humans, our race's future will be bright. If we adopt the family system, how are we different from the Inhumans? We are already very backward now. If we adopt the family system, we will never be able to surpass them. Only by establishing a sect and actively unearthing all talents, relying on talent to nurture them regardless of the cost, abandoning prejudices. Only then will we have the hope of surpassing the mutant families. Primordial origin immortal venerable's words made the human goo immortals fall into silence again. Many people's expressions calmed down. They knew that primordial origin immortal venerable's words made sense. But there were still some goo immortals who frowned slightly, finding it hard to accept. A goo immortal asked, "Is the sect system enough for us to cooperate sincerely? Is it certain that they will be promoted based on merit, without internal factions, and without suppression and exclusion?" Of course not. Primordial origin immortal venerable shook his head. As long as it is an organization created by people, they will have their own selfish motives and benefits. Clans use bloodline as the standard, while sects use ability and talent to judge. Of course, the latter is more open and transparent. The limited cultivation resources will be allocated to more suitable people. It will be more beneficial to the overall situation. That person opened his mouth but found that he could not criticize the superiority of sects. He could only change his perspective. Can't clans unearth talents? Clans also have a system to take in external talents, for example, through marriage or foster children. That is true. Primordial origin immortal venerable nodded. But how many can there be through marriage? No matter how many foster children there are in the clan, compared to those true descendants who are related by blood, they will be ostracized and suppressed, right? The human goo immortals were speechless. Primordial origin immortal venerable continued in a sincere tone. I know that creating a sect out of nowhere is somewhat difficult for you to accept emotionally. The path of goo immortals is something we have painstakingly pursued and paid an unknown price to obtain. It is fine if we pass it to our descendants, but we have to pass it on to outsiders. But the truth is, creating a sect does not mean we have to casually pass on the profundities of the immortal path to others. Instead, we have to choose talents. These talents not only have good talent, they also have to have moral character, and most importantly, they have to be loyal to their own sect. Furthermore, even if we do not create clans, don't tell me you can't take care of your descendants. Of course not. When these people join the sect, they will naturally be taken care of by you, but I hope you can control them from behind the scenes. Do not violate the sect rules on the surface. Only by starting from ourselves and protecting the sect rules can our descendants, disciples, and descendants actively abide by the sect rules. As long as we create sects and actively unite, I believe our human race will definitely rise up. I don't care about the other 4 regions, but in Central Continent, I hope everyone can create sects and give up on clans. For the sake of humanity, I need to emphasize this. Any Central Continent Gu immortal needs to create a sect, they cannot create a clan. Any Gu immortal who advances in the future will have to follow this rule. If anyone violates this rule, they will be punished by me and the other immortals. The human immortals did not say anything. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable showed his dominance, none of them could go against him. But what made them feel gratified was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable did not blindly forbid the clan system. The sect system only stipulated Gu immortals, that was to say, mortals and Gu masters could continue to live according to the clan system. Moreover, even if Gu immortals created sects, they could still take care of their descendants and friends. This was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's compromise towards reality, but from this, one could see his brilliance. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, "As your leader, I will lead by example. I swear that I will create a sect and not create a clan. I will take in disciples and impart my knowledge to them without holding back. Furthermore, when I die in the future, my immortal aperture will be contributed to be the foundation of the sect. It will not be left for my descendants." Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. You. At once, the human Gu immortals present were shaken. At this moment, they looked at Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. From his calm expression, they could feel the other party's willingness to sacrifice himself and his determination to protect the overall situation. Since Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was willing to do this, what reason did they have to not do the same? Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are right. I am willing to respond to your call. From now on, I will create a sect and not a clan. Having Lord Immortal Venerable is truly the blessing of humanity. Following you is truly the best choice of my life. Lord Immortal Venerable, I still have some things I don't understand about creating a sect. Please speak. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said. May I ask what kind of sect you want to create, and where will you choose the location of the sect? What are the rules of the sect, and what are the essentials of creating a sect? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable breathed in deeply. I have already thought about creating a sect for a long time. Once I say this, it will involve many aspects. Let's take me as an example. Firstly, my sect is called Celestial Court. A long while later, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable answered the questions of the human immortals. The immortals were no longer confused. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the immortals. The rest will depend on you. I believe that as long as we create a sect and develop it properly, even after I die, humanity will become even more prosperous. If the variant humans do not change, they will definitely decline. Everyone, please have confidence in us. Don't look at our sect, it is only a simple idea now, it has never been realized. I believe that as long as we develop according to our plan, our sect will gradually shine with dazzling brilliance in the long river of history. My Celestial Court, our sect, will become famous in the world, we will dominate a region, our enemies will fear us. 3,879,687 years later. Celestial Court Battlefield. The intense battle continued. Longevity Heaven's side obtained the support of Giant Sun's attack and gained the upper hand. However, inside the immortal graveyard, members of the Celestial Court were waking up one after another. Who is it? Who dares to offend our Celestial Court? This is the achievement of our predecessors. I will not allow you to destroy it. How many people have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood? A mere clan system like Longevity Heaven wants to defeat our Celestial Court. Wishful thinking. Longevity Heaven, you are despicable. Are you going to start a human civil war just for your own benefit? Our Celestial Court has always been the sacred land of humanity. the heaven of humanity, the orthodox lineage of humanity. We represent the spirit of humanity. It has never changed for millions of years. I will follow primordial origin immortal venerable, star constellation immortal venerable, and Genesis lotus immortal venerable. I will defend our celestial court with my life. Shouts resounded, old and young, male and female. All sorts of members of the celestial court came out of the immortal graveyard and joined the battlefield. Just like what primordial origin immortal venerable said 3 million years ago, his celestial court had grown into a colossus that dominated the world. His spirit had always been passed down, it had never changed. Countless geniuses were excavated and nurtured by the sect, they followed him, who had died long ago, and defended his spirit and ideals. Northern Plains Gu immortals were incomparably brave, but the immortals of the celestial court showed a crazed aura. Even if they did not have enough immortal Gu, even if they had to perish together, there was no confusion or fear on their faces. On the contrary, their faces seemed to be shining with light. The light of a martyr, it was so bright and dazzling. Chapter 1752. Celestial Court's Battlefield. The battle between rank 8 Gu immortals was extremely intense. Longevity Heaven! Your performances have truly disappointed us. Celestial Court's people are always so arrogant, they have been leaders for too long, watch how I defeat all of you. We are both humans, but we are actually fighting to this extent. Northern Plains immortals are brave but have no conviction. You won't understand our beliefs. Northern Plains Gu immortals continued to die, but the death of each Northern Plains expert was accompanied by the lives of several Celestial Court Gu immortals. Northern Plains! Longevity Heaven! Duke Long was furious, his gaze was ruthless and ruthless. Even though we are evenly matched, the great Celestial Court is actually forced into such a pathetic state, unforgivable. Boom! Duke Long raised his arms fiercely, finally breaking the cage that trapped him. But Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation quickly pounced. The 3 continued to fight, they were in a deadlock. Quick, quick, quick! Alright, the refinement path formation is finally repaired. Yuan Cheongdu, it is up to you now, we will defend you. Unless we die, no one can break this refinement path formation. Several Celestial Court Gu immortals called out. They occupied the surroundings and formed a firm defensive line. Because of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, the refinement path formation was repaired, the defensive line was also rebuilt. Bing Sichuan saw this and quickly gave up on Duke Long. He wanted to destroy Celestial Court. Don't even think about it! Duke Long shouted, disregarding his injuries. He used all his strength to stall Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Bing Sichuan could not break through himself. He quickly mobilized his troops. The Northern Plains immortals attacked again. Celestial Court's Gu immortals suffered heavy casualties. But because members of the immortal graveyard were constantly waking up and replenishing their numbers, the defensive line was even firmer than before. Good, now is the time. Huh! Lulu wanted to sneak in, but immediately, his expression changed, and he revealed his true form. A Celestial Court Gu immortal had a large number of jade pearls floating around him. He flew towards him with a face full of killing intent. Is it you? Murderers who are stained with the blood of fellow immortals of the Celestial Court. Your performance ends here. Is it Senior Jade Pearl? King Yuan Cheongdu, who was about to enter the array, happened to see this scene and was immediately overjoyed. In history, rank 8 Gu immortal expert Yu Zhuzi was most proficient in detection. From the number of jade pearls floating around him, he had a complete set of immortal Gu. In this way, Lulu was restrained by him. We can win! With so many ancestors of the Celestial Court, we will definitely win! No, more accurately speaking, victory belongs to our Celestial Court. Yuan Cheongdu's eyes flashed with the light of understanding. He entered the Gu formation again and tried to control it. He was surprised to find that this refinement path formation was even more outstanding than the previous one. I see. In order to repair Fate Gu, the seniors added so many immortal Gu. Yuan Cheongdu's eyes shone with tears. The more immortal Gu used in the refinement path formation, the fewer Gu immortals there would be. It would be easier for them to die in battle. This was a sacrifice. A willing sacrifice. Continue to repair fate, Gu! Yuan Qiongdu sat down cross-legged with a calm expression, but his heart was burning with fire. Blazing flames. In the flames, a scene from deep within his memories surfaced. His master stood in front of him. "Oh, little Du, you are indeed sleeping behind the mountain again? You can't slack off like this." The young Yuan Qiongdu woke up. He showed resentment on his face. "Master," he mumbled and said unhappily, "why didn't Master transfer me back? I like Fire Path. Fire Path is the choice of a man. But little Du, your talent in Refinement Path is extremely shocking. That is why I let you cultivate Refinement Path. In comparison, your talent in Fire Path is too ordinary. But I like Fire Path. When I fight, it is so elegant and majestic. As for Refinement Path, I always stay in the secret room, refining Gu after Gu. Not mentioning the high cost, I often fail in the Gu refinement. All my efforts go to waste. Most importantly, Gu refinement is very risky. It is the same as fighting. Rather than dying sullenly because of Gu refinement, I would rather use Fire Path and die honorably on the battlefield." His master sighed helplessly, saying in a low voice, "Oh, little Du, you chose Refinement Path not because of your preference, but because of your responsibility. Our sex Refinement Path lineage needs geniuses to regroup. Don't let your temper get the better of you, little Du. You are already a man. It is time for you to shoulder your responsibilities, understand?" The young Yuan Qiongdu turned his head away unwillingly. "Tisk, I understand. If this is Master's order, I will obey." His master sighed again. "It is not an order, it is a responsibility. Moreover, Refinement Path cultivation is also very fun. One day, you will experience this joy. So go and refine Gu happily with your sense of responsibility." "How can this be? The lazy me has never felt such a heavy responsibility on my shoulders." "Right. There is also this feeling, happiness." "Hee ha!" Yuan Qiongdu's lips curled up as he laughed in his heart. His face was covered in tears. "Master, I finally understand your words. Disciple, I did not disappoint you. I do not need to split my attention to protect my own life. With them around, there will be no worries. I will do it in one go. I will repair Fate Gu completely and fulfill my responsibility. I will not let down everyone's expectations. After that, I will happily embrace the arrival of death." Yuan Qiongdu smiled as he activated a forbidden move. Once he used this move, regardless of whether the Gu refinement succeeded or not, he would die for sure. But what did it matter? Some things were far more important than an individual's death. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The 4 Eastern Sea Gu immortals surrounded Dragon Palace in the center, continuously attacking it. The 4 dragon generals were suppressed. They could only rely on Dragon Palace to defend. "It seems that you did not become dragon men without a price. Come out, didn't you want to plot against us? Are you hiding in your immortal Gu houses now? A bunch of cowards! You are looking down on us too much." Song Qiyuan, Qin Yuan, and the rest were furious. They activated powerful killer moves one after another, suppressing the enemies. Even a clay figurine had some temper, not to mention these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals. Duke Long's scheme, Zhang Yin and the rest's betrayal made the 4 of them erupt together. They displayed extraordinary battle strength. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was number 1 in terms of temperament. However, just like the calm sea, there was also a side of it that surged up to the heavens and surged with raging waves. When Eastern Sea's people were truly angered, they would learn what true terror was. Suddenly, Song Qiyuan and the rest stopped attacking. "Someone is coming! Who is it? Obviously, they are reinforcements from the Celestial Court." Song Qiyuan and the other 3 quickly changed their formation. 2 of them continued to attack Duke Long, while the other 2 flew out to defend against enemy reinforcements. "I can only send you here." An elderly Celestial Court Gu immortal smiled as he turned into light and vanished. His lifespan was already exhausted. Qin Song, go in peace. Several celestial court Gu immortals who were hand-picked by Fairy Myrtle had solemn expressions. What a joke. Did you run over here just to let us see you die of old age? Hua Kaiyun and Shinsong Xing charged over. Thieves from the East Sea, don't even think about getting your hands on the Dragon Palace. An old thing with one foot in the coffin? Why don't you accept your death? Boom, boom, boom! The two sides could not agree, and a great battle broke out. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Roar! The roars of countless dragons resounded throughout the battlefield. Immortal killer move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. A super powerful killer move that fused ancient sword dragon transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor, and familiar face, appeared once again. He is Fan Yuan. Quick, protect the formation, we cannot let him succeed. Fan Yuan, you have guts. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. You want to stop me now? Too late. It was thanks to Giant Sun Immortal. His attack attracted the attention of the Central Continent Gu Immortals at the crucial moment, allowing Fan Yuan to use his killer move successfully. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was extraordinary. Not only was it powerful, it was also hard to kill. After all, this move expended all of Fan Yuan's soul path Dao marks. It was similar to Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind. Even though the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was strong, its core was still weak. After being ravaged by Fan Yuan's countless ghost dragons, it immediately showed signs of breaking apart. Fan Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor. Myriad dragons roared around him as he coldly watched the Central Continent Gu Immortals collapse. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation started to collapse from the core, from the inside to the outside. The formation's collapse brought intense backlash to the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Without even needing Fan Yuan to make a move, countless of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fan Yuan really succeeded. Wu Yong muttered with a complex expression. Quick, attack! Yao Huang shouted. He swept away his old and dejected attitude as he led the charge with a grand aura. I will deal with Prince's impatience, you guys go. Hairy Foot Mountain, which contained infallible blessed land, appeared. You want to repair Fate Gu, humph, wishful thinking. Even though it is a pity to destroy infallible blessed land, let's stop here. Fan Yuan snickered as he pointed with his finger. Like an emperor, countless sword dragons charged down like a huge army. With me here, Fan Yuan, don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared, blocking the countless ghost dragons. Rank 8 Fire Path Expert, Li Huang. Immortal Killer Move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Before the countless ghost dragons could even get close, they were filled with drunkenness and started to spontaneously combust. With me, Li Huang, here, I will not let any of you off. Charge! Li Huang shouted. Is that so? Then have a taste of the Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon's consecutive moves. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. In a few breaths of time, the myriad ghost dragons condensed into one, forming a huge pitch-black dragon-patterned soul sword. The soul sword floated in the air. It only pointed at Li Huang but did not stab down. Immortal Killer Move, Luo Pasil. Fan Yuan used Luo Pasil and hit the soul sword. At the next moment, the soul sword stabbed down rapidly. Li Huang hesitated for a moment. Even though the soul sword's speed was shocking, he could still dodge it with his speed. But now, he could not dodge. He could only face it head-on. The soul sword pierced through Li Huang without a sound. As the flames dissipated, Li Huang's face turned as pale as a dead man's. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. You dare to block 2 of my moves? Your courage is praiseworthy, but your stupidity is also unparalleled. Fan Yuan glanced at him indifferently. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.